It's December 1997. Namco releases a cute platforming game on the PlayStation. It does okay. Gets a worldwide release a couple months later, makes an impression in some young folks, and then simmers out of relevance. With time, through retrospection and fond memories, people actively reevaluate the game again and again, until at some point, despite its initial standing, the game has garnered a fairly admired reputation. Klonoa, Door to Phantomile story starts and ends like so many other sleeper hits. I might even go so far as to call it the platonic ideal of a cult classic. A finely crafted game, received by few, but received well.
And then, as one might expect, the vague semblance of a series is born. Of course, Klonoa has his original glorious outing at first, the classic. There are one or two sequels, some side games, the inevitable well-meaning but confused remake, and then silence. Klonoa certainly exists as an established Namco IP, but it's one consistently on its last leg, never quite getting that comeuppance it deserves, despite trying and trying. The 2022 collection of redistributed old hits, Klonoa Fantasy Reverie Series, has a title that practically taunts fans about the state of the franchise. Your fantasy is nothing but reverie. Or perhaps it merely defines Klonoa as a series about dreaming in the innate subconscious world. Who knows?
Indeed. Much ink has been spilt over the years on asking the whys and hows of Klonoa's unfortunate fate, without necessarily finding any resolute or satisfying answers. Perhaps Door to Phantomile arriving on the scene as a side-scroller in a time of three-dimensional action made it unremarkable. Maybe its cute and unassuming exterior didn't convince enough players of its surprisingly poignant depths. Or could it simply be that the game's true glory couldn't be understood in its initial lonesome vacuum? Was the cover boring? Were cute animals not in vogue? Were his hands too disturbing? Heck, I don't know. Maybe the game just sucks and I'm deluding myself. There could be any number of reasons out there. If we are to be a bit sensational, we could point towards the unnamed Namco of America employee who was adamant that the game be spelt with a K instead of a C. Because apparently Klonoa looks too similar to chlamydia. It clearly doesn't. However, that didn't stop their intrusive thoughts from straight up marketing the game as such anyway.
But Susan, I have Klonoa.
Hey, baby, I want Klonoa.
Everybody wants Klonoa. Once you've got Klonoa, you won't want to get rid of it. Klonoa, Door to Phantomile, by Namco. Blow up or shut up.
I mean, I'd buy whatever that is. Wouldn't you? When discussing this game, it seems a large amount of the conversation revolves around the more commercial dimensions of its cult status. From supposed underwhelming sales numbers to this confusing marketing campaign, which also included another magazine ad about your weird sister. A prevalent narrative around Klonoa seems to be the morbid fixation on his botched inception and subsequent death by neglect. And while we see why the framing of underrated classic you never knew about is an appealing approach, we'd like to suggest another angle here. That maybe it doesn't matter. Because Klonoa set out to do exactly what he was meant to and succeeded. With flying colors, might I add. Truthfully, we don't find the cause of Klonoa's lacking success to be a particularly riveting question. Lots of banger games released every day without so much as a peep. There is no divine justice in great works being promoted to stardom. If that was true, Sega would still be making hardware. Finding all-timers with little comeuppance is regular potatoes for us. So instead of treating the circumstances around Klonoa as remarkable, we'll focus on the game itself and examine it as the true classic we know it is. What about Klonoa Door to Phantomile is it that captivates players to this very day? What secret ingredient endears audiences to the degree where they feel the inherent need to share it with everyone else? What can Klonoa tell us about himself, and in turn, ourselves?
Well, a whole lot actually. As you've no doubt noticed, this video is a bit on the longer side. It took like 2 years to write, and then we just let the script sit for another year to mature. Like fine wine. And then it took another year to video edit. So you better appreciate this, because we're never doing anything like this ever again. I refuse. It was thanks to the gracious donations of our Patreon supporters that we were able to work on this project for half a decade, and also purchase a nice physical copy of Klonoa, Door to Phantomile. So before we turn on the PlayStation and venture into the world of dreams, we want to make good on your investment and bask in the paratext for a bit. While perhaps a bit unremarkable and plain at first glance, the cover of this European copy actually exudes a frightening dose of sheer confidence, featuring nothing more than the two adorable buddies Klonoa and Hupo playfully wagging their fingers against a vague, magical sparkle backdrop. If we contrast the cover art with contemporary 1998 platformers, we can notice a break from the norm. Unlike the cocky smugness of faces like Gex or Spyro, the happy-go-lucky Klonoa radiates an innocent cheerfulness. And while the equally goofy and playful Yoshi Story and Banjo-Kazooie were presented with lavish action scenes on their boxes, Klonoa remained static in his featureless void. This deceptive packaging, suggesting neither attitude nor scene, evidently impressed upon people the idea of a simple, light-hearted adventure lacking in substance and personality. A cover saying nothing, so it must contain nothing. In truth, Door to Phantomile has no end of surprises, hiding a veritable boatload of action, charisma, imagination, and emotion. For the purpose of breaking expectations, this exterior acts as the perfect facade for catching unassuming players off guard. The discreet rug to pull out from under their little feet. It's a brash gamble that maybe didn't work to create a financial success, but it surely set up for one or two pleasant surprises. Looking abroad, we discovered that Klonoa Door to Phantomile is one of those special cases of a game having unique cover art for every region. The original Japanese cover shows a prominent Klonoa jovially inviting the player to his world with a little scene of discovery and a poem to firmly establish the theme of dreams. I find it to be a wonderfully accurate representation of the game's characteristic tone and atmosphere, with enough intrigue and hooks to suggest a richness underneath the surface. As is common, the Japanese packaging is a sheer delight. It has appropriately round discard featuring an inflated Moo, some helpful play instructions printed inside the case, and a bluntly descriptive back cover. This kid is called Klonoa. His best friend is Hupo. He lives with his grandpa and blows up baddies with a magic ring. One day, something surprising happened. I suppose the spine card summarizes it best when it labels Door to Phantomile as a dramatic action game, painted at a spectacular scale. It's an exquisite package that perfectly encapsulates the experience awaiting you. You couldn't possibly ask for more. A certified classic, if I ever saw one. Looking at this fine work, the Western covers certainly pale in comparison. The North American case repurposes assets and composition enough to overarchingly achieve a similar impression, but in turn it forgoes poetic inclinations and forces Klonoa into a standoffish action pose in honor of the old Kirby eyebrow code. In contrast, our European artwork goes for a bit of a different twist, while still capturing the disposition of its Japanese source material. The packaging isn't all too riveting. The disc is about what you would expect, and the back description is a bit flat, although it still does a good enough job at selling the experience. It also included a point blank demo, so that's a plus. Never saying no to some point blank. Placing these two covers side by side, we can't help but notice the greatest difference between them is a European strive to present the game as more three-dimensional, presumably to reassure the player that the experience will adhere to some form of modernity. From my present-day viewpoint, I can't help but conclude that this was perhaps the wisest decision they could have made in a climate that grew increasingly wary of the side-scrolling perspective year by year. We'll get into that more for Chapter 1, but for the moment, let's take it as a good step 1 to seal the deal of endearing the audiences to Klonoa. However, I feel we are perhaps missing something in the empty spaces of this cover. There is enough place here to fit something more. So our suggestion would have to be a substitute for that Japanese poeticism. Maybe something a bit more concise, loud, and direct to Western sensibilities. What about a little wahoo? In exploring the many dimensions of Klonoa's cold status, we found one of the cutest recurring quirks to lie in the main character's vocabulary, which has come to signify a sort of calling card mantra for both the series and the fandom's identity. You see, whenever Klonoa performs his iconic boost jump, he always, without fail, exclaims a joyful "Woohoo!" We found that this expression, while being repeated ad nauseum when playing the games, never reached a point of ear-grating monotony in our multiple playthroughs. Not once, not even close. It would then seem that the Klonoa games, in and of themselves, celebrate their own masterful sound design by punctuating every title screen with the phrase. It's a badge of honor, and there's no wonder this is the one phrase that sticks in everyone's mind after playing. You need not more than mention the name Klonoa for people to instinctively and subconsciously respond with "Wahoo!" It never fails, it's mandatory, someone has to do it. Yet, comparing Door to Phantomile with a similar contemporary like Croc, Legend of the Gobos, which has the Yasu instead, you're more likely to hear crickets than a grown adult repeating the utterance back at you. It just doesn't happen. Perhaps leaning full force into this simple wahoo catchphrase on the cover and adverts might have intrigued audiences more towards Klonoa back in the day. What do I know? But it seems years of hindsight has concluded it as an effective enough strategy. I even think some of the later games' marketing leaned into it, but at that time it was evidently too late and only appeared as the advertisers desperately clinging on to the faintest shape of some form of meme. remember this guy? He says wahoo, remember? Remember him? Remember the guy? As silly as it sounds, I believe right here we are possibly touching upon some form of deeper truth regarding Klonoa's legacy. I'm not going to do something as preposterous as speculate that no one says Yasu to Croc because the game isn't Yasu, because it is. However, I am absolutely going to propose that people say Wahoo at Klonoa because the game is indeed Wahoo. It's a logical calculation, but it raises some natural follow-up questions. Why is Klonoa, Door to Phantomile, Wahoo? What is so gosh darn Wahoo about it? Tonight, we're gonna find out. So tuck in tight and don't let the bedbugs bite, because we're going to Phantomile. Ripperidoo.
If there's anything we've learned about Klonoa over the years, it's that everyone singing its praises are curiously fixated on the ending. That while competent as a game, the greatest strength of Door to Phantomile can apparently only be found in the final impression left by its surprising narrative. Time and time again, I keep hearing it roughly repeated. Oh, the story. Oh, the ending. What a shocking reveal. It made me cry. I can't wait to see what happens next. This is what it's all about. Without considering that surely the strength of the preceding adventure was what got them there in the first place. I guess in a way, Klonoa is an experience judged by its emotional impact, and only truly works when followed through to the end. Or at least that's what people would have you believe the way they're talking about it. Maybe it's fueled by the incessant need to frame the game as misunderstood, that only those who went the full Phantomile would truly get it. Now, don't get us wrong, we absolutely agree that the game's story and conclusion is phenomenal. The narrative is how we too first fell in love with Door to Phantomile, and eventually we will end up dedicating majority of this hulking monstrosity of a video to that very subject. But before venturing beyond that horizon, we'd like to take a chapter to challenge the idea of Klonoa as a story-first ordeal, by excluding that entire dimension from our initial overview of the game. Because that notion always rubbed us the wrong way. Like many others, me and Kiki also love Klonoa dearly, but at the same time, I would say its strengths as a riveting game experience has at best been understated. It just doesn't seem to be that interesting of a subject to most players after they're finished. So, let's change that.
Through this appetizer armchair analysis, we will be examining Door to Phantomile as a work of design brilliance. From its wondrously elaborate aesthetic execution, which sells the world of Phantomile as a believably authentic depiction of dreams, to the hidden richness of the game as the quintessential 2.5D platformer, and how it cheekily blurs the boundaries between the second and third dimension. By establishing the game's undeniable qualities as our groundwork, we will then later on be able to wholeheartedly delve deep and unrestrained into its vast depths. After all, we are in for the long haul, so we want to be firm and deliberate in our reasonings.
Humorous. You might be surprised. Let's begin by getting our bearings. Klonoa, Door to Phantomile, is a side-scrolling platformer for the Sony PlayStation, developed by Namco under direction by Hideo Yoshizawa. Initially released on December 11, 1997 as Kazeno Kurunoa Door to Phantomile, the game saw an international release under its more familiar name the following year. In Door to Phantomile, you play as a wind critter named Klonoa and his best friend companion Blob Hupo on a quest to stop the evil Noseman Gadius and his henchman Yoka from finding the elusive Moon Kingdom and turning the titular dream world of Phantomile into one of nightmares. To do this, you must navigate a series of lavishly decorated and dynamically orchestrated levels that act as colorful and gorgeous representations of dreams, in which you perform daring jumps and solve tricky puzzles to progress. At his disposal, Klonoa has the fluttering hang time of his big ear flappers and the power of the Wind Ring, which he can use to pick up enemies and throw them around. Thus, the game becomes a test of precision, both in terms of platform navigation and projectile slinging. You must grab gems, free imprisoned Phantomilions, and make it to the goal alive. At the end of each world, you confront a daunting boss, before the drama moves you to some new, exciting dream vista to discover. It is a classic concept, simple yet solid, with a good dose of both versatility and ingenuity. One for the ages. I don't even need to belabor the point. This game is a bona fide all-timer, as corroborated by just about everyone with an ounce of sense, whether it be those who played it back then, or everyone who has picked it up since. To prove my point, E-Storm of GameFan outright praised the game, stating that it's hard to describe how amazing Klonoa really is. It's as complete an overall package as the genre has seen thus far. Meanwhile, Joe Ribicki from official US PlayStation Magazine declared it a refreshing departure from the depressing norm. Over here in Sweden, Lovisa Lundström of Superplay applauded the game, saying "När man spelar Klonoa måste man då och då nypa sig i armen för att försäkra sig om att man inte drömmer." Even the apprehensive anonymous reviewer in Edge had to admit that it's almost peerless on the platform-starved PlayStation. Lastly, Mr. IGN staff of IGN concluded that, in the platformer genre, this is arguably the best one on the market. Don't let this one pass you by. We could go on, but it feels safe to say that most game-speaking people are in agreement. The quality of Klonoa's debut game has been established firmly enough by now, so that you, yes, you there viewer watching this video right now, is informed about his greatness and ready to experience the thrill at a moment's notice. And you should. You could go for the currently available Fantasy Reverie series, which repaints the Wii remake as a form of concept art approximation of the original title. It's fine enough. You'll get the entire game and its full story. You will have experienced Klonoa's first adventure. But why settle for less? I think you're all internet savvy enough to search engine your way through this problem. Download DuckStation and play your legally obtained copy today. The original PlayStation Door to Phantomile is a beautiful game, working within the limitations of its hardware to paint an experience uniquely dreamlike and otherworldly, while remaining as entertaining and complete in mechanical richness as it always was. Its double remake does little more than reduce obfuscation by adding more detail to the assets. The game remains the same under the hood, and the script redrafts are so subtle, even Kiki barely notices them. And that's saying something. Because of this, we find Door to Phantomile to be a perfect example of how remaking good games is a redundant endeavor, striving for futile results. The game doesn't need a renovation, and the one it got mostly risks trampling over the delicate integrity of the original. The fact that the core experience remains so unchanged mostly tells us that this is another attempt to test the waters, to see if a broader audience will understand Klonoa's greatness this time around and propel him into superstardom. And I suppose that is commendable, suggesting that the producers always believed in the game and merely felt it needed reframing to break from its previous misfortune. Or, I guess, supposed misfortune. Debuting at number 3 in Japan with 112,000 copies sold domestically within a month is nothing to sneeze at. It even did better than Spyro. I mean, like it or not, the success or non-success was still significant enough to warrant not just sequels, but franchise status. Klonoa's core design formula is simple but intriguing enough for a further iteration, and the series' overarching dream theme makes it ripe for all kinds of disjointed episodic installments that allow new players to pop in anywhere without worry. Despite how Klonoa's entire reputation hinges on him being some sort of failed video game star, you'd be quite surprised to find he features in 9 distinct games. Not to mention at least 6 comic adaptations and a non-insignificant amount of cameos in other Namco games. We actually played all of the Klonoa games, and you know what? They're pretty good. You should check them out.
Considering this sizable back catalog, Klonoa absolutely qualifies as a bona fide franchise platform mascot.
He even looks the part as a bespoke elaboration on the standard set by Sonic the Hedgehog a few years prior, reveling both in the need for distinction and opportunities enabled by emergent 3D technology.
In fact, while we're on this subject, why don't we preface our design analysis of Klonoa the game by first expounding on Klonoa the character. At first glance, Klonoa is your typical cute Japanese mascot animal made eye-glazingly vibrant and excessively accessorized, presumably to truly pop. While it was tentatively called Shady during development, the name eventually became Kuronoa, compounding Kuro and Noir, the Japanese and French words for black. This was in turn romanized as Klonoa, initially with a C, but as we've come to learn, STDs had other plans in mind. Look at that name, Klonoa, rolls right off the tongue. Klonoa. Feels nice, has nice curl sound and then that bubbly wavy Onoa. It neatly reflects a certain otherworldliness if you ask me, making the character appear a bit unusual and vaguely ill-defined. Debates have raged since 1997 on whether Klonoa is a cat, as suggested by his eyes, a bunny, as suggested by his ears, a dog, as suggested by his disposition, or some form of hybrid cabbit as a compromise. In truth, he clearly does not fall neatly into any category, and can only satisfyingly be considered what he truthfully is. Yusik, a fantasy creature. However, since I run the Can You Play as the Bunny account over on Blue Sky, I'll abuse my authority for a moment and say he's both a bunny and playable. After all, the bunny poses are absolute. Checkmate, cats. When tallying Klonoa's primary colors and prominent features, it quickly dawns on us how extra everything about him is. While his upper and lower body are divided in predominantly warm and cold colors, it's certainly a checkered mix of blacks, whites, red, blues, yellows, browns, and even green, with essentially all of his attributes being cartoonishly blown out of proportion. Like I think his shoes are the only regular part of his design. Things like his ears, cap, belt, or wind ring would be the main signifier for any other character, but here they're collectively more detailed and landmark. Even the less noteworthy parts have something peculiar going on, such as his spotlight yellow gloves and eyes, or the fact that he has 2 belts, which practically makes him an honorary Tetsuya Nomura character. My absolute favorite flourish is his little jagged transition above his nose. How delightfully aggressive! All that said, I might find Klonoa's design messy, but that's in the most loving and well-meaning sense possible. This chaotic side of him is an overall positive that screams details without losing that broader sense of simplicity. Klonoa is deceptively so much all over, but still comes off as surprisingly well-rounded and collected, perhaps even shockingly so. Case in point, he passes the silhouette test so well that the Klonoa Works Development Studio's logo is a part of his ear. Yet you still understand what this odd spludge is supposed to be. Behind this, I'll just go ahead and say, magnificent piece of craft work sits Yoshihiko Arai, who drew up the design as a contribution for a Sonic-esque in-house competition at Namco to decide on a protagonist for the project. Supposedly, Klonoa arrived largely fully formed, with only minor adjustments required, which could explain his more eccentric attributes, but I take it more as a testament to freeform daringness and Arai's artistic brilliance. And while obviously being proud of his creation, even he himself admitted in interviews that the color selection was too chaotic and the details so messy that the 3D rendered sprites had to be retouched by hand, to the extent where he just went ahead and revised the boy. The later, blue Klonoa from the sequel, Lunatea's Veil, and onwards is leaner and meaner, with more selective color choices and allocation, his identifiers toned down and streamlined. Look at the tasteful segmentation on his hands and legs against the uniform black and dark blue, how his expression is sharp and focused with more dynamic movement. He almost looks a little bit like his older brother Sonic. Yet, despite the designerly cleanliness of the post-Phantomilion Klonoa, I will still always, perhaps irrationally, prefer his original iteration. I believe that fondness lies in a sort of artistic honesty as suggested by his naked origins. He is spontaneous, unconcerned with long-form overthinking and overcorrecting. Why couldn't Klonoa have 2 belts and Mickey Mouse pants? I certainly always see that central slab of red in my mind's eye whenever I faintly recall him, as I so often do. This chaotic, lovable mess whirls around in there in my memories as an uncertain storm, every angle being its own point of intrigue, but never enough for me to actually stop and smell those roses, because I'm too distracted by the spectacular flower field in front of me. Wahoo indeed. So to answer the laughably rhetorical question, does Klonoa fit the criteria of being a platform mascot? Yes, obviously. He's top of the class. He's even good enough to be Namco's mascot. And in any other case, you'd be excused if you kinda assumed he was. But both you and I know he isn't, because he never ever could be. The reason forever branded on his head as a reminder of that shadow neither he nor Namco's marketing department will ever escape. Pac-Man. Perhaps the most tangibly memorable part of Klonoa's design is the brand print on his cap, depicting the Pac-Man cheese shape eating a pellet, as made famous by Namco's immortal arcade classic, Pac-Man. According to Arai, this was one of many personal touches from the initial draft that, even to his surprise, made it through to the finished product, and one that has diligently stayed with the character throughout the years. This streak of brand loyalty suggests a firm connection to our own reality, showing the Namco gamer, you, that they are playing as another Namco gamer, Klonoa, therefore strengthening the player avatar bond by establishing that they have something in common. Moreover, I find this overt reference to be a philosophically intriguing aspect of Klonoa's design. The main character of this game is at all times and all iterations referencing a completely different, wholly detached character from another game. I know examples like Diddy and Dixie Kong kinda kinda do this as well with their branded hats, but I find Klonoa to be a much more resolute case. In a sense, the unspoken message wordlessly conveyed here is a sinister waka waka behind the wahoo, an awkward funneling of connotations straight through Klonoa and onwards elsewhere. I think what I'm trying to say is that Pac-Man has tauntingly photobombed Klonoa's very being as a final testament to why he can never be number one. It's so bizarre. I adore it.
Granted, for any reasonable person, this will not read as much more than Klonoa simply having a neat cap with a nifty reference print. And I suppose that angle is vital to fully understand what is going on with his design. It is merely a manifest of cool attributes that are easy to add to a pre-rendered 3D model, reinforced not so much by their constant visibility, but rather the knowledge that they're always there to some extent, even if we can't quite make them out among all the pixels. Thus, one thing is made abundantly clear from how Klonoa is conveyed. He is over-designed not as a result of bad taste, but rather the adamant polishing of a passion project. Door to Phantomile is a game of rich execution. It is 100 ideas, all refined, cherry-picked, and thoroughly realized. Details flourish throughout Phantomile in a way that is non-obstructive, while nevertheless remaining a luxurious experience. The presentation fundamentally hinges on a marriage of pre-rendered characters against real-time backdrops that never cuts any slack for themselves, as sprite fidelity will increase with the close-ups and dynamic angles demanded by the environments. This creates an overall impression fragmented between the definite tangibility of the three-dimensional world and the diffuse filtered uncertainty of its actors. Despite observing these scenes head-on, we may only momentarily catch glimpses of the full splendor of Phantomile's inhabitants, which tremendously strengthens the hazy, dreamlike atmosphere. That dreamworld quality pervades the entire experience, yet it is not always blatantly surrealistic, like with Bree-Scale's diagonal clouds or Yugpot's backwards waterfall. It is more so found in the overarching romantic grandeur of the adventure and the fantastical places you visit. However, the zenith of Klonoa's sleepy soft vagueness may very well be the fictional Phantomilian language spoken by the game's cast. This mumbled nonsense speech may seem garbled and shapeless, but on closer examination, it is surprisingly coherent and strangely logical. You'll notice how names are blurted out in a compacted form, like Klonoa to Kloa, Gadius as Gadi, Joka as Jok, or Karal as Karu, making the language a sort of emotional suggestion of what is being conveyed, as further implied by conversational exclamations like Wahoo or Paramew. During development, the team would reportedly hold lengthy meetings to decide on how to structure Phantomilian, with voice actors being pressured to get that gibberish just right. Really, when compared to contemporaries like, say, Banjo-Kazooie's scrambled noise samples, you might say all of that hard work was a tad bit redundant. But I would argue the opposite. I think this marvelous meticulousness creates a convincing impression of a foreign language that you don't understand. Or, alternatively, being communicated to through foggy noise. To us, Phantomilian becomes an uncanny interpretation of our perception within dreams, that tangled, incomprehensible mess that we somehow just inexplicably accept and understand. But beyond the hazy softness that defines Klonoa's aesthetic expressions. The very environments themselves burst with such elaborate attention to detail that they should impress you even to this day. Simply standing idly by on the front step in the introductory level, we are immediately clued into Klonoa's Casino namesake of being of the wind, living in the wind village of Breescale. As gathered leaves and dandelion seeds daintily pass by, the swaying of the flowers, the rustling branches of the tree, and the gentle steady revolving of the wind wheel, we are made aware of our invisible friend, the wind. A reminder that lives on throughout the entire game, in the ceaseless playful fluttering tufts of Klonoa's ears, perhaps signifying that no matter what, they will always reliably allow us to float for a moment and ease our platforming. We only need to take a few steps forward to meet this peculiar little hanging sign, one you might have walked straight past to investigate the nearby enemies and find a way up to that big, blue, juicy gemstone. Colliding with the sign mid-jump creates a surprisingly realistic reaction. It's knocked away and begins swinging until finally coming to a standstill. The force and angle of our hits affects how much it's knocked around and in what direction, with subsequent interactions applying in real time. Yes, they programmed physics to a sign that appears once and has no practical use to the player, presumably for the simple reason that it would be a cool thing to have. A power flex if I ever saw one. I go on at length about these minute details because, of course, they all collectively make the game more vibrant and exciting. But moreover, this drive towards pushing technical boundaries to open up breathable space for creative flourishes forms a canvas on which Door to Phantomile goes a step beyond. It is in this realm we are allowed exciting dynamic camera angles, unexpectedly funky level geometry, and an impressive sense of cohesion. Within this marriage, Klonoa quite literally crafts an entirely new dimension for itself. Depth, and presents it with such effortlessness that I don't think people ever fully appreciate it enough.
Yes, but to fully explore why, we must first talk about Clockwork Knight.
Obviously.
Released in Japan on December 9th, 1994, Clockwork Knight was the supposed big flagship platforming game for the then brand new Sega Saturn, meant to both appeal to fans of the genre and simultaneously show off the console's fancy new technology. In Clockwork Knight, we are shown a 3D animated world of living toys who come alive each night at the call of their cuckoo clock princess. Among them is the clumsy but well-meaning wind-up knight Sir Tongara de Pepperucho III, who in his unfaltering love for the princess sprints into heroics the moment she is suddenly kidnapped, thus beginning a quest to battle fiendish toys and avoid danger throughout the various rooms of the human household. From a brief glance, we can quickly surmise that Clockwork Knight was a game partly sold on its merits as a contemporary technological marvel, a 3D spectacle. The game features lengthy FMV sequences where Silicon Graphics characters jump around and show off their splendor to the tunes of catchy jazz singing, followed by levels brimming with impossibly detailed pre-rendered sprites. This was a mere 3 weeks after its technical brethren Donkey Kong Country, and a year before its thematic cousin Toy Story. The resemblance may seem suspicious, but it's actually completely coincidental, as Clockwork Knight was conceived in a world without either Donkey Kong Country or Toy Story. However, the comparison is certainly flattering considering these were ideas that hit it big at that exact moment in time, and Clockwork Knight absolutely called them, to the applause of crickets. I guess the only obstacle truly hindering Clockwork Knight from becoming a classic was the fact that no regular person has ever owned a Sega Saturn.
We do, though.
2 in fact.
So, you should maybe start judging us right about now.
Most notable about Clockwork Knight's presentation is the unmistakable use of real-time 3D graphics in its level environments that allow for dynamic perspective shifts as Pepper moves around in-game. In other words, it's an employment of 3D within a game that's mechanically locked to the perspective and interactions of a 2D side-scroller. This compromise between graphics and game design has been given the silly nickname 2.5D, after the disparity that doesn't make it quite fit into either dimension, and Clockwork Knight was supposedly the very first of its kind. Maybe. Unless you count fighting games. And whatever else you guys come up with in the comment section. With this inventiveness in mind, I don't think it's fair to completely disregard Clockwork Knight's aesthetic choices as unremarkable or even frivolous. I'd rather contemplate why Clockwork Knight used state-of-the-art graphics while being nailed down to safe conventions. Remember, it had no true predecessor to crib from, so this idea was about as fresh and reasonable as any other early 3D experimentation. Perhaps a Saturn-esque statement in itself that platform games needed nothing more from the third dimension than visual splendor. In that way, we see Clockwork Knight as a classic mid-90s 2D platformer that has something it wants to convey with its presentation. In fact, while running around the playroom environments and knocking out malevolent toys, that Toy Story comparison stings in the back of my mind. So I consider that unlikely connection again. I burrow into it and remember the 1988 Pixar short film Tin Toy, in which the titular Tin Toy Tinny comes to life and experiences the hardships of being a little toy in the world of humans. Much like Tinny, Pepper moves with the expected rigidness of a wind-up toy, his material makeup excusing his glossiness, and the real-life connotation framing self-operation as being brought to life. I contemplate the shared setting and how Tin Toy successfully glimpsed a believable frog's eye perspective of a typical home. We wouldn't go so far as to propose that Clockwork Knight is a spiritual sequel to Tin Toy, although that would explain a lot. This hypothetical connection has, however, helped us contextualize what the game is going for. It's clear that Clockwork Knight employs the third dimension to add depth in a way that conveys scale. The world is familiar, but blown out of proportion, fueling the impression of being a tiny inhabitant of it. In this way, 3D graphics convinces us on an immediate surface level that Pepper is indeed a toy soldier, and not some weirdo Don Quixote act, simply because the cutting-edge technology easily inspired us to draw connections from real life, or, say, some funky short film we saw once. In other words, I guess cutting-edge video games have looked like Pixar films since before there even were Pixar films. Wow! What a surprise! So, with all of this in mind, we'd say that from day one, the 2.5D platformer has used its presentation as a vessel for world building and thematic conveyance. Through a 90s mindset, pixels may have been pretty, but polygons convey spatiality and consistency. Even though Clockwork Knight is perhaps the most rudimentary and primitive example of its kind, we still think it's the most perfect Klonoa comparison in its graceful simplicity. In Clockwork Knight, every level exists on a stubbornly flat plane, where angular geometry stretches nowhere else but straight upwards. Dangers will emerge from the background with exertion, and spectacle landmarks feel substantially elaborate, presumably to truly sell and signal their presence. You can really tell how the idea of 3D itself in any shape or form was enough to qualify as sufficiently advanced, a notion strengthened less than a year later by its conspicuously similar sequel, Clockwork Knight 2, in which the levels will painstakingly turn the perspective 90 degrees through a double corridor ceremony. Depth was quite definitely an endeavor.
Double corridor ceremony.
It really is. It just goes like, here's a hallway, turn, here's a hallway, okay. Now, I don't want to make this comparison unfair, as we absolutely could have charted the full nuanced 3-year evolution between Clockwork Knight and Door to Phantomile through further examples such as Bug, Doraemon, Nobita to Fukatsu no Hoshi, Skeleton Warriors, Nights into Dreams, Crash Bandicoot, Pandemonium, Iron Man and Exo Manowar in Heavy Metal, Cheesy, Bug 2, Shinrei Yutsachushi Taromaru, Spider, the video game, Umihara Kawase, Shun, Mischief Makers, Hercules, Trash It, The Lost World, Mortal Kombat Mythologies, Sub-Zero, Pandemonium 2, Crash Bandicoot 2, and the then potential Sonic Extreme. Also that tower level in Mickey Mania, which became proper 3D on PlayStation. By the way, I didn't miss Tombi. That came out 2 weeks after Klonoa, so shut the f***. However, I do think putting these two games in particular side by side adequately illustrates all that is unique and impressive about Klonoa. So excuse us if we're doing a bit of an evolutionary leap. Also, when else am I ever going to talk about Clockwork Knight? Through this contrast, we can fully appreciate the strides Klonoa took to realize its world. See how the camera refocuses from the crash site on Bell Hill to the rooftop window and then seamlessly into the opening level. Notice the gentle slope in the terrain, how the path naturally twists and turns as Klonoa runs through the village. We cross a suspension bridge, passing under a sculpture carved out of the cliffside, before the winding road returns us to the top of said rock face depiction. We leap over the chasm below, finding a new path to a peculiar tower construction, where we meet the stonemason, Baloo. He tells of his Babylonian aspirations to reach the elusive Moon Kingdom, where he may finally meet his waifu Lephise, whom he has immortalized in the cliff you used climb to get there. What a weirdo! Outside, we arrive at the bottom of the valley we previously circumnavigated. We are given an opportunity to explore the great windmill we saw from the bridge, before the wooden walkways lead us to a mine entrance at the foot of Bell Hill, ending the first level. This sense of cohesion continues throughout the game. The next stage sees us exploring the mines of Bell Hill, at first glimpsing foreshadows of minecart tracks, which we soon ride along in a little set piece before reaching an exit to a rainy outdoors path. Eagle-eyed observers will recognize the indentations behind the waterfall and the base of the dilapidated stone path from the end of the last level where we entered the mountain. The very same waterfall we could glimpse behind the corner outside Klonoa's home, creating a subtle yet firm reference point for 3 key steps of your journey to the top of the hill. And this form of foreshadowing keeps happening, like with King Seedoff's seashell castle in Jugpot, or Granny's cogwheel mansion in Forlock, weaving a living, consistent space in the vistas of your linear journey. This makes Phantomile come across as a real, tangible place, instead of disjointed video game levels. Klonoa is a resident of his own world, taking scenic yet logical paths to reach his destinations. I can absolutely buy him living there, in a corporeal sense. And despite the world being divided into thematic subsections, the sequencing is deliberately scrambled and has you naturally pass through different environments based on little more than the whims of the story. Like how Forlock's 3 levels revolve around locks and keys, but is interrupted by the Jugpot detour. Meaning, Klonoa quite literally went off track from the game itself to spice up the narrative. That's some funky world building. When we say Klonoa's presentation is top notch, you'd better believe it. The employment of the 2.5D format is not in any way circumstantial or superfluous, but but rather a thoughtful and carefully calculated expression of Phantomile as a believable world. If Clockwork Knight's frog-eyed scale was the seed, Klonoa's cohesive winding roads are the lush and vibrant flower bloom. In fact, I'd argue that this masterwork of 2.5D side-scrolling spatiality heavily contributes to the player perceiving the world with a lot more depth than first glances would have you believe. Klonoa, Door to Phantomile, doesn't just use its rich environments to tell stories and give a sense of direction. They equally allow for quirks in the level design which play around with the third dimension in ways that honestly elevates it beyond two-dimensionality. Take this circular room in the second level, for example. As Klonoa enters, he walks past a parallel path in the background with goodies presently unavailable to him. To reach it, he must continue across the room, foregoing the upper path onwards to instead take the lower option that turns and heads back around the corner. He has arrived. Yet the trail continues, leading to a drop where Klonoa falls down to the previous path, allowing him a quick route back to the main road. I have thought about this deceptively unassuming room a lot. Contemplated how such a seamless round trip would have been achieved had the game not been presented in 3D, in a way that doesn't compromise on readability or entering into the realm of needlessly confusing recursion. In the end, I have concluded that it can't be done in 2D, despite mechanically being conveyed as such. Basically, I cannot imagine Klonoa as a flatlander, taking this spiral loop path and ending up lost and disoriented as a result. No, he should know exactly where he is. His world is simply too three-dimensional. Pepper, on the other hand, gosh, I feel he'd get dizzy just turning around. And this is not even taking into account that Klonoa can grab and throw things into the background and foreground. At all times, he can naturally stretch into the third dimension with the utmost ease, and the game expects this of you. Meaning that Klonoa lives in a 3D world, with 3D level design elements and a 3D moveset. Our radical calculation can thus only arrive at one logical conclusion. Klonoa, Door to Phantomile is in fact not a 2.5D platformer, but rather a 3D platformer with Mario Kart Smart Steering. Now, I understand that might seem like a bit of a preposterous statement to some of you, because surely, at its core, you just move Klonoa left or right with depth added as a flavor. However, I sincerely find Door to Phantomile makes a lot more sense to me when considered from this angle, as depth in itself is such a constantly recurring dimension to both its mechanics and presentation that it's inescapable. Not to mention that the game literally operates in 3D, with all kinds of incidental side effects. With that in mind, one of Klonoa's greatest achievements is no doubt the seamless implementation of its otherwise quite complex double-sided format. Something like the Balladium boss fight clearly won't make sense unless we accept it to be both 2D and 3D at the same time, and that translates to the rest of the levels. We are seemingly expected to carry a pre-established normative understanding of side-scrolling games when approaching the extra-dimensional thrills in Phantomile, because it's the sole tool we have to work with. This is the sort of concept that sounds complicated and confusing in theory, but works almost instinctively in practice. And I think that's the great beauty of three-dimensional depth in Klonoa, that it's predominantly seen in the gracious exteriors and constantly lurks behind the scenes, but is only momentarily glimpsed in our actual interactions, concealed by the very game itself.
We would like to take a moment to flatten Phantomile and forget its luxurious presentation, by analyzing the game from a more mechanical perspective. After all, design resides just as much under the hood as it does in the shiny exterior. And as we'll see, this game easily excels in both departments. In Klonoa: Door to Phantomile, you play as the Bree-scale inhabitant Klonoa, a frisky young lad with floppy ears and a magic ring, which he uses to journey across 12 elaborate stages, so-called visions, lumped up in pairs of 2 with a concluding boss encounter in each. It's a fairly rigid ordeal. The levels have few, if any, alternate paths and feature no secret exits to divert your adventure. The goal is always to get from point A to point B. This linearity is, however, greatly masked by the previously mentioned spatial presentation, while simultaneously bolstering the simplicity of the game's mechanics. Your playground for platform shenanigans is about as big as it needs to be, without running the risk of your options getting stale and feeling too limited. Because, at first glance, it would seem deceptively simple. Klonoa's entire moveset is confined to 2 buttons: jumping and grabbing. This places Klonoa in the illustrious and prestigious grabber family of platform games, among such fine brethren as Sega's Ristar, Treasure's Dynamite Headdy, and Nintendo's Super Mario Bros. 2. But while Mario uses lifting to reorganize and restack his world, and the fun of Ristar lies in his 360-degree vector limb stretchiness, Klonoa straight up dig-dugs his foes by inflating and then capturing them with his magic wind ring. When dealt with, these monsters are carried by Klonoa until further action is taken, making grabbing merely the introductory step in a 3-phase process with optional outcomes. See, the utility Klonoa finds in these enemies is throwing them, which can be done in all axial directions: to the left, to the right, towards the foreground, and off into the background. The one exception being up. It quickly becomes a matter of timing and precision sharpshooting. However, the outlier option is downwards, which can only be done in the air, and in turn acts as a form of double jump. This is a fairly novel idea, considering that Klonoa already has a double jump, the desperate ear flaps that in Yoshi-esque fashion extends his hang time. Post your semantic objections in the comment section. So, in combination, throwing is practically a bonus triple jump. What this means is that Door to Phantomile is a constant swapping between haves and have-nots. When holding an enemy, you can do more than when you don't, but you can only perform one action with what you have. So at times, you need to choose carefully. We'd like to boil this observation down into a statement. Grabbing is not what's interesting. It's holding. This is the spice that prohibits the novelty of Klonoa from ever getting repetitive, as context and opportunity makes actions feel more unique. It's simple, but versatile nonetheless. In fact, we want to praise this game for its remarkably economic game design. The grab and hold mechanic and its implementation on the enemies means that the entire experience is highly streamlined. The foes you meet, the dangers and obstacles in your way, have immediate utility, and the game encourages you to interact with them. Capturing baddies helps your platforming, making confrontations a vital half of the so-called game loop, which seems like it would be a pretty agreeable design choice. But it's not exactly the standard. A lot of platform games revolving around getting from point A to B seemingly place enemies in your way as little more than moving obstacles, blocking the path for the sake of blocking the path. This means that apart from peace of mind or maybe bonus points, there may be little to no difference between defeating an enemy and ignoring it. I think what makes Klonoa exciting is how this aspect of platformers that's largely been taken for granted is integrated into the flow of the game itself, making enemies an intrinsic part of the platforming equation. In this way, Klonoa sticks out by making every step equally important. Something as simple as getting out of a section carrying an enemy feels good, because it might make the next jump easier or help you quickly dispatch another enemy. As such, engaging with all parts of the game is vital, rewarding, and can even put you on top of situations, if you're skilled enough. Both director Hideo Yoshizawa and designer Tsuyoshi Kobayashi have on complete separate occasions mentioned how they had to streamline the grabbing process to ramp up the game's tempo. That was valuable to them, and you do notice how flow and tempo play heavily into the design, especially in the later, tougher challenges. I suppose it's easy to take such rudimentary matters for granted and write it off as a bit obvious, but concise design is a fine balance, and ultimately they had to make a conscious decision between simplicity and complexity, which would carry them throughout not just this game, but all its sequels. Klonoa could have easily been a whole different entity involving more steps and more commands. Who knows, maybe another solution than the singular grab and hold focus would have worked fine enough. For what it is, I simply have to believe that the final result was an informed decision that consciously took into account how it would best feel to actually play the game. And I think keeping it as simple as it is was the right choice in the end. I mean, one of the most important scenes in Door to Phantomile happens in an otherwise insignificant room at the halfway point. Klonoa is taunted by the persistent Joka, who's standing up on a tall ledge, declaring that there is no way he can reach that high. This is the moment where the game tells you it's time to learn what we'd like to call stringing, where Klonoa will perform his extra jump and grab more enemies mid-air to further extend his airtime. A chain that can theoretically continue indefinitely. This is important because it sets the stage for the latter half of the game, where that flow and tempo becomes more integral, acting as an expansion of the present challenges. But moreover, it's a testament to how focused Door to Phantomile is in its simplicity. The only part where the game feels like expanding its formula, it's done through nothing more than double-checking that the player has indeed figured out the depth of its mechanics. Something that has always been a present and relatively obvious option for the player so far. With this, I want to argue that Door to Phantomile is a refreshingly honest game. Its core is never expanded, but remains focused, and as such, there is nothing actually hidden here. Whatever you're doing at the end is the same stuff you did or could do at the beginning. The only thing that has changed is your proficiency, your ability to adapt. Granted, this isn't necessarily a unique design choice for platformers, but I do believe it's a good fit to be so firm on this idea, together with the overall simplicity, as it means the player is always in full control and encouraged to act upon their skills, rather than whatever the game is allowing you to do in the moment. And I think the way this honesty meets linearity is a core reason for why Klonoa is such a fun game to replay, despite its unchanging nature. I feel this form of design treats the player maturely by presenting itself as nothing more than what it is, and giving full control within that space. In that way, the little Joka ledge scene and I guess the introduction doesn't teach the player for the benefit of tutorializing, but as an incentive for repetition. The steadfast belief that the player will teach themselves, and that next time around, this will just be another part of the stage. I love this confidence, and it goes to show that Klonoa thinks of itself as a good enough game that you probably will replay it for no other reason than that it's fun, even though it might not be readily apparent from the get-go how delightfully replayable it is.
So, without getting any more long-winded, we've probably made our point. Klonoa is design perfection.
It's nice to talk about, clever, even made satisfying through strong feedback. It certainly sparks joy and excitement. The game looks, feels, sounds, and smells gorgeous. No doubt a bona fide banger you'd write home about in sheer delight. I'd even go so far as to say that it has a little bit of a rebellious avant-garde streak to its finer design sensibilities. One detail we realized after examining Door to Phantomile's game design is that it actually doesn't lean particularly hard on the often adored Nintendo school of stage gimmick pacing. The slope inclines the player to jump over the enemy, but you also want to get the goodie on the pole. How did he get there? How the fuck did he get there? Instead, Klonoa will actively pick up, drop and re-pick up ideas willy-nilly, seemingly based on nothing more than whims, giving its levels little in terms of mechanical identity. Funnily enough, this could be what makes Klonoa stand out from its more categorically structured brethren. It's loose and unpredictable, serving its narrative rather than engagement curves, giving the adventure a more cinematic quality based on neat set pieces rather than overt changes to the formula. In turn, this direction means stages are connected more by themes and micro-conflicts than level design, which feels fairly novel for a platformer, and is a quirk the game is luckily successful in maintaining. We find Door to Phantomile to be a surprisingly introspective and inquisitive game, actively using its essence as a canvas to paint deeper ideas about itself as a game and us as players. Ideas which may alter our very perception of the medium. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. With all of that in mind, the last 50 minutes or so, we're gonna have to conclude that yes, Klonoa Door to Phantomile is an excellent platform game. It has a watertight grab and hold concept that is enacted across beautifully rich levels that appear uncompromisingly natural. Levels that are more rollercoaster rides than a string of tutorials, that invite us to discover and rediscover their vistas again and again, for the sake of challenging ourselves or simply hone our prowess. And while Door to Phantomile is so reliant on its presentation and narrative that the actual game itself might otherwise get lost in that commotion, we are firm in saying that this would still be a world-class game, even if it was a lot more aesthetically flat and narratively sparse. In this regard alone, Klonoa is absolutely worthy of its classic status and your utmost attention. But it has to be seen to be believed, so you need to meet us halfway there, because how could we even hope to recapture its splendor in video form? Don't rob yourself. Go out and play Door to Phantomile right now. Play it again if you've already played it before. Play it even if you think you won't like it, or that you get the gist from looking at the footage. I just need you to play it, alright? We want people to play good games, that's like our endgame. Help us out here.
That said, while a veritable masterpiece, Klonoa isn't solely a classic because of its mechanics. The grab and the following Wahoo are iconic, don't get me wrong, but as stated earlier, we'd be remiss if we didn't admit that what truly captured players' hearts was the game's unexpected narrative depth and emotional sincerity.
When the player first turns on Klonoa Door to Phantomile, they are greeted with your average clip show montage over jovial music, followed by the iconic Wahoo title screen against a sunlit backdrop of windmills. This first impression is not false or misleading, as it adequately reflects the game's colourful presentation and overarching light-hearted tone. However, there is a sombre and thoughtful flip side to the coin, which slowly reveals itself over the course of the adventure. Already past the main menu, the bright title screen gives way for a gentle waltz tune over some form of Baroque corkboard, where the player gets to fill in their name. Look, it's Kiki playing. She's writing her name. She knows how to spell it. After a second title drop, the coin flips ever so slightly more with a poem to introduce the narrative. This is called an epigraph and is a literary device for writing introductions. Useful word, epigraph. In Door to Phantomile, it goes like this. It's strange. Sometimes I can't remember my dreams, though I'm sure I saw them. Where do these dreams go? But I remember this one dream as clearly as if it were reflected in a mirror. This brief window of faint nostalgia and pondering melancholy effectively sets the stage for the upcoming story. It not only plants seeds of motifs and themes that will eventually blossom with relevance, but firmly establishes that there is a more sensitive and serious characteristic lurking underneath the carefree surface. One that, while merely hinted at for now, will bide its time before suddenly, and somewhat unexpectedly, asserting dominance, ultimately defining what this entire game is about. When discussing the narrative of Door to Phantomile, or heck the entire series in general, it's hard not to touch upon its ending. In fact, it might be one of the most famous and notable aspects of this game, bringing with it conclusions that came to form the main structure and identity of the entire franchise. Truthfully, it's more or less impossible to satisfyingly describe this game without covering the full scope of its narrative, and so far, we've done a spotty job of hiding parts of it. I guess it's one of those if you know you know cases. So, without further beating around the bush, roopa-doo-doo. The first half of Door to Phantomile convincingly sells itself as any other fun platform game about a talking animal on a grand adventure, and to some degree, the game is still consistently presented like this throughout. The inferred plot threads and pieces of world building in the beginning pay off later on, together with your typical messages of trust, friendship, and teamwork. There's a blissful innocence to the first act. Klonoa wakes up one day to discover a crashed aircraft on the nearby Bell Hill, and even though he stumbles upon conspiring villains at the top, the resulting journey is nevertheless defined as a fun excursion rather than a crisis. The troubles befalling the neighbouring Jogpot and Forlock are momentary, quickly solved inconveniences with fairly trivial stakes. When Klonoa helps these people, their lives go back to normal like nothing ever happened, and the mean trickster Yoka is chased off more like an annoying rascal than a serious threat. This trek across Phantomile paints the place as a peaceful and idyllic land where everyone lives in harmony with nature and each other, establishing the value of what Klonoa has, and what will be at stake during the later cataclysmic threats. What this leads to is the unexpected tonal shift at the halfway point of the story, something that certainly made the game stick in players' minds. During the first portion of Door to Phantomile, Klonoa tries to reach Forlock's matriarch Granny to ask about an enchanted moon pendant he found at Bell Hill, which the antagonists Gadius and Yoka want their hands on at all cost. In their exchange, Klonoa lets slip that the moon pendant has been kept safe by his grandfather back home, not realizing Yoka is still around to overhear said information. This incites a desperate rush back to Klonoa's home village, where he takes a shortcut through dreary ruins and gloomy caverns, setting the stage for a shocking climax, where he arrives just in time to witness Yoka's ruthless decimation of his home and the traumatic death of his grandfather, all for the sake of the moon pendant. Damn. Nothing will ever be like before. This dramatic turn has build-up and an air of inevitability to it, as a tipping point of consequences and an irreversible loss of innocence, forcing Klonoa to prematurely grow up and take on his responsibilities. Despite Grandpa's almost comical lack of screen time, the emotional energy of the scene is nevertheless poignant and ultimately visceral, shaping a monumental turning point from which the tone never fully recovers. At dusk, Klonoa is left in the shambles of his past life, forced to dutifully swallow his sorrows and trudge on for the sake of everyone else. In this moment of emotional defeat, the path onwards reveals itself with ethereal gentleness, when his Yogpot friend Pamela descends like an angel from the heavens, allowing Klonoa to fly to new heights in pursuit of his grandfather's killers. A striking vessel for carrying him to the next phase of the journey. From this point on, the playful attitude and vibrant presentation is filtered through an air of seriosity and melancholy. Klonoa encounters the quirky inhabitants of Coronia with despondent confusion and politeness, as befitting a child not in the mood. And while his heart eases with the help and confidence of Phantomile's residents, something has no doubt changed within Klonoa and the game as a whole. The blue skies and lush environments give way for floating architectural monstrosities against dramatic sunsets, as characters speak of more urgent matters, revealing an ancient conflict between Gadius and the rest of Phantomile, leaving Klonoa the last hope in a situation beyond his understanding, having to shoulder the burden on his own. At the epicenter of these narrative developments rests Cress, the elusive Moon Kingdom, which has so far only been whispered about as the stuff of legend. With the powers resting in Cress, Gadius plans to unleash Calamity, making it the goal of his ruthless conquests. But in this Moon Kingdom, a more personal upheaval awaits. The revelation that Klonoa's companion Hupo is its royal prince, having worked undercover this entire time without Klonoa's knowledge. This turn of events leaves Klonoa unfazed, however, as the genuine friendship between the two means unconditional trust and support until the very end. As such, they make short work of Gadius and his big scary monster Naatoon through the power of friendship and their local community. Yay! At the finale, Door to Phantomile hands us a last bait and switch, where Hupo is presumed gone after the decisive battle, before being revealed alive as if demanded by Klonoa's grief, lowering our guard for the frankly iconic ending. As peace returns to the world and Klonoa gets ready to settle back into his old carefree life, Hupo can bear no more, and finally admits the truth. Klonoa doesn't really exist in Phantomile. His memories are nothing but a false implant for the sake of playing his role in stopping Gadius. When Lephise sings her song of rebirth to restore order, Klonoa must leave this dream realm behind for his own world. In their last moments, the two desperately cling to each other in vain as Klonoa is pulled into the sky and disappears. Hupo regains his posture, wipes a tear in his solitude and watches as life and color is once more restored to Phantomile. With its conclusion, Door to Phantomile essentially forgoes your expected happy outcome and instead perpetuates the spiral ignited by the death of Klonoa's grandfather. While he may have overcome the challenges before him and averted calamity, Klonoa receives no grand reward for his efforts, only the uncomfortable truth and a sudden departure, involuntarily leaving his best friend behind. It's certainly a surprising end to a story that has otherwise held its head so high, but that's also why it's so effective. The dramatic turn halfway through demands proper emotional relief and closure, but Klonoa is never afforded that. It makes sense that this series of ill fortune would continue sloping downwards, because while Phantomile is restored, there's nothing of Klonoa's life to regain. It's a coming-of-age story where the door to the past is ultimately closed behind our protagonist, forcing him to grit his teeth and face adulthood alone. It's a thoughtful and honest bit of allegory, sensibly admitting the sorrows of growing older, depicted as an unexpected parting outside of our control. It's the logical endpoint of what the game has built up since the very beginning, with its ominous portent and allusion to dreams. This ending, more so than a lot of other game endings, completes Door to Phantomile in a way which fundamentally defines the entire series.
That's why I've never been too keen on it as a mean left field gut punch, boiling down the entire game as a vessel for some miserable shock twist. And I don't know, maybe I've been hanging around in the wrong circles over the years. I probably have, but every now and then I sense that recurring incredulous air to how people talked about Door to Phantomile. Like its daringness to imbue a cute Scrimblow platformer with sincere pathos and raw drama was a goofy spectacle in and of itself. Like Klonoa's grandpappy dies for no reason. His best friend Hupo is a gaslighting, gatekeeping girl boss, and then it was all just a big fat dream all along. LOL, crying children. Can it not be more than the novelty of that surprise? Is there not more to be said about it? Granted, the goal was always to make the conclusion unexpected. Yoshiko Arai revealed as much when he talked about director Hideo Yoshizawa hammering it down from the beginning and basing the rest of the writing around it. But that in itself positions the reveal as a fundamental part of the story being told, something that would only be jarring if you never fully paid attention. It's vindicating to see the steadfast vision Yoshizawa had about the tale being told here, where he overtly anticipated young players to appreciate its more sophisticated elements with time.
There is some more mature content awaiting players who reach the ending, but that, I think, is permissible. It's sort of like with movies you loved as a kid. Sometimes when you watch them again as an adult, you realize they had a deeper story going on. It's my hope that kids will experience Klonoa in a similar way. Right now, they're enjoying it as a grand old adventure, but I hope they come back to it as an adult too.
I love this mindset, that the story would appeal as much to children as adults, and that those adults would likely be said children once they grew up. Yoshizawa had the unwavering confidence to make a game that would turn amused children into delighted adults. Door to Phantomile wasn't made for 1997. It was made for the future. It was made for today.
You could say this form of forward thinking went into effect as soon as the game was iterated upon at all. For example, the first follow-up game, Moonlight Museum, opens on the text, "Welcome to your dream." And then, everything is but a story in a dream. As such, the twist ending of Door to Phantomile became part of the series' identity less than 1.5 years after release, at which point there seemingly was no reason to even hide it anymore. It's just the premise after that. From here on, Klonoa is the Dream Traveler, and every game acknowledges this as its foundation. Although, I suppose the original twist still works to some degree thanks to Klonoa not being the most popular or well-known video game star, maintaining the surprise ending for people who hop in with no prior knowledge of the series. On the other hand, how hidden is it actually that the whole game is a dream? The idea is all over it. Granny says as much at the halfway point. Soon afterwards corroborated by High Priest Moer, and expounded on by Gadius before the end. Calling the levels visions, while a bit vague and multifaceted, is highly suspicious, and when you get a vision over, the game says good night, Not to mention the checkpoints being alarm clocks, I guess allowing Klonoa to snooze a little bit longer. The back of the box and the manual have no qualms with straight up calling Phantomile a dreamland, and if nothing else, opening on a poem about dreams and our protagonist awakening for one should be a big tell for any trope-savvy players. If I can push it even further, I'd say Hupo's hidden identity and the rest of the Crest inhabitants are vaguely reminiscent of the Sun mentioned, the guy who puts German children to sleep, which feels like it could be a connection, albeit a pretty loose one. It's definitely better than saying Hupo looks like a Teletubby though, because he clearly does not. Stop it. Broaden your frame of reference, educate yourself. The only part of the presentation that strongly goes in the other direction is the Japanese title Kase no Klonoa, which by default became the series name. This translates to Klonoa of the Wind, heavily focusing on his flutter ability and breeze scale residency, an identifier that admittedly comes up in the game when Klonoa meets the other tribes. However, the conclusion reveals it to be false. Klonoa does in fact not belong in Phantomile, no less breeze scale. So can he even call himself Kase no Klonoa when later he travels to other places like Lunatea? At such a point, perhaps a more fitting series name would be Yume no Klonoa, Klonoa of Dreams, more accurately addressing who Klonoa is in the here and now. Or maybe we shouldn't be so literal, and rather assume that Klonoa's relationship to the wind defines him as worryless and free, always maintaining a positive outlook, perhaps drifting across dreams like the wind itself. I think we might sort of be forced to assume the latter when considering future games. Otherwise, the alternative is a grim reminder of what was lost. Regardless of its future meaning, we'd like to posit that, as pertaining to Door to Phantomile, this title is an intentional lie, a straight up red herring to draw our attention away from the other hints and instead unwittingly assume Klonoa's place in the world to indeed be the Wind Village, successfully convincing us that the most important and notable key point of Klonoa is that his home has windmills. So while far from the best kept secret, the fact that Door to Phantomile was all a dream is most certainly meant to be a surprise on your first playthrough.
While we're on the subject, I will not even entertain the tired old fixation that being all a dream is a pointless cop-out that somehow cheapens a narrative and lessens its impact. That's trite. Boring. I'm sick of the perpetuation of this ridiculous complaint. Although, if you absolutely want to hear more about it, I'd suggest this okay video from some channel called Transparency about Link's Awakening and how
the dream nature imbues that game with meaning. It's not that good, but they've got the spirit.
In fact, let's step away from dreams for a moment and focus on everything else in Door to Phantomile that Yoshizawa allegedly wanted us to find something more within. One prominent theme is friendship. Klonoa and Hupo stick together throughout their adventure, and that relationship forms the emotional core of the climax. They parallel the duo of Ghadius and Yoka, who are hellbent on bringing darkness, despair, and death to Phantomile. Far from pals, Yoka's loyalty to Ghadius appears to be fueled as much by devotion as intimidation, while Ghadius seemingly views Yoka as little more than a pawn to be discarded, and this ultimately leads both to their demise. Wherever they go, they bring chaos, stirring the anger of Phantomile's inhabitants. In contrast, Klonoa and Hupo travel in their wake and make friends with literally everyone they meet. I guess the Yoggoth's soldier is a bit distant towards them, but he doesn't count. Get him out of here. Klonoa is a polite, patient and kind lad who only wants to do good, which he is rewarded for in the help he later receives from the friends he made on his journey. This is perhaps the most consistent characterization we get for our protagonist and how he intermingles with the rest of the cast, as we can be certain that whomever he meets will surely become his friend within moments. In contrast, there's a tragic irony painted in Hupo's assumptions and worldview, where he somewhat cynically believes the only way to receive Klonoa's help is by elaborately tricking him into thinking they were friends since before the adventure even started. Which is silly, because not only would Klonoa have helped him without question, they would have become best friends within seconds anyway. All this unsustainable plan resulted in was dishonesty and needless pain when the facade eventually had to fall apart. However, despite the lies, their friendship nevertheless persists, because it is stronger than that. In Door to Phantomile, the concept of friendship runs alongside that of memory. Klonoa starts the game blissfully unaware that his past has been fabricated and his life is a lie. It all feels deceptively real to him, but the cracks are visible from the beginning, such as the memory of his meeting with Hupo being presented as a dream. Likewise, Klonoa knows concerningly little of the world around him, suspiciously acting as the fish out of water character for no discernible reason. All places, cultures, and customs are explained to him up front, to the point where he has never met his next-door neighbor Baloo, or noticed that he's constructing a giant tower in his backyard. The lie told to Klonoa, the memory he has been given, is incomplete and full of conspicuous holes, having been granted nothing more than a safe home life with his best friend Hupo and his wise grandfather. With what we're given, one might start prodding at and question Klonoa's Phantomile life to an excessive degree. Like, does Grandpa know Klonoa is being led on? Did Hupo tamper with his memories too? Is that why he says I'm sorry? Or is Grandpa himself also a memory? Who knows? What's important is how these fake memories pertain to Hupo. They are his lies, his shame, his tainted conscience, the darkest secret he dare not confess until the very end. The growth Hupo goes through is that of honesty and responsibility, daring to face this uncomfortable truth no matter how much it hurts, to admit that he did something bad to his friend. When Hupo apologetically reveals these secrets, Klonoa is understandably both surprised and confused, but he is so without judgment, willing to look past it and trust their genuine friendship. Not even when that very genuineness crumbles does he falter. Instead, his unwavering persistence strengthens the bond between them. Klonoa's friendship with Hupo may have been established by nothing but a false memory, but through their actions, they made that friendship more real and meaningful than ever inferred by their brief, imagined meeting. As players, we are privy to little else than Klonoa's lived experience, from the moment he wakes up in his adorable pajamas to their ultimate separation. We follow his friendship with Hupo as they go through trials and tribulations together to accomplish greatness. If that part was authentic, then all of it was. After Hupo has revealed the first secret, his identity as the Prince of Cress, he asks Klonoa anew to help him. Klonoa in turn smirks and says that of course he will help Hupo, for no other reason than that they have been friends forever. However, as we come to know, they haven't been friends forever. They've only been friends since this morning. If at any point Klonoa is truly bamboozled, it's here, where he shows blind conviction in a friendship he takes for granted, unknowingly relying on nothing but a false memory to justify it. Because He simply does not know better. Though Hyupo does. The point is even hammered down by his mother's comment that Klonoa is indeed a fine friend. So, at the conclusion, when dealing the final blow to the monster Naatum, Hyupo gives Klonoa another justification for their friendship, one stronger than complacent memories. A promise, firmly stating that they will always be together, acting in a way that makes someone a friend forever, rather than it being an empty assumption. With this, Hyupo and Klonoa solidify their friendship as genuine. It is what defeats the crisis of it having been founded on a lie, because everything that followed and their conviction to maintain it was real. As long as the promise remains, that bond can never be severed, not even if they part ways forever. Friendship is simply stronger than that. Presented in a vacuum like this, I think we receive a powerful message in the relationship between Hyupo and Klonoa, demonstrating their resilience and virtues of trust and honesty. I think they're tremendously humanized in the way Hyupo comes to terms with his shame and how easily Klonoa forgives him. It's messy, complicated, and emotionally real, just how our connections to people in real life can be.
However, this is of course not exactly real life, as all of Phantomile and the adventure Klonoa had there are revealed to have been nothing but a dream. Now, before we delve into that further, let's discuss an additional surprise theme revealed to us at the very last minute, one which imbues not just this game, but the entire series, and perhaps all other games ever made, with intense personal meaning. The big, fat question revolving around our lovable Wahoo protagonist. Because whose adventure was this really? Klonoa's? Well, who is Klonoa anyway? Is he just some fantasy dream being? Or rather a vessel, an avatar for someone else? As the game closes, we are presented with the turning pages of a novel, chronicling visions of our adventure. Working backwards, we eventually return to the beginning, where the front cover surprises us with our own identity, our old file name input. Whose adventure was this? Why, it was mine! We are not given much space at all to contemplate this revelation before the game is over, booting us back to the newly unlocked level select screen. Why does Door to Phantomile do this? Why does it ask me to enter my name for nothing more than a small nod at the very end? The narrative has essentially no meta elements or other signs of self-awareness up until this point. Is it merely a glorified thank you for playing, or is there something more to be found here? Some deeper nugget of truth? Actually, yeah, there is. Moments before, as Leafy starts singing her song of rebirth, carrying Klonoa away from Phantomile, Hyupo imparts to us some intriguing final words.
Klonoa, it's time for you to go home. Back to your Phantomile.
Back to your Phantomile. What does that mean? Isn't Klonoa leaving Phantomile behind? What even is a Phantomile? Luckily, we don't need to ponder the nuanced lore implications of this line before the call is repeated through the fourth wall, as our name-labeled Klonoa book gives way to a personal dedication. For your Phantomile. This indicates that just like Klonoa, we too have our own Phantomile. It is something that stretches beyond the game and has both real-world relevance and application. In the literal sense, according to Paratext, Phantom Isle is a place where all forgotten dreams are gathered to create their own world, although there's clearly more potent symbolic meaning to it. Earlier in their parting dialogue, Hyupo alludes to Klonoa's own reality in contrast to Phantom Isle, which should make things fairly clear. In fact, the original Japanese dialogue puts this in plain text in the Back to Your Phantom Isle part, where Phantom Isle is written as a furigana addition to Genjitsu, reality, essentially equaling Klonoa's Phantom Isle to his own reality, and in process, our Phantom Isle to our own reality. One could take this as a call towards the player to learn of the lessons in the game and apply them to their own life. And you definitely should. However, I feel the use of Phantom Isle as a stand-in is a bit too specific, and would rather focus on that peculiar conflation. After all, if Phantom Isle is a dream world, then we would best be defining ours as such. Simply put, I don't just believe our Phantom Isle to be our own reality as much as it signifies our real-life dreams. We need only look at the opening of the follow-up Moonlight Museum to reinforce this reading, as its opening line tells us the rest. Welcome to your dream. Suspiciously similar in presentation, by the way. I think we, as players, simply are too present in the messaging for it not to be an essential part of the equation. This is why I don't find it particularly helpful to erase ourselves from the conclusion by inferring a literal interpretation where Klonoa drifts off into some unseen identical mirror world. Phantom Isle 2, it's got everything, except a Hyupo. No, it makes more sense to simply acknowledge Klonoa as a stand-in for the player, as our vessel who we project upon, a channel to lend immediate meaning to the events of the game. And yes, I know, the player is the omnipresent true identity of the protagonist. Wow, Transparency Boo's favorite video game lens. What is this, Tearaway? Well, hey, it's not our fault it works on everything, and I'd certainly at least entertain the idea regardless. We personally approach all games like that nowadays anyway. Thanks, Atois! Have you noticed she's in every video? However, the way the Klonoa series toys with the idea feels pretty clear-cut without being obtrusive. It lingers in the background through Klonoa's unassuming disposition and blank slate qualities, allowing us to feel ourselves within him up until the conclusion where we are personally addressed. I know that death of the author runs rampant on this channel to the extent where it's more of an author massacre, but in this instance it's both in the text and something people like graphics artist Yoshihiko Arai and designer Tsuyoshi Kobayashi have straight up admitted multiple times.
Ever since the first game, the concept has been Klonoa is a projection of the player themselves. I think that if you project yourself onto Klonoa, if you think of yourself as him, you will get far more out of playing the game.
The game itself is explicit about the fact that the player themselves is Klonoa, so the idea is that the player will also grow up throughout the adventure.
I thought they'd tell me to remove the Pac-Man symbol later, but it ended up becoming a sort of vestige of reality, a symbol that Klonoa is an avatar of the player.
Would you say Klonoa was an avatar for the player himself then?
Yes.
It seems that the story kind of hints at that too.
In the first Klonoa game, we wove that into the ending.
And with Klonoa 2, we saw it as more of the starting point.
Right, and the action button, pressing L1 and L2 to perform gestures like waving around Klonoa's hat, would be one part of that design choice.
That was a big part of the intention behind it. It's meant to help the player more fully identify with Klonoa to feel like he really is Klonoa.
Klonoa, of course, was always meant to be the player himself.
Well, that sounds fairly conclusive, so why not humor the idea? If nothing else, it's certainly fascinating how such a small nugget could define the developer's view on the series so fundamentally, informing and inspiring the direction for the games onwards after the original, and how this provides valuable context for us as players in how we are to approach them. Although, I might have to clarify here, I do not particularly identify with Klonoa. I don't find him to be an obvious stand-in everyman apart from his loose background. He's way too specific for me to ever confuse him for myself. However, I love and deeply admire the confidence with which the developers assume that connection regardless, that my direct interactive control over Klonoa is enough for him to essentially be me on a deeply philosophical level. Simply the act of striking little poses at will was apparently enough to make Klonoa feel like ourselves. You know what? Fuck it. I'll buy it. I am Klonoa. Wahoo! Rippity-doo! Vanya! So, what's the purpose of this connection? Why am I Klonoa? And what does the game want to convey through it? As you know, there are many ways of utilizing self-awareness in interactive media, but my impression of how Door to Phantomile employs the concept is devoid of the common cynicism, cheekiness, or even philosophical depth. I think it's nothing more than a refreshingly simple observation. Klonoa, Door to Phantomile, is literal. It is in its utmost layer an allegory for itself. On an overarching level, expressed in nothing but impressions, you are a person playing a video game. The game intently evokes the emotions of that experience to strengthen our connection to it. As director Hideo Yoshizawa once expressed,
I think that the sad ending of Klonoa could be a metaphor for how you feel after finishing a good game.
When Klonoa and Hupo are separated at the end, it can be viewed as representative of your connection to the game, marking the point where the fun is over and it's time to return to your own reality. What is Phantomile, if not merely that space you explore while playing? As such, the curious subtitle Door to Phantomile signifies the game itself, as a portal to visiting and revisiting Phantomile. After all, there is no physical door to Phantomile in here. This perspective lends solace to the conclusion, as it makes the parting only as long as the player desires. We are at all times invited to come back to the game, replay it and relive the dream, actively remembering the part of it that was the most real to us. In that way, perhaps Klonoa's memories are false because they simply don't pertain to the player's experience. We have embodied and lived this role, and the final reveal is the inevitable acknowledgement that Klonoa's virtual life isn't ours, only his actions. I enjoy this lens because it allows dreams to be a metaphor for video games. They are imagined or fictional, but constitute real lived experiences regardless. When dreams end, they're gone, and the only way to bring them back is through remembering them. In the same way, you can only ever play a game once before it is replayed. Every revisit, in some sense tinted by us remembering what we've already seen. With further games, Klonoa got the title Dream Traveler, which equally addresses the player. A dream traveler is someone who plays games, experiencing what the Klonoa series has to offer, and games beyond that. Like Pac-Man.
Partly, this lends a neat extra layer to all the other Klonoa games, where we can view them as self-referentially cheeky about their own nature as games. But mostly, it defines Klonoa as a character. Why does he perpetually drift between dream worlds, always resolute to help anyone with their problems, always foregoing his own? Because as a player, we do the same, indulge in the illusion of inhabiting a foreign world and taking on challenges that are unrelated to us. Because it's fun. We enjoy doing it. We enjoy doing good and learning to love the experiences these dreams bring. To understand Klonoa, we must simply understand ourselves, as we are in truth one and the same.
This is what finally brings us to the big thematic centerpiece of Door to Phantomile. Dreams. As you've no doubt noticed, dreams are a recurring pillar in discussions about this game. We've already elaborated on their shock twistiness, how they affect the presentation and the call towards the player's own Phantomile. It is all-encompassing, an unavoidable center pillar of what the game is about. And it makes sense from start to finish. Throughout this and all future games in the series, we are privy to nothing but Klonoa's dreams, making this a series that at all times pertains to dreams. They are the constant setting, the lingering thematic backing. The firmest anchor point we are presented with in Klonoa is dreams. In comparison to other stories about dreams, these games take an absolute approach in their utter reluctance to ever show its protagonist in any sort of awake state, curiously sidestepping some common dream tropes sprung from their contrast with the waking world, such as the inner character expose or explorations of the nature of dreams themselves. Granted, this is still present, but it nevertheless lacks that convenient counterbalance. What can we truly know about Klonoa as a character if we see nothing but his dreams? What can we understand about the game's portrayal of dreaming if we never see the waking world? Well, not much. But this likewise allows us to consider the premium these games place on dreams as a concept, that its completely saturated focus speaks volumes in itself. Since Klonoa only shows us his dreams, we must contend with the idea that dreams are the most important part of him, that perhaps whatever happens in the waking world is uninteresting, that what we as spectators see of him is what most defines him. If Klonoa is the audience surrogate, then we may see him as our innate potential, all the things we wish we could do, but are unable to. In that way, games and dreams are certainly alike, and this fuels what I believe is the strongest message of Door to Phantomile. That this equaling between dreams and fiction plays into our empathy and sympathy for one to legitimize the other. Even though they are not physically real, we still care for Klonoa and his friends, the plight of their world and the hardships they must overcome. When we play the game, they become real to us. We take these characters seriously and lend them our full attention. In this way, Door to Phantomile subtly argues that in the same way Phantomile becomes a living world in itself, so must we view all other dreams. If dreaming is the most important part of Klonoa, then as his representative, we must acknowledge how dreams are also important to us. Calling out the player at the end, alluding to our Phantomile, is essentially a beckoning to search ourselves. After all, what other conclusion should we come to when the game speaks of the nature of dreams before pointing directly towards the player? It seems what Klonoa Door to Phantomile truly wants to communicate is that just like with this game, we should treasure our dreams, acknowledge them as an important part of us, and allow ourselves to innerly love them. After all, what are dreams anyway? As night falls, we get tired, lie down to rest, and have wild hallucinations, mostly recalled as a hazy fog of garbled nonsense, which we rarely acknowledge. We don't even remember most of our dreams. Come morning, they drift away into nothingness, our need for them exhausted and their purpose served. Because they're mundane, an expected regular part of life that has no bearing on anything else we do once we rise and get on with our day. Yet, we all have them, even animals. Look at our cat Yusuka sleeping peacefully. Shh. At this moment, she is somewhere else entirely. Maybe hunting critters in some phantom isle of her own, constructed by our cat's vague understanding of the world. Does she understand dreams to be different from reality? Or will she take these private visions at face value to learn and gain experience from them? How wonderful dreams are, these adventures of the mind. A little film prepared for our tired bodies to occupy us in our boredom while we rest. Always so new and unique. Truly, we are at the whims of dreams. Each day begins in their shadow and ends as we lie in wait. Some nights I'm anxious, not ready to be thrown into the frightening unknown. Other nights I'm filled with anticipation of what new visions I'll encounter. Every now and then I wake up in sudden panic, but mostly it's with calm. Usually they're pleasantly insignificant and unremarkable, leaving no further impression than peace of mind.
But some dreams we remember. Some of them stick with us for life. The dreams we ponder and interpret. The ones we dread and fear. The ones that amuse and make us laugh. The ones that confuse and baffle. The ones that break our hearts. In the moment, they feel real as day, but afterwards, they leave no other trace than memories. We have to make those traces ourselves. We have to make tangible records of their existence. Personally, I've illustrated them, transformed my memories into art, intently shared my dreams to force them into a substituted state of being. Playing and thinking about Klonoa Door to Phantomile, I've come to accept my dreams as more important than I previously considered them. After all, we supposedly spend a third of our lives asleep, so such a substantial part has to count for something, right? To give my life more time and meaning, I must accept my dreams as real for myself. Because while I may not leave my bed and the memories may be fleeting, the experience feels real. The emotions are real. Spectacularly, dreams manage to somehow trick us every night, fooling us into buying their obviously fake, fantastic scenarios as reality, until that breaking point where our waking minds realize that we're merely dreaming. Just like the ending is a surprise in Door to Phantomile, so too is it when we discover our own dreams are dreams. However, what's curious about the game is that Klonoa is never once surprised or even shocked that Phantomile is a dream. Rather, he's distressed that it's not his to keep. It's not the place he could call home. It's not the security he thought he had. It's not his life to live. Watching Klonoa's tearful breakup with Hupo, how the hands of sleep mercilessly pull him away from who he thought was his best friend, I'm struck with the realization that
I've lived this. I've had this dream. Not about saving the world from a noseman with my blob friend, granted, but rather the emotional equivalent, in many different variations. Sometimes I find love, sometimes I find security, sometimes I find my true place in the world. But as I wake, that comfort is taken away from me. Rationally, it shouldn't faze me. But that sense of getting the rug pulled from under your feet, that feeling of almost betrayal, stings. I suspect this is a fairly common experience. You've probably gone through something like it, and I'm willing to bet director Hideo Yoshizawa has too. I certainly know I've had these moments of mourning lost dreams. One in particular haunts me with its mysterious relentlessness. Even though I had it as an adult, it came to me with the weight of a childhood memory. In the dream, I am merely a kid, visiting this boy who is my friend. My only friend. We're hanging out, being pals, having a fun time in what I realize just now is my grandparents' old house. In that brief time, he fills me with the simple reassurance of love and recognition that a good friend does, that a lonely child needs. And then suddenly, he tells me that we can't meet anymore. He will not indulge why, but I sense it is something about me, the way I am. Maybe despite his politeness, he simply doesn't like me, but I liked him. As any child likes their best friend. Out of kindness for my sudden feelings, he allows me to embrace him one last time as we both cry. In that weakest of moments, I realize that I'm dreaming, that I'm a stranger in a world of my own creation. But my tears are real. I can feel them. I'm fairly certain that I was crying in real life. You may say this story sounds too dramatized, too convenient to be real. Maybe I'm making it up, or at least heavily editorializing it. Who could possibly verify it? But at the same time, what reason do I have to lie about it? What reason do you have to distrust it? Dreams have this tendency of sounding unremarkable and silly when retold. Are strong feelings taken as exaggeration and the stakes non-existent because it's not real. But in the moment, for all practical sensorial purposes, it is. For my own sake, for the memory of my momentary friend, I must believe he was real, at least to me. Perhaps some other future night, like Klonoa rejoins with Hupo, we may yet dream again, and if not, well, here's to you, my strange fictional phantom. Life-giving water, nectar of the gods. As such, having lived what is being preached, I understand the sentiment. Door to Phantomile reassures us of the validity of our own dreams. They take up a substantial part of our lives, are fleeting and unreal. For the most part, we barely remember them, but they truly are some of the most beautiful and magical private moments we have. Why shouldn't we get emotional over them, acknowledge their realness to ourselves, and grieve the places they won't return us to? At the core of Door to Phantomile stands an embarrassingly intimate experience we all surely must have had, waking up to the sad realization that your most wonderful dreams burn down. As the Windfish so eloquently put it, in regards to all things that must come and go, verily, it be the nature of dreams to end. Considering all of these conclusions, despite how it otherwise has few textual allusions to the theme,
we'd like to nominate Klonoa, Door to Phantomile, to the highest echelon in the pantheon of dream games. Sitting safely next to Nights into Dreams and Yuminiki as its own firm corner in the trifecta, all three celebrating the wonder of dreams in their very own but nevertheless important way. Congratulations, Klonoa! We're proud. You'll get your diploma in the mail next week.
Good job! Before we end this chapter and broaden our scope outside Door to Phantomile, we'd like to first touch upon the secret final level of the game, Baloo's Tower. This quirky detour, while mostly being a tough platforming challenge, also acts as a stepping stone for the rest of the franchise, subtly priming us for what is to come in more ways than you might have noticed. To unlock it, you need to find and rescue all 72 Phantomillions scattered around the world, after which this new level will appear on the post-game map screen. Without any high stakes or twist reveals, Baloo's Tower reads like a light-hearted footnote coda for the story, something pleasant to entertain dedicated players, without taking away from the initial conclusion. In particular, this scenario addresses a minor hanging thread, showing us the completion of the Tower to the Heavens, which Baloo was seen constructing back in the opening stage, and a payoff for his concerning obsession over Laphise. Bookended by 2 brief cutscenes, the level is filled to the brim with tricky jumps that require full mastery of the game mechanics. Together with the scattered artisanal depictions of Baloo and Laphise, the tower in itself reads as a monument to his romantic aspirations. Complicated and impossible. As we enter the ordeal, Klonoa immediately opens with a question. Where are we? Hupo fills him in on the details, before Baloo appears to create tension and conflict, distracting us from the curiosity at hand. This level can only be accessed after witnessing the closing cutscene, where Klonoa is pulled away from Phantomile. Yet, here he is again, blissfully unconcerned about the previous parting. As Hupo implies, this construction has been some ways coming, with Baloo directly referring to Klonoa saving Phantomile previously. So it definitely takes place after the other levels, but also after Laphise has settled back to normalcy, with the most important detail being how life has evidently returned to the world, what with the green grass and sunny skies. It appears we are witnessing a sort of Elsewhen story, where Klonoa and Hupo are happily reunited and ready for more adventures. One could scrutinize how the closing dialogue of the regular ending never infers permanence to Klonoa's departure, but we are perhaps best off just re-employing the player-character connection once more. Klonoa is back in Phantomile because the player is. The divulgence into one last bonus level is seemingly sake enough for Klonoa to inexplicably return. After all, we are one and the same. The memory lingers, the past is undoubtedly behind us, but nevertheless, it seems we are graced with a revisit to our dreams. Because dreams are strange like that. Some places we never return to, others re-emerge again and again. However, we don't believe this to be a betrayal of the story and message of this game, in the same way we accept all future incarnations of Klonoa as real. Canon, if you will. Baloo's Tower is merely the next destination on his dream travels, arriving somewhere else, sometime else, right where he was. Phantomile is no more a place than Klonoa makes it, because his Phantomile is always changing around him. Will he ever return? Can he ever return? what is there even left to return to? No Klonoa ever steps in the same river twice, for it's not the same river, and he doesn't utter the same wahoo. Yet, liberating as it may seem to revisit this promised land, Klonoa has still changed, his experiences irreversibly molding him. The shadows of the past are still silently echoed around him. As we reach the peak of the tower, we arrive just in time to witness the shattering of Baloo's hopes and dreams, with Lefise snubbing his affections. He's just more of a big brother to her. In a catatonic state, Baloo is shoved to the side as Klonoa and Hupo check on Lefise and glee at her fancy new present. Your reward for the ordeal is a sound test. If you got all gems, you're treated to fireworks. Yay! But the final impression remains. Lefise's gramophone plays a rendition of her Song of Rebirth, the piece previously sung by her in the ordinary ending, as the camera zooms out to Baloo's pained expression, tears streaming down his face, reverberating a pastiche of the past conclusion. This odd Breescale inhabitant stands in as an adult mirror image to Klonoa himself, showing how the cycle of heartbreak and sorrow may haunt him for years to come. That partings are a constant recurring fact of life. This scene reaffirms a core lasting impression that regardless if you count Baloo's Tower or not, regardless if you play Baloo's Tower or not, Door to Phantomile will always end like this, with Lefise's song against the summer sky, and an endless flow of tears.
Baloo!
Following his remarkably spectacular debut, our friend Klonoa was let loose onto the world to grace us with his presence and inevitably suffer the pleas of our insatiable hunger, the ever-present demand for more.
As such, one Klonoa game begets other Klonoa games, all bursting with their own individual peculiarities. We could go on all day talking about each and every one of them, digging deep into how they distinguish themselves from the rest. However, in doing so, we would most definitely lose the plot in the sheer minutiae of gag mangas and snowboard cameos.
It's time for our special guest, and I mean special. Who would expect to find such an ethereal creature on the slopes up here? Here's Klonoa, the Master Dream Traveler!
This video is primarily about Door to Phantomile, and at a certain point the impact of that game within the larger series gets so diminished by iterations that it loses all significance. Truthfully, in any other scenario, Door to Phantomile alone would probably suffice in its self-contained richness and leave us here, satisfied with its brilliance without needing to tread further. A coward would end the video right here, but I want you all to know I'm not a coward.
Nevertheless, in the strive for context, we pull through anyway, exploring this entire multimedia franchise for all it was worth. Main games, spin-offs, remakes, comic books, you name it. Even if we'd learn nothing of relevance, it would still gain us confidence. Doing your homework is just good practice, you know.
Luckily, we didn't need to get in deep before we could swiftly identify two vaguely different kinds of Klonoa games, as some would blatantly use dreams as a thematic vessel to further develop ideas introduced in Door to Phantomile in a surprisingly thoughtful and mature way, while others would not. Quickly, we had to compare the credits to see if we could find some correlations, and it certainly did not take many informed guesses to start making conclusions. Now, without taking away from the grand collaborative effort that is game making by diminishing anyone's role in the creation of these games, truly they all did a splendid job, we would pin the development of the Klonoa series down to three core people: Tsuyoshi Kobayashi, Yoshihiko Arai, and Hideo Yoshizawa. The first two, Kobayashi and Arai, started out humble with small yet important roles in design and graphics for Door to Phantomile, but would move on to higher lead roles in the development of future games. In fact, these two guys are the only people who have been credited in the production of every single Klonoa game ever made. Nice. Good job. Irrefutably, their fingerprints are all over this series, no doubt invaluable in the long-term molding of Klonoa's identity. However, we find the third person, Hideo Yoshizawa's limited contributions, to be a whole lot more revealing. While acting as director for Door to Phantomile and producer of Moonlight Museum, his contributions seemingly wane in their wake, with him eventually being absent from later games, before dutifully overseeing the Wii remake and consulting for the recent Fantasy Reverie series. Nevertheless, the credits Yoshizawa has to his name speak volumes when compared to the games he didn't work on. Primarily, he has writing credits for Door to Phantomile, Lunatea's Veil, and Empire of Dreams. And while Moonlight Museum never specifies anyone in particular as writer, I'm willing to bet Yoshizawa had something to do with it. There's simply too much consistency between them to not make that connection. From little touches like the epigraph poems and fourth wall leanings, to broader strokes like thematic cohesion and bold emotional expressions, Yoshizawa's Klonoa games bristle in a unique characteristic that distinguishes them from other platform games of their ilk. In contrast, we have games like the Reunion Extravaganza Dream Champ Tournament, the unexpected yet somehow befitting sports party game Klonoa Beach Volleyball, and the unlikely action RPG Klonoa Heroes. All perfectly good and fun titles, but in regards to writing, the absent hands of Yoshizawa are palpable. In a recent interview, Arai and Kobayashi almost regretfully admitted to an odd shift in direction for the series around this point. Modeling the games after the slice-of-life antics of the Korokoro gag manga, this shift was understandably motivated by an attempt to draw a younger audience to replace the rapidly aging initial demographic, an effort which evidently didn't help save the series from stagnation. As a result, these later stories may come across as a bit hollow and juvenile, preaching little else than a positive outlook and the value of good friends. It's fine, perfectly serviceable and sensible for the child audience, but a far cry from the series' roots. Like, I can't say I felt enriched reading through the manga, besides the part where Klonoa came out as trans. That was pretty dope, not gonna lie. She is like me after all. And although these later iterations were either written by or had heavy input from Yoshihiko Arai, it would be remiss of us to not also clarify that the guy did co-write the early games as well. He and Yoshizawa were evidently a great team. Judging by his solo ventures, I suspect Arai brought a large dose of much needed playful whimsy to Yoshizawa's somber poeticism. However, with Yoshizawa's absence, that emotional depth went missing, which quite frankly was one of the most alluring parts of Door to Phantomile.
This dichotomy in itself pinpoints Hideo Yoshizawa as arguably the most vital part of the Door to Phantomile soup. I know, a needlessly roundabout way to the humdrum conclusion of saying the director was important to the development. But regardless, it inevitably piqued our curiosity in exploring his other work.
And boy howdy, finding out this guy was instrumental in not only Klonoa, but Mr. Driller 2 instantly promoted him from intriguing to personal hero status. How did I not know this? How had I never looked this up? Why did no one ever tell me? But perhaps, more importantly, what other revelations would his back catalog hide? So, we dove headfirst into all of his pre-Klonoa work in an attempt of perhaps glimpsing the igniting sparks which led to the making of Door to Phantomile. Yoshizawa's game industry career started at Tecmo in the humble division of arcade board sales, before transferring to game development with titles such as Pinball Action. Eventually, Yoshizawa would take on his first director role in the NES platformer Mighty Bomb Jack, a game I suppose had the aspirations of being the Super Mario Bros. To Bomb Jack's Mario Bros. It doesn't quite reach those highs, and you'd have to strain your eyelids squinting at it to make out any firm Klonoa-ness, but it's nevertheless a serviceable first directorial outing. The same goes for the shoot-em-up Gemini Wing, where the player confronts mind-controlled insects to save the world. The highlight are these nifty perspective shifts, scrolling past mountains in the second level. It wasn't until the NES classic Ninja Gaiden that you could sense Yoshizawa truly come into his own. Acting as director and writer, he spiced up the tough-as-nails ninja action with these eye-catching, dramatic cutscenes, which remain impressive to this day, both complexity and scope. In a 2009 interview with Nintendo Power, Yoshizawa explained how he had initially wanted to get into mass media, specifically filmmaking, but found himself circumstantially working at Tecmo instead. As such, Ninja Gaiden was imbued with that desire for creating a more cinematic experience, doubtlessly influencing the way stories in games would come to be told from then on. Ninja Gaiden is the first true landmark for Yoshizawa's career, and already at this point you can notice the seeds of the sort of story he would tell in Door to Phantomile a decade later. You have the hero's unexpected call to action, falling into a situation that is far beyond his expectations and understanding, the awakening of an ancient evil, the prominent motif of the sun and the moon, and perhaps most striking, the dramatic farewell of a parental figure. The storytelling is surprisingly solid, flowing like any contemporary action flick, with arcs and twists. It shows that not only did Yoshizawa and his team have a knack for telling stories, but that they took the medium and its potential seriously. For anyone curious about his writing, the intermediate years between Ninja Gaiden and Klonoa may at first glance appear sparse. With the subsequent two Ninja Gaiden sequels, Yoshizawa seemed to lean more into a producer role, progressively handing over the reins to his colleague Masato Kato, famous for later working on the Chrono games by the way. We have an advisor credit on the Famicom action game Kyato Ninden Teyande, presumably some input on the clear Ninja Gaiden influences in both game mechanics, but especially cutscenes. There was his Namco debut, Smash Tennis, a Super Nintendo tennis game where he was credited as director. Additionally, Yoshizawa also holds a credit as the screenplay writer for the nifty hidden story mode, complete with Ninja Gaiden-esque cutscenes. because of course it has those. He likewise directed and produced Yu Yu Hakusho Tokubetsu Hen, a peculiar fighting game with an unusually theatrical leaning, focusing more on animation and spectacle. Simultaneously, he had a supervising role on the cutesy platform game Wagian Paradise, noteworthy for being his first collaboration with Yoshihiko Arai. Collectively, these games feel like little more than footnotes on Yoshizawa's journey from Ninja Gaiden to Klonoa. They may hint at a sophistication in directing action games, furthering those cinematic chops and progressively easing that difficulty, but they don't stand out as great ahas contextualizing that shift between milestones. These are largely ideas preconceived somewhere else before, made with the inevitable push and pull of full teams who give every title its own flair. How much of Yoshizawa's unique voice remains intact in that exchange? Can I even be sure that what I've barely surmised to be his artistic expression actually exists? Or is it nothing more than mere patterns and coincidence? Should I simply accept that game development is too circumstantial for such qualities to shine through? That whatever Klonoa became was spawned from nothing and fully formed by utter chaos? After all, the project started as yet another derivative work, an adaptation of the manga Spriggan, which was reworked to the cute platformer we know and love after the licensing fell through.
So clearly, Klonoa was most likely just the product of chance more than anything else.
Well, actually no! Because there is one more game we need to talk about. The late Famicom action RPG, Radia Senki Reimeihen.
Rude?
While seeming perfectly unassuming at first, it turns out we didn't need to more than glance at this game's synopsis to know that we had gone straight past a mild curiosity to hitting the research jackpot. This was exactly what we'd been looking for. No, it was exactly what we'd been looking for. It's the sort of nugget you wouldn't even dare dream about discovering. We suddenly knew that this Yoshizawa directed and written fantasy epic, his Tecmo swan song, perfectly isolated from all of his Namco peers, was actually the Rosetta Stone of Door to Phantomile, absolutely bursting with context and explanations. A game that turned out to be Klonoa in all but name. I'm not even remotely exaggerating when I say that Radia Senki is the missing link between Ninja Gaiden and Klonoa Door to Phantomile. The unmistakable legacy of Ninja Gaiden is sensed primarily in the elaborate cutscenes which break up the adventure, but also overarchingly in the level of polish and mastery of the Famicom hardware, showing a further next step of what this team could do with the console. However, what's even more fascinating are the abundant connections to Klonoa, which come in strong from the very start and linger with radiance until the closing moments. Playing Radia Senki today, I'm not struck by its technical confidence, its seamless and amusing mechanics, or its dramatic ambitions, but rather by the fact that this is truly just Door to Phantomile, only pre-told in a rougher, less sophisticated format, while nevertheless maintaining its emotional core, touching upon the same thoughts and arriving at the same message. If our goal is to understand Door to Phantomile to its fullest extent through intertextuality, then I see no better place to begin than here, at ground zero, with the unexpected Proto-Klonoa. Radia Senki opens explosively with airships blazing through the sky, piloted by two peculiar characters. Princess Lefise with her half-brother Prince Gadis in hot pursuit, before the former suddenly crashes into a mountainside. No further than the title screen, Radiasenki has already intrigued us with some strikingly similar names, enacting the same inciting incident. And while the spelling may differ somewhat in this particular fan-translated instance, shout out to Dreamless, it should be noted that the original Japanese names are a near-perfect match. A quick comparison with the Klonoa games shows us that Lafise is called Refisu in both games. We likewise have the party member Baru, hailing from the Wind Village, as well as Reorina, which is the name of a character in Klonoa 2. There is additionally the minor appearance of the Hyupo tree creatures, only Gadisu has a small disparity, gaining an additional U sound as Gadius in Door to Phantomile. While they don't remotely resemble each other visually, the strikingly consistent names for these entities is undoubtedly still a smoking gun, showing that if nothing else, Yoshizawa definitely salvaged Radiasenki for names. However, the parallels stretch further than that, most significantly in the way one narrative echoes the other. We open on the protagonist in a grassy meadow, waking up as if from a dream, to find himself clueless about who or where he is. Considering all the other familiar names, we'll call him Klonoa for the heck of it. After some expository preamble, Klonoa befriends the young man Darius, and the two head out to explore the mysterious airship crash at Mount Belsend, where they encounter and rescue Princess Lafise, which opens a rabbit hole of drama and intrigue that in turn kickstarts your journey across the world of Lemuria. Essentially, the evil Gadis from the Kingdom of Ark has allied himself with Nova from the Kingdom of Samara, hellbent on world domination. Anywhere you turn, they are sure to have beaten you to the punch, boiling up some great exploitative injustice, which has to be righted before you can move on. Nova in particular, while not exactly displaying any jester qualities, is essentially this game's Yoka, always tauntingly one step ahead before he's inevitably cornered and meets his demise. Eventually, it becomes clear that Gadis' plot requires the gathering of treasures from the 8 kingdoms, splangos which together act as a key to the elusive Radia Tower, a place holding the power of dreams which shape the world of Lemuria. Gadis is luckily undone at the last minute. And with the power of friendship, you call upon the people you met along the way to all represent the 8 kingdoms and perform the ritual to open the path to Radia Tower and undo the damage that has been done. However, at this pivotal moment, a mysterious mirror image of Klonoa shows up, revealing himself as the master of dreams and the true villain all along. It turns out he has altered the protagonist's memories to make him do his bidding.
They're all lies, illusions I've shown you.
Furthermore, this enigmatic imposter tells of how Lemuria is nothing but a world of dreams, and of his plan to turn it into one of nightmares, before ironically getting devoured by his own creation. At the game's conclusion, the nature of dream and reality is addressed head on. Talking to Lafise, Klonoa comes to terms with the fact that he's from a place called reality, and that he must leave Lemuria behind to return there. Yet, there is a pain in this departure. The importance of remembering is brought up. I won't ever forget this dream, the places I saw, the friends I knew. I'll never forget you. And then, in a final moment of dramatic tragedy, Klonoa is violently pulled into a hole in the sky, forced to leave Lemuria behind, wake up, and face another day. We see a montage of peace returning to the world, and his friends settling back into their lives. But the final message remains, being repeated for emphasis. As long as we don't forget this dream, someday we'll be together again. So closes Radiasenki, echoing a call which would come to reverberate throughout not just Door to Phantomile, but also its sequel, Lunatea's Veil. To say that these are similarities would be a dire understatement. Radiasenki is practically the blueprint for the entire series. I'm half willing to just straight up categorize this as a Klonoa game. The fact that these connections aren't more widely discussed is probably little more than a result of the game never finding its way outside Japan, with the exposure it had in its home country being weak in and of itself. It seems this Famicom swan song in a 16-bit era simply fell through the cracks, and never found the audience it deserved, received with the critical and commercial adoration of crickets. The way Yoshizawa talks about Radiasenki reveals genuine surprise that anyone else has even heard about, let alone played it. So why not retool it? Give it a brand new coat of paint, make it visually unrecognizable, and have another go. At the core of the matter, Radiasenki has made us deeply respect Hideo Yoshizawa, laying bare how he essentially tried and failed to tell a story that evidently was important to him, and the determined strive to make it justice, no matter what. I genuinely believe Klonoa, Door to Phantomile, was his dream project, his magnum opus. Suddenly, the interviews with Arai and Kobayashi make perfect sense, when they offhandedly mention Yoshizawa's firm confidence. From the get-go, he seemingly knew what structure Door to Phantomile's narrative would have, down to the individual beats. Because, of course he did. He had already pre-written the story. While everyone else on the crew thought they were making a brand new game, Yoshizawa was on the second draft. With the insight Radiasenki lends us, is there any doubt that Yoshizawa's contributions to Door to Phantomile were invaluable? Essential. It affirms once and for all that Klonoa's narrative was carefully thought out and written to carry all of those deeper ideas only vaguely inferred between lines and implications. It was more than just the inconsequential shock indulgence of putting a sad ending in a colorful kids game, because this tale predates everything else Klonoa is. Yoshizawa believed so much in this story, he wrote it twice, and that in itself proves without a shadow of a doubt that the perceivably cute Door to Phantomile is indeed just as mature and insightful as we inferred it to be. How could it not be? Although, with that said, it wouldn't feel fair to just frame this conversion as wholesale, to infer that there is nothing unique about Klonoa to distinguish it from its predecessor. Because there is. It's inevitable that comparisons between the two would highlight the similarities, but just as much insight can be found in where they differ. For example, there is a certain brevity to Klonoa's linear focus that Radiasenki's long-form structure and explorative freedom can never attain. If Klonoa is a revision, it has practically cut the middle section, only maintaining the vague idea of journey, pursuit, and unity. Additionally, the PlayStation's heightened fidelity paired with the vibrant designs make the actors more distinct, memorable, and lovable, the refined writing allowing them to be more than near-static icons. However, no difference between the two narratives is as glaring as Hyupo. This character who carried the emotional core, he who drove the thematic ideas, the perfect counterbalance to Klonoa, is completely absent in Radiasenki. Yet, despite this absence, his ghastly presence is nevertheless felt throughout the game, as these scattered ideas, this portent of unfulfilled potential, a spectre from the future. From the very beginning of Radiasenki, you are accompanied by your friend Darius, your most loyal ally who remains by your side until the very end. He even comes from Samara, the Moon Kingdom. Whatever personality and motivation Darius has is ultimately insignificant though, as the emotional poignancy of the tale is divided between Princess Lefise as this symbol of affection who we must leave behind, and the Master of Dreams who has manipulated your memories to trick you into playing a certain role. As mentioned before, the very name Hupo itself is found verbatim in the odd tree creatures early on in the game. Their presence is brief, only acting as a temporary roadblock, and their distress a shorthand for the drama. Regardless, this small role still unintentionally sows a seed in your head, allowing that peculiar phrase to linger and be recalled as the narrative unfolds. Hupo. I mean, if we are to simply stare ourselves blind at this game, we might as well note how the battle screen burns the constant stat descriptions HP/POW onto your retina throughout the many skirmishes you'll partake in. Hupo. Hupo indeed. In this way, Radia Senki incidentally exposes the brilliance of Hupo's character as this fundamental key player in the story, whose presence feels so obvious that we can't help but make out the contours, even in his absence. We understand that the raw emotions of the conclusion can only work if Hupo has been a constant loyal friend on our journey, while the shocks and twists of the late-stage revelations only sting if they come from a source of security. We understand that Hupo cannot just be a trusty friend, a pure avatar of benign virtue. There has to be a darkness to him. He must inhabit the deception of a villain, show flaws which have to be overcome. In a backwards kind of way, Radia Senki tells us that Hupo completes Klonoa. He is the crucial missing ingredient. And funnily enough, he was always there, somewhere in between the lines. He just had to be found through extensive streamlining. I suppose in a meta-textual way, Klonoa can never escape Hupo. They belong together, and so they will always be together. The Radia Phantomile connection is undoubtedly a fascinating case of writer conviction and story revision. In a way, it essentializes Klonoa's narrative, pinpoints how Door to Phantomile is the most important story to be told in that world, the zenith of what this series has to contribute. There is absolutely an argument to be made that all further iterations would be redundant from this perspective, that Klonoa is Door to Phantomile, and that no further elaboration needs to be done. I would like to refute that though, as I find the way Radia Senki essentializes Door to Phantomile to be an exhilarating prospect for what would have to happen after it. I mean, if this is the most important tale Yoshizawa has to tell, how would it be continued? Presumably, he would have to move away from the narrative of dreams, memory, separation, and our personalized relationship to the video game medium. Leave the old ideas behind and find a way of not telling the same story again.
Yet, he never really did. Instead, those themes only grew stronger and blossomed, never left behind and never forgotten. I think inspecting Door to Phantomile's past tells us of how it is, indeed, the most important story to be told about Klonoa, while looking towards the future helps us identify its most important parts through how they were reinforced and further developed. I suppose in my eyes there's a certain Phantomile essence which no Klonoa game can ever escape, and that the very best of its sequels knowingly embrace this fact.
So, while I enjoy Empire of Dreams' flip-sided focus on dreams in an aspirational sense, we will have to leave it be today.
While Dream Champ Tournament may be the hopeful mirror image of Phantomile's complicated views on friendship, it doesn't quite make the cut. While Klonoa Beach Volleyball's sports recontextualization of the series' mechanics is certainly as imaginative as some of Phantomile's wildest parts, there just isn't much to say about it. While Klonoa Heroes' narrative is a celebration of the series' history, and the action RPG elements a cute if unintentional nod to Radia Senki, we simply don't have time for it today. And lastly, while all other spin-offs and cameos may vindicate Klonoa's mascot platformer aspirations, we have to draw the line somewhere. Instead, as you no doubt expected, we will look at the grand, hard-hitting next-gen sequel, Klonoa 2, Lunatea's Veil. But before that, we need to highlight one more game, a little gem with unexplored depths of poignant thematic brilliance, thoughtful elaborations of its Phantomile roots, and important ramifications for its more well-regarded successor. Sandwiched between the series' two behemoths, we have the much underestimated, often forgotten, hidden classic, Klonoa, Moonlight Museum. This seemingly insignificant side game is a peculiar entity in the Klonoa series. It was released in May 1999 exclusively for the Bandai WonderSwan, a funky handheld console which never made its way abroad, and as such, Moonlight Museum's fate was sealed as an obscure Japan-only oddity few people knew about and even fewer have bothered to actually play. I suppose this obtuseness made it easy to disregard the game, file it as a practically inaccessible footnote, and focus more on what was readily available for a Western audience. I mean, the game didn't even see a fan translation until decades later, courtesy of these lovely people. Thanks for that. I'm assuming there just never was too much interest in the title for anyone to truly pay attention to it. And I can definitely see why. It is the black and white predecessor to the later Klonoa games for the Game Boy Advance. Titles disconnected from the PlayStation heavyweights, compensating their lack of three-dimensionality with a more laid-back puzzle platformer focus. The meat of Moonlight Museum is thus wordless problem-solving, side-scrolling Sokoban with a grab mechanic. There are no bosses, no spectacular set pieces, heck, there's barely any action at all. It doesn't even have color. What is this, the 1950s? The most remarkable novelty about the game is its utilization of the WonderSwan's 90-degree screen-turning adaptability, which allows some stages to better emphasize verticality. For all intents and purposes, Moonlight Museum absolutely does seem to be little more than a vessel for some tricky mind exercises in a Klonoa package. A curiosity for no one but the most hardcore of fans.
Although, you know there's probably more to it. Come on, this is transparency. We love to highlight the hidden magnificence of the odd and overlooked. So why don't we dig a little deeper and explore what wonders this game has to offer us?
Like its predecessor, Moonlight Museum opens with another epigraph poem to set the stage for the oncoming adventure. Everything is but a story in a dream. When do we dream? In the dead of night. But nights hide our dreams in darkness. Let us illuminate the nights. illuminate the nights with the moonlight, illuminate our dreams with the moonlight. We switch the scene to a country path where a narrator is approaching a crying girl. She's upset because fragments of the moon have been stolen, rendering it pitch black and leaving the sky void of moonlight. The culprits are a group of strange artists residing in a nearby museum who have used the moon fragments to enhance and enchant their works of art. The narrator, who is revealed to be Klonoa, takes on the task of exploring the museum in search of all the moon pieces, so the night sky can be restored once more. As such, each world revolves around the encounter with one of the artists, each specializing in a particular field, with Klonoa sucked into their art to retrieve the stolen moon fragments. We have the painter, Piku, the sculptor, Treffel, the comic book artist, Koof, the photographer, Kaho, and finally, a stand-down with the very museum itself, I suppose as a representative for architecture, because in art, architecture is always the final boss. Ultimately, the moon is restored, with the artists learning that they can create without stealing moonlight, ending on a positive note where everyone is happy and content. Admittedly, the story in Moonlight Museum is structurally simple. It is little more than a rigid series of slideshow bookends for each chapter, giving some vague justification for the setting of each world before briskly moving on to the next one. However, despite this bare-bones essence, what we have is, nevertheless, fascinating, with the finer details of the tale only glowing brighter when taken in context with the Klonoa series at large. First and foremost, Moonlight Museum was the game that cemented Klonoa as a recurring media franchise. It was the second Klonoa game ever released, and as such, would define the series' approach to ideas of continuity and reiteration. A matter that is kinda interesting, considering the closing point of the original game was to essentially remove the protagonist from his setting. So, how would you move on from there? We can infer just as much from what the developers did as we can from what they didn't do. Strictly literally, Moonlight Museum may seem to openly disregard Door to Phantomile, shuffling around and rearranging its key parts to create a new story which is familiar but disconnected. Klonoa is now inexplicably reunited with Hupo. Not a word on their previous separation, not even a hello. With the two going on an adventure unconcerned about the plight of Phantomile or allusions to its nature as a dream. That is, if they even are in Phantomile. Just as with Baloo's Tower, this is seemingly a self-contained incident with no firm diegetic connection to previous adventures. The tale even starts with Klonoa slowly phasing into the narrative, initially referred to as a dream voice, before he finally finds his bearings. And then, there I was, immediately followed by his iconic. He has fully arrived in the dream, reassembled as himself. How wonderfully poetic. The idea that Klonoa is on a long, never-ending journey across all of these fantastical worlds is a concept more overtly alluded to in the follow-up Lunatea's Veil, where his role as a dream traveler is further explored in the text, with adventure bookended by his sudden entry into and departure away from Lunatea. It is not only direct in its delivery, but fully visualized in the cutscenes, making sure no player accidentally blinked and missed it. This has since become an accepted idea for how the series' continuity works, framing Klonoa a little bit like Osamu Tezuka's Unico, the little unicorn who creates happiness wherever he goes, but is fated to always leave his friends behind to avoid the envious wrath of the gods. I deeply enjoy this interpretation and wholeheartedly approve of it, although I don't require it to be present in the most literal sense, because it is there in the subtext, and it was already there in Moonlight Museum. In fact, I'd argue this is one of the core ideas from Door to Phantomile, which Moonlight Museum meta-textually explores to much greater heights than its predecessor ever could. Undoubtedly, the most prominent theme in Moonlight Museum is art. It informs the setting, it motivates the characters you meet, and is the focal point of the conflict. Art is an incredibly vast and exciting subject matter to tackle, especially when done through art itself. There is an inevitable dimension of self-referentiality in Moonlight Museum, as a work that explores and prods at different forms of art and expression. It's meta in a subtly understated but easily digestible way. Its argument exists under little broader terms than an assumed self-consciousness, that whenever these characters speak about art, it is done through a game, speaking from the little console you're holding in your hands. As such, anything that is said about art here will apply equally to the game, and the game in turn is an approximation of the subject art forms. When Klonoa enters these artworks, it is conveyed through levels in a video game. These worlds aren't actually paintings, sculptures, comics, photographs, or architecture. Rather, they're just a vessel. They're a video game. In that way, while the text may only occupy these brief cutscenes at the start and end of each world, the subtext is always there. The subject is ever present. The titular museum is functionally a stand-in for the game itself. The opening menu is presented as a ticket to this moonlit museum, each world an exhibition, and the levels they're displayed art pieces. It's pretty cute. When Klonoa first enters the painting, Pico smugly states that his art is talking unsolvable. It is simply too deep and complex for him. Likewise, by the end of the game, the artist frustratedly exclaims that all of their art has been solved. This makes puzzle solving a form of shorthand for interpretation. Klonoa has to ponder each artwork, in both senses of the word, to overcome them. It's a neat fit with the slower, contemplative pace of this game in comparison with the higher tempo and flow of its predecessor, which makes our approach as players thematically cohesive with the rest of the package. It silently tells us to slow down, carefully observe the details, and consider what we are given. I think it's clear that without any great fanfare, Moonlight Museum equals games with art. It proclaims that games are art because we can engage with them in the same way. It's a casually assured argument for the case, which makes its point by merely existing. In fact, I don't even think this is some great point Moonlight Museum wants to convey, but that it's rather
Just a base assumption.
I mean, the game is more concerned with overtly stating that comics are art, echoing another debate altogether, which should position games as equally worthy of that illustrious status. Simply engaging with what's presented to us essentially requires us to be on the same page as the game, and that greater meaning is found in the way art as a theme interacts with the equally prominent idea of dreams. It should be no surprise that just as art has an important role in Moonlight Museum, so do dreams, through their shared connection with the moon. The opening poem establishes moonlight as a form of magical source for dreams. Like the night sky is illuminated by moonlight, so is our sleep by dreams. When Klonoa confronts the museum at the end, it makes the argument that art and dreams are sprung from the same stuff, that they both are a reflection of one's heart, and that it is only fair that art should likewise be illuminated by the moonlight. My take from this exchange is that the moon is a sort of representation of our ability to imagine and create. That dreams are a product of our imagination, just as much as art is. When the artists steal the moon fragments, it is essentially some form of dream energy, a collective source for all imagination. Their motivation is the desire to imbue their own art with this potent essence. Perhaps they feel they cannot create unless they have that power. In this case, the Talking Museum is practically the house of art, speaking as an embodiment of the entire concept and making a claim to the power of dreams. Standing firm in this conviction, the museum even labels itself as the Selfish Museum, mockingly embracing Klonoa's protests. It's important to know that while the museum and its artists may be framed as antagonists, inciting the conflict of the story and providing the obstacles that Klonoa must overcome, they are ultimately not portrayed as villains, just a bit eccentric and self-centered. When Klonoa reclaims all the moon fragments, the artists change their ways as they realize they didn't need to steal the moonlight to continue creating. I think this neatly fits the idea that inspiration can come from anywhere, without the need to steal the physical essence of that source. The artists begin with magic crimes and end with humble regular artistry, practically shown that imagination and creativity resides within all of us. In particular, the museum's little speech about art and dreams is never shut down as untrue or ill-informed. Rather, the idea is fully accepted and embraced by Klonoa and Hupo in the closing scene. They surmise that the loftiness of their dreams has made the moon grow, and that the work of the artists has made it shine brighter. That ultimately, the artists have done good. Through art, they have made the moon more beautiful, I guess both literally in the sense of natural beauty, and figuratively as the embodiment of our dreams and imagination. However, at this closing moment, something spectacularly peculiar happens. Recalling the museum's earlier exchange, the scene suddenly shifts to white, stating, "Whose dream is this in the end, anyway?" This is the only time something like this ever happens in the entire game, putting great emphasis on it being a unique and important break. And as if spurred by the thought itself, Hupo seemingly realizes something and gives us a fourth wall bombshell.
Klonoa, that moon right there, that's our art
masterpiece.
Next to the personalized book cover reveal and the curious "For Your Phantomile," I find this dissolving of diegesis to be one of the biggest nudges furthering the idea of the player's immediate connection to the Klonoa games. It's not just subtly musing on the way we embody ourselves in games, but rather going all out, causing a full frontal collision between this idea and the theme of art and expression. Moonlight Museum's views on art and dreams go hand in hand with Dorto Phantomile's idea about the relationship between games and dreams. It is the same observation, merely extended with broader terminology. As we mentioned in the previous chapter, Moonlight Museum opens with the phrase "Welcome to your dream," and it similarly ends with "Thank you for your moonlight," words as rich with meaning as the dedication to our own phantomiles. These calls to the player establish not only that we have an unspoken role within the narrative, that we should find ourselves within it, but it equally empowers us, shows us that this is ours, and that the mere act of playing was a contribution of moonlight. It tells us that in this tale of art, imagination, and dreams, the most important factor is ourselves. That while the artist needed moonlight to create these fantastical worlds, art one could become wholly immersed in, that is a power inherent to us through our very engagement. When Klonoa enters the artworks and solves them, he's doing something opposite to the artists. He's the audience. He's an observer at the whims of the creativity of the artists. However, just as a tree may inaudibly fall in the desolate woods, Moonlight Museum cannot exist without our participation. The interactivity of games makes us as players a vital component. Before the final world, the museum itself dares us with this notion. Let's see your art then. And then at the end, Hupo casually remarks that the brilliantly restored moon is our work, our art. It is my belief that through the base acceptance that games are art, Moonlight Museum makes the argument that this is not only a given, but that additionally, the very act of playing games in themselves are likewise art. I suppose some form of performance art maybe. It is such a magnificently kind and wonderful continuation of the ideas birthed in Dorto Phantomile. Who does art and imagination belong to? Whose dream is this in the end anyway? Well, it's mine. It's yours. It's ours. Just as the parting with Hupo in Dorto Phantomile may have reflected the sadness of finishing a game we enjoy, so may the distress of the artists reflect the flip side of that same event. The creator's sorrow at a finished piece, forfeited to the whims of the audience, abandoned for us to immerse ourselves into, reclaim its moonlight, and reshape into our own. The artists may steal the moonlight, but in turn, we steal it back. We take their art and make it our own. We are the great art thieves, leaving the gallery behind with all of its creations in our hearts. When me and Alicia upload this video to YouTube, it is likewise abandoned, handed over to you, the audience, to do whatever you wish with it. We may have a certain idea of what this is, but you can only understand it in your way. You can only recreate it for yourself in the way it appears to you. you cannot help but steal our stolen moonlight and make this your own. You're welcome. Take it. I want you to. That's why I made it.
We won't beat around the bush. Moonlight Museum is one of the most important games to the Klonoa series as a whole. Yes, it may be obtuse and obscure, but we best not overlook it as insignificant, because it's one of the few titles which genuinely responds to something in Door to Phantomile and elaborates on it. It's a game about art and games, of artists and players, but especially it's about our moonlight and our Phantomile. Using Door to Phantomile as a stepping stone to run a full marathon with its ideas on the fourth wall, Moonlight Museum reaches a conclusion that is more overt in its self-consciousness than the previous game had any proper room to be. By revisiting Klonoa and his world with a disconnected tale filtered through explorations on art, Yoshizawa and his team were able to cement Klonoa's future as anthological, finding cohesion in ideas rather than strict continuity. It's a sequel to Door to Phantomile by maintaining its very spirit, deflecting any concerns of franchise stagnation. This unassuming handheld puzzle game slams down its fist and proclaims, "No, I am art." I guess no matter the assignment, the Klonoa team always sends their best. While discussions of the series usually revolve around the more prestigious Door to Phantomile and Lunatea's Veil as the core of what Klonoa is about, I simply cannot help but hold Moonlight Museum to that same standard, at least conceptually. In fact, I think Moonlight Museum and Lunatea's Veil are essentially two sides of the same coin, both reverent towards Door to Phantomile, but expressing this in their own way. While Lunatea's Veil is more concerned about the lingering emotions, Moonlight Museum unpacks the full implications of the meta-narrative. They're the perfect companion pieces because by exploring wholly different ideas, they independently work as the true sequel to Door to Phantomile without stepping each other on the toes. Also, Lunatea's Veil may be bestowed the title of Klonoa 2, but Moonlight Museum came before, so they have an equal claim to being the second in line. We rave on about our appreciation of Moonlight Museum because, as previously divulged, it has been mostly forgotten in the larger conversation, faded to an obscure system and made inaccessible to non-Japanese audiences through a language barrier. The obfuscation of Moonlight Museum isn't our fault, however. It's the circumstances around the WonderSwan's distribution and Namco's for letting it die alone. We were never given a fair chance to consider it as the equal of Lunatea's Veil, to grasp the grander scope of what Door to Phantomile communicated and how that was continued by more than one of its sequels. The constant understating of this game is regrettable but understandable. I never played it until a couple of years back when it was made conveniently available, and that playthrough forced me to reconstruct my understanding of the series. It is now undeniable to me that Moonlight Museum is important, and that its absence has created an invisible hole in the larger picture, which I never fully knew existed. But through this revelation of its nature, we can at last understand more about Klonoa. We get better clarity on Door to Phantomile by seeing how Moonlight Museum reflects on it, and in the process, we can better identify what Lunatea's Veil is saying through the striking contrast we are handed. Because if Moonlight Museum was talking about all of that stuff we just went through, and Lunatea's Veil doesn't, then what does Lunatea's Veil actually communicate?
Here you go, buddy. You've arrived. Released for the PlayStation 2 a little more than 3 years after Door to Phantomile, Klonoa 2 Lunatea's Veil is the big, bombastic next-gen follow-up to the original. The pace and structure are back to its familiar upbeat action flair. The graphics are more elaborate and consistent with fully rendered 3D characters. The camera work more riveting, the mechanics more varied, the set pieces more dramatic, and the narrative more emotional. The protagonists are more prominent and developed, the villains more agreeably sympathetic, and the conflict both more internal and external at the same time. Everything is more larger in scope and ambition than even the first game. Klonoa 2 wants to impress us right out of the gate, and it certainly succeeds. The stormy Sea of Tears is the stark opposite of the peaceful stroll through Breezegale, showing us a long, winding trip over treacherous cliffs towards an ethereal bell tower in the distance. The narrative immediately throws us into intrigue and mystery, wasting no time to introduce its cast before making a confident running start. As far as first impressions go, you can't get much more convincing than this. If Door to Phantomile is on the menu, Lunatea's Veil is the extra large order. But just like that comically massive burger with one of those sticks in the middle needs to be enjoyed with a knife and fork, so does Lunatea's Veil require the faint memory of Door to Phantomile to truly make sense. Now, what does that mean? Well, in our eyes, the charm of Klonoa 2 comes from its understated symbolic connections to the first game, and how these are used to enrich its narrative with grander meaning. By far, we find this to be the most interesting Klonoa game through a lens of intertextuality, as in how one work's text is informed by another's. Intertextuality is like an actual word, quite common in art discourse. We try not to throw around big words too much, but sometimes we have to. It's basically just when you compare two works. It's a useful word. Intertextuality. As such, with Door to Phantomile as our basis, we've been able to weave a string of its intertextuality. Radia Senki provided us with the proto-story, an ill-fated first draft which Yoshizawa cheekily referenced in his attempt to retell it in a more complete format. Moonlight Museum, on the other hand, continued a specific train of thought from its predecessor by carefully reinstating its cues in the same way. For your Phantomile, welcome to your dream. Thank you for your moonlight. Lunatea's Veil, in turn, employs its very relationship towards Door to Phantomile to paint contrasts and similarities in the parallels, framing itself as the mirror image, the opposite, the shadow. This time, Klonoa arrives in the dream world of Lunatea, soothes the people's woes, and then departs. It is a self-contained tale that can be engaged with on its own terms. Its themes are expressed by the new cast in a complete and convincing way, before they find a resolve in the end. But it's the intertext that reveals another story beneath Lunatea's surface, cluing returning players in with the motifs only they can see, projecting all of its meaning back to the source. It becomes a story not about Lunatea and its inhabitants, but about Phantomile, Klonoa, and us. In other words, Lunatea's Veil is about Door to Phantomile. It simply uses intertext to give a past to its present, a first half of its broken sentence. In great reverence, Lunatea's Veil sets out to expand on its predecessor by completing it with its incomplete self. And I think it succeeds tremendously in creating a fair and balanced symbiosis. Door to Phantomile may lend context to Lunatea's Veil, but in turn, Lunatea's Veil retroactively lends emotion back to Door to Phantomile. This relationship not only gives meaning to the sequel, but elaborates on and punctuates what was always there in the original. It is an interesting dynamic, because evidently Lunatea's Veil is indebted to Door to Phantomile, practically sacrificing part of its independence to glorify its roots. However, I would be lying if I didn't also acknowledge how this reaffirming of past themes helps Door to Phantomile's deeper ideas to shine and come across as fully conscious and intentional. In particular, I feel confident in assuming that this emboldened underlining of the themes has heavily encouraged people over the years to actively engage with and carefully analyze Door to Phantomile, reconsider that there was in fact more going on underneath the surface. I suppose Lunatea's Veil is in some ways more overt, more literal in its conveyance, but it nevertheless remains dignified and mature throughout. And most importantly, while it is heavily reliant on Door to Phantomile, I still absolutely think Lunatea's Veil has its own identity and ideas to stand on. In other words, we're not saying that Klonoa 2 is bad, guys. It's just that Klonoa 1 is coincidentally the best game ever made. As is now tradition, Klonoa 2 Lunatea's Veil opens on yet another epigraph poem, establishing the themes and ideas of the upcoming adventure. There's a forgotten dream. Was it a dream I can't remember? Or a dream I won't remember? Have I forgotten the dream? Or has the dream forgotten me? But surely there was a dream. Klonoa floats silently in the void, hanging still, ever descending. A voice calls out through the haze. Help me! Help me! His eyes open, the ocean beneath. Impact. Klonoa bursts into Lunatea from the sea on a stormy night, his arrival anticipated by two mysterious figures in an airship who quickly disperse when another party arrives at the shore. Here we are introduced to Klonoa's new companions, Lolo the apprentice priestess who acts as our ring spirit this time around, and her friend Popka, a dog-like creature with stained glass eyes.
Ow!
I love Popka dearly.
Wagumu, Beliora Kyagu Mugyagu. Agyang, Agum Kyang Agum Belio. Agum Agu Agyang, Kyang Kwan.
Me too, buddy. Me too. Moreover, we are reintroduced to our protagonist, Klonoa. He's visibly older now, dresses differently with less of a childlike demeanor. His cap is even on back to front to express his growing, rebellious spirit. Klonoa has officially entered his teens, and the game signifies this immediately. He rides a snowboard now. To Together, Klonoa, Lolo, and Popka journey across the world of Lunatea searching for bells which disperse magic elements in an attempt to stop an oncoming calamity as foretold by Baguji the prophet. Quickly they run into the previously obscured sky pirate Leorina and her abstract companion Tat, who want elements for their own goals. As such, the narrative becomes a frantic rush for the Four Kingdoms to find bells before the Sky Pirates can get to them, who, much like our previous squabbles with Yoka, always tauntingly show up one step ahead of us. Compared to the world of Phantomile, Lunatea's structure relies more heavily on symbolism and how this plays into the ideas of the story. While Breescale was visually inferred as a calm village, its parallel, Lalakusha, is explicitly the embodiment of peace and tranquility. This sort of representation is meant to signify something to the larger picture, which comes into play later on through a firm idea. I suppose this is a result of the heightened fidelity and horsepower of the PlayStation 2, eliminating the otherworldly and dreamlike impression created from the original's juxtaposition of pre-rendered characters against low-poly environments. In Lunatea, everything fits together with the coherent clarity of wakefulness, which demands the actual contents of the world to express the concept of dreams through their design rather than their framing. Taking a page from Moonlight Museum's theme, Lunatea has a distinct modernist flavor to it, which becomes more and more present throughout its later half. Since the kingdoms are meant to represent distinct emotions, they need to express these feelings visually. The early worlds achieved this in a rather literal way, using tropes and classic associations to convey their designated ideas. Lalakusha's monastery and lush nature signify serenity, while Joyland's carnival amusement park is a stand-in for joy. I mean, it's practically called Joyland. However, the connotations get a bit more complicated in the nation of Volk, showing a blistering red European town torn apart by war to signify discord. This connection is less direct, instead relying on our cultural understanding of the present symbolism. In particular, Volk is imbued with strong connotations of World War II, the least considering the name Volk being the German word for folk. The blunt, unflattering nature of this depiction draws just as much associations with world wars as the contemporaneous, modernist depictions of said historical events. War is not glorious. It is merely horrible and destructive. Through that precedent, we understand that the depiction of Volk isn't neutral, but rather informed by these emotions. The English translation obfuscates this a bit by assigning this world the Bell of Discord, when the Japanese Ika more plainly translates to anger. As such, we may see war as a direct enactment of anger, but anger can equally be expressed against war through the depiction of it. If anger is a representation of the people of Volk, it is seemingly as much the response to destruction as it is the realization of it. I think this observation helps us better interpret the rest of the game. For example, in Joyland, the party are chasing after Tat, who has stolen their element and split herself into two parts. One half is flirtatious and enamored with Klonoa, while the other is dismissive and hostile towards him. This division identifies two diametrically opposed facets of Tat's character, exposing an inner conflict towards her protagonist and perhaps her entire outlook on life. Even in the very land of happiness, she is unable to fully express and accept joy, showing that true happiness may be more than the superficial frills and laughter of a playground. There is a persistent, pessimistic darkness within Tat's bright and vibrant demeanor that is at all times reflected in the duality of her face, split up between black and white. This is never directly vocalized in the text, but it's nevertheless something we can infer from the modernist iconography in her design. In other words, if Popka is a Kandinsky, then Tat is definitely a Picasso. These early adventures in Lalakusha, Joyland and Volk help solidify Lunatea's distinct, unique characteristic. Much like Breescale, Forlock and Jogpot in Phantomile, they make up the first half of the game, blissfully uncomplicated in comparison to the latter half. We quickly get into the rut of gathering splangos and reconvening with Baguji in an episodic format that is more rigidly gamey than the original game's winding journey. Each kingdom a convenient mark on a checklist. Lunatea's Veil lures us with the expectations of this structure and then catches us off guard with surprise. But whereas Grandpa's death led to an immediate emotional tonal shift, Klonoa 2 is more vague, with its turns only made fully apparent through the parallels. At the same beat where Klonoa rushed through the ruins of Phantomile's past, his future counterpart boards a similar relic of Lunatea's past, the ancient Ishra's Ark, a vessel that once traveled freely between the now isolated kingdoms, allowing them to coexist in harmony, but which is now nothing more than a faint, abandoned dream. By reactivating it, Klonoa and company are able to reach Mira Mira, a secluded snow kingdom housing the Bell of Indecision. For an unassuming player, this chapter follows along the same lines as the previous ones, having Klonoa and his pals arrive in a new location, overcoming an ordeal and being rewarded with yet another element. In this case, Lolo faces her feelings of inadequacy, falling into anguish before she reclaims her courage and earns self-confidence. It's a neat lesson on the world's theme, and a serviceable distraction from what's occurring right behind it. Because, to returning players, Mira Mira is the boiling point of the game's surprisingly specific intertextuality, the point where it peeks up from beneath the surface and becomes increasingly present. Halfway through Mira Mira, the gang enters a mysterious building to find an art gallery within, the Museum of Memories. A surreal place unconcerned with worldly ideas such as up or down, using Escher motifs like his iconic stairs or metamorphosing birds and fish to convey relativity and subjectivity. It all feels awfully familiar, which clearly is the point. Revisiting a repurposed setting, playing an old song, and engaging the player through more puzzles than any other level in the game, the Museum of Memories subtly implies its namesake for us. We know this place. We have been here. We have heard this before. In an intriguing twist of expectations, Lunatea's Veil masterfully employs the boundless potential of dreams to recycle and transform the past. This is indeed our old friend, the Moonlight Museum. Or rather, the memory of it. Heck, even the level's designated Momet doll is that little girl. When the gang enters this funky locale, they speak to a Miramiran about the museum, who explains that they spend all their time there, admiring the art pieces, as they lend them a window into memory.
Just as art is a reflection of the soul, these mirrors are reflections of our past. Why leave if you can keep reliving bygone days? With Moonlight Museum fresh in our minds, this line should no doubt strike us with its familiarity. In Japanese, she more specifically says that art is an expression of the heart, which slots even more cleanly in with Moonlight Museum's line about art mirroring the heart. It's a neat little parallel that further strengthens the connection to the past, at least for the Japanese audience. Also, while we're at it, I might mention that while this level is called Maze of Memories in English, it is indeed Museum of Memories in Japanese, which is such a better fit that I always assumed it was called that and didn't even notice the English name until writing this very sentence. I do not fault the translator for this alteration though, because they clearly had no good reason to retain the allusions to Moonlight Museum for an audience that had never even heard about the Wonderswan. Let's be real here. Anyway, this lofty statement from the Mira Miran is a pretty amazing line, because it offhandedly blurts out the entire thesis of the last game like nothing. Only for Popka to respond with a "What the hell are you even talking about?" I love Popka. This subtly underlines how the intertextuality has little meaning to the characters in the story. As the audience stand-in, not even Klonoa can do much more than patiently blink, nod along and listen before moving on. But to us, this little art is a reflection of the soul, mirrors our reflections of our past line, is a veritable bombshell of implications. The comparison between art and mirrors spurred the mind, inviting us to seriously consider the suggestion. Can a house of mirrors be reinterpreted as an art gallery? And is the art gallery not in some sense a house of mirrors? Whether intentionally or not, the artist always reflects a part of their soul in their work, and as inescapably, the observer's soul is equally reflected through their interpretation. To witness art is to bear the contents of oneself, as is the self-reflection in the mirror. Do we as observers of ourselves see the same person everyone else sees outside the mirror? Or is there a reversed self-depiction only truly understood by our own perception? Is art, as mirrors, as dreams, not in some part exclusive to our own consciousness, showing a different vision to each observer, which can never be fully replicated or shared with the other? The comparison feels plausible and reasonable, particularly in its presentation. The mirror and the painted canvas, as flat, wall-mounted objects, have the frame in common. One fits right in with the other. There is practically no great distinction in their installation. However, despite the similarities, art and mirrors of course have vastly different utility and meaning. They're not commonly seen as equal and fill different roles in our everyday lives. Only by understanding and accepting this dichotomy can we identify the parallels that nevertheless exist between them and broaden our view on the two. That perhaps placing something within a frame recalls these ideas, nudging us to see it as both expression and reflection, our soul and our past. Conveniently, the closest framed object in the player's proximity will be the very screen they're staring at, metatextually extending the idea past the fourth wall. The game, this very level, is in that sense equal parts art and mirror. In this moment, we are quite literally reliving our bygone days by playing through a facsimile of the previous game, because the player connection in Klonoa never truly goes away. It is always present as long as we apply it, as long as we are reminded of it. By rephrasing the thesis of Moonlight Museum in a line about the reflection of our past, through this faintest of suggestions, all of the ideas on art from that game softly reverberate through this level and the rest of Lunatea. Those bygone conclusions don't go away just because we move forward to the next game. They linger within us and make the continued journey more nuanced and complex with each step. We must therefore allow this new observation to proverbially shake hands with that past knowledge to create even more meaning. In the opening of Moonlight Museum, the painter Pico explains how his work is inspired by people's memories, aiming to further their beauty. His masterpiece is one that Klonoa describes as nostalgic, an intention Pico confirms. It is indeed meant to evoke feelings of nostalgia. Its title is The Quiet Hometown, and the connections to Breescale are no doubt blatant. Klonoa finds himself on windswept plains under diagonal clouds, with some solitary huts in the distance. The rocky terrain and scattered moose hardly providing much of a roadblock to his progress. Halfway through, he even enters a vast cave, before the journey is unceremoniously cut short. Had Moonlight Museum had bosses, I'm certain we would have encountered some flavor of Rongolango here. But we don't. Instead, the memory of Breescale feels patchy and incomplete, an insufficient recollection. There is something or someone missing from this vision of Klonoa's past that makes it almost frustratedly hollow. The faraway house is striking in how its lonesomeness stretches the definition of civilization, instead coming across more as a focal point of importance, like the only thing about this memory that is vibrant and significant. But its distance never diminishes. It is perpetually out of reach. Pico's depiction of nostalgia, of the quiet hometown, suggests warmth and familiarity, but it is suspiciously cold and desolate, something only truly confirmed by Klonoa literally entering the picture and finding a faint reflection of his past inside. The very use of nostalgia, or the word home in hometown, confirms to us that this is something Klonoa has lost and moved on from, a place only alive in his memories. And thus, through our window from Lunatea into the Moonlit Museum, we extend the chain with one further link, staring further into our memory of the memory of Phantomile. Like a planetary alignment, a straight line has been drawn between these three games, painting a mental image of recursive memories. It reveals how important the theme of remembrance is to these games, and how memory can be equally defined by what we don't remember. The epigraph poem of Door to Phantomile and Lunatea's Veil both directly allude to forgotten dreams, and while Moonlight Museum isn't as literal, it still focuses on the obfuscation of dreams in darkness. Dreams may be experienced, they may happen in our imagination, but they're only fully tangible and real to us through memory. Even if we don't always remember our dreams, we still give them shape through the holes they leave behind. The dream you can't remember is still decidedly a dream, its very size and scope felt by the equivalent absence in your recollection. Klonoa himself never really talks outright about his dreams, his memories, but their shadows are nevertheless cast all over his adventures. If these games are his dreams, then they are a product of his mind, the accumulation of his lived experiences. The game remembering Door to Phantomile via remembering Moonlight Museum is as much Klonoa remembering it as it is the player remembering it. He remembers it because we remember it. However, for each step of remembrance, we witness the slow change that the flow of time subjects us to. With each new game, Klonoa is reiterated and further removed from his initial context. Each game must remember not only the first Klonoa, but every subsequent one, further muddying the waters and displacing the importance of the source. It's true that eventually Klonoa would become so far removed from his original context that he would play beach volleyball with his grandpa's murderer, but for now, we can still make out Phantomile from our hallway of frames. For now, the memory still lingers. So, yes, I'd say this one line from the bunny lady counts as a pretty big deal. Because wow, holy crap. That was a long string of thought. This dialogue elegantly opens the maze of memories by suggesting the nature of those titular memories as intertextual, which in turn sets up the final act of the game, coloring the rest of the narrative. In no small words, if the midway twist of Door to Phantomile was its tonal shift, Lunatea's Veil is intertextuality as memory, the point where the tale irrevocably changes, transforming from a self-contained story to one intricately reliant on others.
I'm Kiki, and I think the specificity of the callbacks are so loud for the ones in the know that it borders on blatant. A call which will only grow in loudness as we move forward. Art! However, this is all still subtext, ideas with broad application that can satisfyingly be interpreted on their own. Lunatea's Veil can be many things, and it is certainly not incomprehensible for new players. In fact, this entire chapter's meaning is to a large extent deflected onto Lolo, who clings to the thought of memories and reflections, before unexpectedly facing her own traumatic past in the mirror. The museum carries direct relevance for our surrogate textual protagonist, like much of the rest of the game, whereas previously stated, the new characters will waste no time enacting their own drama, while Klonoa patiently idles in the background. But soon, his waiting will be over. The Wahoo is coming. As the gang collects their final magical element, they reconvene with the prophet Baguji to figure out what to do next. However, at this moment so close to victory, they are deceived by Leorina and Tat, who under disguise snatch all of the elements and make a snappy escape. It seems there is still some ways to go, as Klonoa and friends have to retrace their steps to learn more about Leorina's past and motives. It is revealed that Leorina mirrors Lolo's journey, having initially been a priestess in training too, before disillusionment instead led her to the pursuit of power, saying that she will show them all and make them pay, with vague allusions to both the ones who abandoned her and the entire world. Whatever qualms Leorina has with the world is, however, unspoken, perhaps only truly inferred through the parallels with Lolo and her repressed feelings of inadequacy. After all, these two are the cat and dog reflections of one another. What happened to Leorina likely would have happened to Lolo. But this equally shows that Leorina, too, can break the cycle of self-contempt. In her griefful desperation for revenge, Leorina returns to this sea of tears, transforming its bell of priestess rites into the Bell of Sorrow. Or more specifically, the Bell of Sorrow emerges from within. As it tolls, the sea turns gold and a ghastly shadow of Ishra's Ark takes flight, ready to bridge Lunatea with its forgotten fifth kingdom. The Kingdom of Sorrow. But Leorina is not to be its ruler. Her role in this awakening has already been fulfilled. As soon as her rise to power, she falls right back down again. Not quite a main villain, Leorina is little more than Lunatea's yoka, an abused lackey made the victim of a greater entity. When she tampers with the power of sorrow, it only engulfs her, practically sucking out all other emotions, leaving her nothing but a fierce monster. As she states in Defeat, once you restore her, use the power? More like, it used me. And even more strikingly, power is worthless. Cannot even overcome sorrow. I guess in an attempt to outrun her past, her pain, Leorina embraced sorrow, thinking it would be a solution to her problem. But sorrow only helps to devour us, to change us. With what power do we truly control sorrow? Does it not just take over the reins in our submission? When Leorina played with fire, she got burned, and as a result, the course of action is clear. Sorrow must be stopped. The bridge to Lunatea cannot be completed. In this final act, the conflict of Lunatea's Veil is made larger than its characters, as they stand together for the sake of the entire world against the very idea of sorrow itself. This faceless, enigmatic creature of sorrow, casting a shadow so wide that our heroes are rendered small and insignificant in comparison. We are merely allowed glimpses of Lunatea's true nature, which paints the interplay of its 5 kingdoms as pure symbolism. This land neatly divided into subsets of emotions. Never shall they meet. The others at least tolerated, but sorrow so tabooed that it has been hidden and forgotten. Declared evil. But sorrow cannot be locked away forever. It only helps to make it faster and grow out of proportion. Because sorrow pervades all. Lalakusha has seemingly built its entire culture around suppressing sorrow. In Joyland, the inhabitants distract themselves with perpetual happiness. In Volk, they allow anger to drown it all out. And in Mira Mira, bad memories shatter their mirrors, quite literally hurting people as they remain in place untouched. When the Sea of Tears subsides, Klonoa rides across the haunting terrain left in its wake on his wicked-ass snowboard, before ending up at a peculiar, unexplained structure of countless bells. A veritable warehouse of suppressed emotions. Sorrow is not introduced to Lunatea. It has always been there. It is merely exposed from within. The truth uncovered. The titular veil lifted. At the finale, all of Lunatea's actors have been overextended, the presence no more than a climax formality. In truth, this is where they all take a back seat and allow Klonoa to finally resume his role as protagonist. Because in the Land of Sorrow, only he can continue pushing onwards and reaffirm himself as the most important character. Because he is the player. His actions are ours. We keep on trucking like nothing, unwittingly embracing whatever revelations the Kingdom of Sorrow has in store for us. What else can we do but that? With an infectiously unfazed optimism, Klonoa must face all dangers, unconcerned with whatever is found within, because he must likewise remain distant and impartial, so as to not break our illusion. It should be evident at this point that Lunatea is a product of Klonoa's dreams. It is a metaphysical realization of his inner emotional world. But he is not allowed to feel it. He cannot reveal it. Such is the role of the dream traveler. Instead, we must feel for Klonoa. We must extend his pain and sorrow into ourselves. How could we not? After all, isn't it ours? If we have our own Phantomiles, if we lend our moonlight to the museums, then surely Lunatea too must in some sense be ours. When Klonoa arrives in the Kingdom of Sorrow, he's met by a complicated, distorted structure lit by the sunset. Much like the other kingdoms, this place is an expressionist manifestation of its namesake, a spatial communication of difficult emotions. If the Museum of Memories was a subtle vessel for intertextual memory, it is painfully overt here. Without being outright vocalized, this kingdom proverbially screams its intents in our faces. Do you not hear? Do you not see? Do you not remember? At the 11th hour, Klonoa II, Lunatea's veil, pulls the rug out from under our feet, exposing all the little odd parallels and reverberations in its plot. The poetry has kept on rhyming, but now it stops. Now it finds itself trapped in a corner, forced to reveal its true nature. Lunatea's veil is not about Lunatea's veil. It is about Door to Phantomile. When Klonoa enters the Kingdom of Sorrow, the repressed sadness in his heart, the shadows of his dreams, what can he find but the memory of grief, the loss of his best friend and grandfather? Set to the unsubtle background music, Shuponia, Ruin of Sadness, we hear a lengthy, mournful dirge, jarringly interrupted by brief snippets from our past. Little samples of our adventure in Phantomile, the frolicking through the fields of Breezegale, the enigma of the Moon Kingdom, our time with Grandpa, all made cold and distant, like something that cannot be contended with, fading away as soon as they appear. This is extended through the very layout of the level itself. Dotted throughout the landscape are these hollow, corporeal recollections. A solitary park bench, a dried-up fountain, the mocking, cut-out faces of joy and sadness. But most recurring, like an oppressively intrusive memory, is the empty rocking chair. As the player surrogate, Klonoa is reflected in Lunatea's state of stilted emotions and pent-up sorrows. Whatever he finds is the painful memories of Phantomile, of the first game. After all, that is the only thing we truly have in common. They are our memories as much as his. This pain is ours, and the connotations they bring are only truly meaningful if we accept them as such and allow their light to illuminate ourselves. For our Phantomile, Lunatea's veil asks us to hold Klonoa's hand and face our repressed sorrow together. We've all lost something, some more than others. The grief we carry is our own. There is no way for this game to reflect a perfect representation of all sorrows. However, we can take this broad, abstract portrayal as an invitation to nevertheless project ourselves upon, to confront our personal sorrows. In particular, it seems the Kingdom of Sorrow hones in on Grandpa, and in the process identifies a semi-universal experience for us to relate to. Maybe you've also lost a grandparent. It's not too unlikely a presumption. It's actually quite plausible. Through this common ground, we can identify with Klonoa and relate to his sadness. See that, once again, we are maybe not too different, after all. In Lunatea's Vale, Klonoa's memory of his grandfather has a considerable weight, yet its presence is faint, having been essentialized as the fragment of a melody and an empty rocking chair.
Some way or another, it seems most elderly people possess a rocking chair. I don't know if it's like a generational thing, or if someday in the far future I'm just gonna feel like buying a game rocking chair for myself. This goofy but soothing contraption that borders on complete stereotype. I'm certain the developers gave one to Klonoa's grandfather just for that purpose, because a lot of old people have them. That was certainly the case for my grandparents, and I wouldn't be surprised if the same applied to yours. As such, we can take this empty rocking chair as a personal item without its owner, the absence of an elderly person, the loss of a grandparent. In Door to Phantomile, Klonoa shockingly loses his grandfather in a sudden series of events. His mourning is brief and interrupted, having to trudge on without ever looking back. Grandpa is never mentioned or alluded to again after this. His memory is left behind, and the sorrow suppressed. As soon as matters calm down, Klonoa is just as quickly traumatically thrown out of Phantomile. There is no room to heal. There are only the blunt blows. With a firm yet kind hand, I suppose Lunatea's Vale confronts this. Was there not something left unsaid? Was there not something you forgot to do? The loss of Grandpa may be unexpected and a bit harsh, jarringly sudden considering how little screen time he ultimately has, but it is viscerally real. We meet our grandparents at an extreme crossroads. Here is someone with an entire life behind them, and there are you, only just about to enter it. I guess it is all too common to fall into the trap of seeing such a thoroughly defined person, and therefore take them for granted, until one day they're gone, before you were allowed to fully know them, before you matured enough to comprehend it, before you truly became you. The loss of a grandparent is many children's first encounter with death. So it is for Klonoa, and so it was for me. In fact, my grandpa also always sat in a chair, and had his house burned down by some absolute joker. Strange coincidence. I was 13 years old when Grandpa suddenly fell ill and passed away. Too old not to feel sad, but too young to fully process it. So with no proper outlet, I locked him away as nothing more than a cold statement. But sorrow boils in that pot, and soon memory transforms it into grotesque shapes you don't understand. Why is this still haunting me? Wasn't this done? Did I not leave this behind? Of course not. We never fully get over sorrow. We just hide it, and maybe one day we learn to accept it. Accept that the scar is permanent. At the end of the road, the terminus of tears as they call it, Klonoa finally encounters who he was looking for. The voice that called out for help ever since he first entered Lunatea. The King of Sorrow appears at the last minute as a suspiciously fully formed character who embodies all of sorrow and memory, a figurative abstraction. But instead of pertaining to anything found within Lunatea, he is yet another memory of Phantomile, with his phantomilian physique framed by an oversized scarf and distinct cyan fur. The King of Sorrow resembles a distorted reflection of the past, merging the impression of Klonoa and his friend Hupo into one. Atop the manifestation of Klonoa's sorrowful memories sits its king. Not quite Klonoa, not quite Hupo, but the friendship, the connection between them, united as one. It would seem like Klonoa's strongest and most central sorrow is the loss of Hupo, the burnt-in afterimage of their tearful farewell, tucked away and abandoned, but never fully forgotten. The memory of Hupo and Klonoa's grandfather are all over Lunatea, and nowhere at all. Despite the vast shadows they cast, we never see their faces or hear their names again. We can only identify them in their echoes, the silent stanzas, their contours only made out in an empty hole around which the game bends itself. In its conclusion, Lunatea's Veil can do little more than remember Hupo, but in that process it twists and distorts him into something else. Just like Leorina, sorrow transforms us and skews our memories. Instead of a heartfelt reunion or fond nostalgia, the personification of the bond between Hupo and Klonoa is antagonized, determined to have Klonoa atone for the sins of the world, with the conviction that if sorrow is not welcome, then all shall be consumed by it. The sentiment is undeniably reminiscent of the same statements made by Gaudius in Door to Phantomile, that a world shunning bad dreams deserves endless nightmares. It is an extreme conclusion, no doubt, but it still carries a deeper truth. We shouldn't flee from our sadness, shut it in and deny its existence, because at the end of the day, we can't. It will only cause us further heartache. I appreciate and commend this nuanced perspective the Klonoa games lend their conflicts, just like how the Moonlight Museum was humored instead of disproven. The king is absolutely right in his feelings of abandonment and broad declarations about the value of sorrow. And in that regard, I suppose we might as well consider Gaudius and his distorted truth. There are no good dreams without bad ones. We cannot understand the world without contrasts. There is no joy without sorrow. Curiously, Hideo Yoshizawa once blurted out the intriguing tidbit that he initially envisioned Klonoa 2 as a prequel, chronicling the ancient banishment of Gaudius. This idea was supposedly shot down because of its heavy textual reliance on the first game, which might have alienated new players. maybe that's why Lunatea's veil only shakes hands with his older brother in between the lines. Who knows? What's intriguing is that taking the final game into consideration, I can't help but suspect that the conclusion of the first pitch may have involved the humanization of Gaudius, transforming him into a more tragic character we may actually pity. Now, don't take my word on that, because it's nothing more than a hunch and not true. Do not go around rephrasing this as fact. I will destroy you. Nevertheless, it helps us to also make out Gaudius within this marriage of the past. But why would Klonoa, in his continuing dreams, conflate his memory of Hupo with Gaudius? Why must the symbol of his friendship hurt him? And why must he be forced to strike back? Evidently, the sorrow has distorted the memories, refocusing them again and again until they're merely a distillation of the pain, an unbearable burden, ever persisting until it nears the point of contempt. Several of these violated memories can be recognized throughout Lunatea, both on a micro and macro scale. For example, in Door to Phantomile, Hupo was the self-proclaimed ring spirit of Klonoa's iconic ring, essentially acting as the embodiment of the ever-present grab move. So important was this role that the series had to transcend ideas like linear continuity or spatial cohesion for Hupo to wordlessly return in Moonlight Museum. Because he simply has to be there. It is his designated place in the world. However, mere moments after Klonoa enters Lunatea, Lolo unpromptedly enters the ring without his consent. Likewise, when in Volk, Liarina reveals that she has manufactured a perfect replica of the ring, although it's red. Sick. Allowing her to do whatever Klonoa can do. In this way, the literal bond to Hupo which Klonoa is constantly carrying in his hand is pulled in all kinds of directions by the desires of others who will neither respect nor acknowledge that it may have a strong sentimental value and meaning to him. Similarly, Klonoa meets with Bagaji the Prophet early on in the game, an old man providing wisdom and guidance to the gang on their journey, sitting quite literally at the center of the world, in between all other kingdoms, not truly belonging to any of them. Bagaji is mysterious, his face persistently shrouded, and his very body otherworldly. Yet he's never menacing, and Klonoa doesn't show him suspicion, instead wholeheartedly trusting his words. When taken at face value, Bagaji is a strange and perhaps even confusing character. You sort of replaced in the third act by Liarina's masquerading, and then revealed at the finale as nothing but a spectre puppeteered by the King of Sorrow. It is only when we allow Lunatea's veil to rhyme alongside Door to Phantomile that Bagaji's role is made crystal clear as the distorted memory of Grandpa. A paternal figure setting our protagonist out on his journey before he's prematurely taken away right as the narrative twists around. At first mockingly imitated and then revealed as an unreal figment, Bagaji are the empty clothes of a loved one, reanimated only to reenact their demise. The memories violating themselves until nothing is left, until we can no longer feel the real person underneath. Less than human, they become their undoing, the moments in which we lost them. Their absence glows brighter than their presence in our hearts. until we have nothing more to remember them by. When all is said and done, Klonoa has very little to remember his grandfather by, apart from the unbridled emotions that have skipped like a record since his final day. He's gone, and so is the place he occupied, quite literally. When Klonoa loses Grandpa, he simultaneously loses their house, the space they occupied. In Door to Phantomile, it is ruthless and violent. It is immediate. I assume for most people it is merely a shift in residency. Some complete stranger moves in and makes the place their own, unwittingly borrowing you out of a piece of your past. All that remains are the fading contours of something you once knew. Grandpa's house burning down was merely the fastest route to the same result. Life moves on. The plot of land remains. Something new happens to it, and we realize all we're left with is a space that now only exists in memory. In both the figurative and literal sense, we cannot go back to those places and recreate our visions. Even if they had remained perfectly intact and preserved, it would not be the same me who entered that door, and there would be no one there to greet me. Whatever memories we have live in our mind like sun-bleached print, firmly defined but frustratingly distant, like a painting of nostalgia or the shapeless architecture of sorrow. And so, our memory betrays us, makes us forget their faces, their voices, their being, until one day, all we see is an empty share.
As one is wont to do in video games, Klonoa faces off against the King of Sorrow in a climactic battle. But instead of a victorious resolution, the king's defeat is solemn and desperate, once more repeating his pleas for help. Cradling the king in his arms, Klonoa reassures him with the comfort of his unwavering, bright disposition.
You don't have to run anymore. You don't have to be afraid. The world won't forget sorrow anymore. And no one will run away anymore. After all, we've come too far to turn back, right?
With this, the king peacefully dissolves into light, producing the final element in Klonoa's hand, a symbol that he has overcome his sorrow by accepting and embracing it. In this positively divine scene within the flip-turned cathedral, Popka, my beloved, shares an intriguing closing observation with Lolo.
Oh wow! Doesn't Klonoa remind you of the goddess Claire?
Resting in the softest suggestions throughout Lunatea is the martyr tale of the religious figure, Mother Goddess Claire, who purged herself of evil at the Sea of Tears until all that remained was her statue. In reverence, the people of Lunatea devote themselves to her, praying for her to absolve them of their sins. When Lolo is described as a priestess, it is to the teachings of Claire. But knowing what we know, there is evidently untold nuance to her tale, as the only thing cast away in Lunatea Sea is sorrow, with its very bell emerging from within her statue. It's far from a stretch to suggest that it was actually her sorrow Claire abandoned, and that throughout the years the tale was simplified as the purging of evil, because it's easy and convenient. So much so that even the King of Sorrow himself adapted the idea through Baguji's warnings. Instead of contending with sorrow, all of Lunatea instead agreed that its banishment was a mercy to be celebrated for all time. This is the norm the cast uncritically assumes when they set out to stop the king. when they antagonize him for even suggesting that sorrow could have a place in their world. The likening of Klonoa with Claire is befitting, because much like her, Klonoa too is missing a half of himself, swallowed by the sea of tears. They are one and the same, their tales linked as the spiritual before and after of Klonoa's symbolic journey. The tale of Claire is what Klonoa once did to himself, but now has to undo by no longer running away, by no longer being afraid. And so, with the weight of the world behind them, Klonoa and the rest of Lunatea can greet a new day, no longer distant to their sadness, but acknowledging it as important as any other emotion. On a cliff above the ocean, Klonoa and Lolo watch the restoration of the Kingdom of Sorrow, now accepted as another part of Lunatea. Lolo talks hopefully about the future, about her ambitions and renewed self-confidence. Sorrow can no longer weigh her down. As if relieved by Lolo's very disposition, Klonoa suddenly turns to leave. In a striking reflection of Door to Phantomile's conclusion, Lolo promptly utters the truth out loud. Klonoa is not from Lunatea and must return to where he belongs. The dream is over, and it's time to wake up. Once again, Klonoa has to part with his friends. But this time, it's different. Because Klonoa already knows. Of course he knows. He knew ever since the beginning. Instead, this time, the revelation is for Lolo to bear. Mirroring the past, Lolo tearfully comes to grips with Klonoa's truth in the same manner he once did. But she's fine. She knows now that it's okay to cry and feel sad. Sorrow is a natural part of life. Echoing what he has come to learn from previous experience, with a sentiment borrowed straight out of Radia Senki, Klonoa finally closes out his long journey by accepting the inevitable end of all dreams, and boldly acknowledging the many confrontations we must have with partings.
I believe that if you don't forget the sadness of this moment, we'll always be together.
No sunshine without rain, no day without night. Sorrow makes happiness real. Remembering why we feel sad gives our joy meaning. Two friends may tearfully part ways, but if they don't accept that sorrow as real and tangible, then what is there left to hold on to? I feel it's clear that this ending resonates alongside Door to Phantomile, admitting that there was an unresolved pain central to its climax, and giving Klonoa a second chance to go back and do it right. Lunatea's veil allows him to mature, to bravely face his sorrow, by no longer suppressing it. Klonoa is ready now. This time, he can peacefully embrace the end and welcome it with open arms. And with that, Klonoa sheds a single tear, so subtle that even the remaster missed it. He thanks Lolo for everything and departs into the misty haze of morning. So ends Klonoa 2, Lunatea's Veil. While the credits roll, we see scenes of Lunatea citizens overcoming their troubles and reuniting to live in harmony. Peace prospers once more, everyone is vibing. This happens. Eventually, we close out on the expected fourth wall breaking player call-out, giving us a candid look at a brightly lit bedside table with a personalized "Good morning, person" greeting. I suppose the dream has finally ended and our story firmly concluded. This truly means goodbye. We, as Klonoa, must hereafter step away from the game and bring the memory of its teachings into our own lives. The future is bright, not just for our Lunatean friends, but for us as well. As long as we can remember what we learned. As long as we can remember the dream. After all, wasn't it ours as much as Klonoa's? Now, over the years, much has been said about Klonoa 2 Lunatea's Veil. From what I gather, mainly as a story about our relationship to sorrow. In particular, I believe the more immediate signifiers in the narrative, such as the literal manifestation of these concepts with the king and his kingdom, has impressed upon audiences a poignant edge that has led it to be regarded as the pinnacle of the series. And, I mean, by all means, you do you. It's a good game. However, I would like to at least propose that perhaps popular opinion has slightly confused overtness with overarching presence. Put simply, Lunatea's Veil doesn't introduce sorrow to Klonoa. It merely highlights what was already there from the beginning. The greatest strides Klonoa 2 accomplishes, primarily the funky callbacks during its back half, all involve pointing a finger back to its source, essentially lending a sort of textual profundity to the original. In other words, if Door to Phantomile, and I guess Moonlight Museum, used its narrative to muse on the game medium, Lunatea's Veil uses it to muse on Door to Phantomile. Hiding beneath the surface of the original game were tantalizingly self-aware thoughts on dreams, memory, loss, and how this is expressed through the medium itself. Hiding beneath the surface of Klonoa 2 are merely the implications of its predecessor. I can thus take its mission statement as nothing else than the humble acknowledgement that, indeed, Door to Phantomile was so tremendous that Klonoa needed an entire extra game to process everything that happened in it. We're still keeping one foot firm in Phantomile territory here. You can have one without the other, but you cannot have the other without one. Mind you, this shouldn't be taken as a negative. It simply means that Lunatea's Veil has a fundamental basis in the passage of time. Thanks to its many retrospective connections, the game defines a firm past to distinguish itself from. I mean, it simply being called Klonoa 2 implies the existence of a Klonoa 1. The contrast is the point. It means we can wrap up the original game's message with a neat bow on top and ask ourselves, what happens now? In Door to Phantomile, we were confronted with the nature of dreams. We had friendships strengthen and crumble, the traumatic passing of parental figures, and the deception of memory. In its conclusion, we were asked to remember all of this with a dedication to our own Phantomiles. What Lunatea's Veil adds is the second page. This time, Klonoa is a teenager as opposed to a rambunctious baby. He has experienced more and learned of the world. We are undeniably informed of the passage of time. Without words, we understand that this happens after that. Knowing what we know, we can infer that Klonoa 2 Lunatea's Veil is about growing older, and how this in turn confronts us with the persistence and pain of remembering. What was held so dear in Phantomile must be warped and questioned by Lunatea. We can only observe the past from a distance, and each moment it fades further from our view. Ultimately, Klonoa must confront that his joyous memories held a suppressed sorrow, one which he may not have even understood at the time. However, this is a conclusion that can only be reached intertextually. There's very little in the text of Lunatea's Veil to indicate the relevance of its signifiers to Klonoa himself. Taken in a vacuum, we only have the cheekiest of nods, like the king's suspicious appearance or Klonoa's increased presence towards the conclusion. From this perspective, we can see that this is a story about emotions, about the suppression and subsequent acceptance of sadness. But what are the characters sad about? What is Klonoa sad about? We only understand this through our pre-familiarity with his story, by living through his past experiences. We only parse the overarching message of Lunatea's Veil by playing Door to Phantomile. Intertext is its bread and butter. With this, we transform it from neutrally in the present to encapsulating the future. Klonoa 2, a game about Klonoa 1. A sequel that maturely asks its audience to engage with it in a less direct and more abstract manner, to find its very identity through the parallels drawn in our active participation and interpretation. How many other games are there even like this? We Love Katamari? Metal Gear Solid 2? All beaten to the punch by the Wahoo game. They really should have given Klonoa more credit. I find this funky fourth wall leaning continuity thrilling. I mean, if we take Klonoa's age as a signifier of time's passage in comparison to the other games, one might even read the 2008 remake, creatively titled Klonoa, as a soft meta-sequel. Here we are again, repeating the story of Door to Phantomile near verbatim. But something is different. Klonoa is no longer a little boy. He's grown. He looks even older than he did in Klonoa 2. He certainly sounds older.
But there's one dream I remember very clearly, as if it was happening right now.
Are we to take this as the unfiltered true events of Door to Phantomile, or merely a fully unrelated retelling? Is there not an irrefutable testament to time's passing in revisiting something from the past in a hopeless attempt to both recreate and fix it? However hard you try, the past remains the past, and all you're left with is an imitation. No matter how similar, it's still different. In this light, the remake comes across as a representation of how memory twists and warps as we grow older, with Klonoa awkwardly inserting his hypothetical adult self within his childhood memories, passing them off as the same thing. Or maybe it's subtly signifying those uncanny occasions where we end up having the same dream we've already had before. Was it exactly the same dream, or did something not change along the way? Can we possibly understand and experience it the same way the second time around? Undoubtedly, thanks to the conceptual bombshells established by the previous Klonoa games, we can effortlessly reframe even the most unremarkable of rehashes as philosophically heavy. Somehow, in 2008, the Klonoa Wii remake metatextually whispered the same thoughts that the Final Fantasy VII remake would shout through a megaphone 12 years later.
A touching reunion.
Klonoa has always been ahead of the curve, but his ideas are tragically never given the time of day. How far can he go? Are we to take the Fantasy Reverie series version of Door to Phantomile, which repaints the previous remake to look more like the original, as the echo chamber cacophony of the memory of remembering a memory? Is Klonoa in some strange dream loop where he keeps experiencing the same dream once every decade or so? Is he in purgatory? Is that why he no longer cries at the end of Lunatea's Veil? Because he's even more over it? Or because he forgot? How profound that in the moment where Klonoa reiterates his line about not forgetting his sorrow, his tears are absent. His words ring hollow. Did he actually forget his sadness? Did he actually forget Hupo?
When comparing the first and second Klonoa games with each other, the vantage point will naturally fall upon the latter. After our visit to Phantomile, we figuratively sit down in Lunatea to meditate and retrospect on what has befallen us. We help Klonoa through a subtextual therapy session where he unpacks his past before moving on with his life. In the emotional terminal of Lunatea, all that matters is Phantomile. It lends confirmation and affirmation to our thoughts about the original game, tells us that it was as poignant and striking as we inferred. But what is the flip side of that coin? When replaying Door to Phantomile with the knowledge of Lunatea's Veil, I suppose we're allowed to see hope and healing in Klonoa's future. That despite the sadness of the moment, in time he will overcome these internal hardships, and soon enough his scars will heal. However, at the same time a mournful realization emerges like a foreboding portent within its tearful climax. Hupo is truly gone. Well, I mean, as elaborated on earlier, they do reconvene in adventures such as Baloo's Tower, Moonlight Museum, Empire of Dreams, and what have you. Hupo remains as one of the series' staples, as mundane as a Luigi, a lingering figment in Klonoa's ill-defined youth. What's important is that there is a definitive parting at the conclusion of Door to Phantomile, but no equally firm reunion. Yes, sometimes Klonoa emerges in his dream with Hupo conveniently and inexplicably at his side. Sometimes he doesn't. Sometimes he mourns the loss. Sometimes he relives the grand adventure again. And sometimes he plays beach volleyball. Yeah! Dreams are weird, abstract, and incoherent. Have you not had vivid dreams of lost loved ones that seem natural and believable to you in the moment? Applying some supposed firm continuity to the Klonoa series feels about as nonsensical as suggesting continuity to our own dreams. Does that mean all my falling dreams I had as a kid were at the end of the timeline, all providing their own alternate universe version of me dying in roughly the same way? In that case, they definitely take place after all of those teeth dreams I had as a teenager. Do I intersperse my mundane train commute dreams and grocery store dreams between the other dreams? Are the never-ending dreams about Super Mario 64 I've had since the 90s just dream me passing the time? Is it canon when someone else dreams about me? Or does that just count as a crossover? It's ridiculous. Dreams don't work that way. And by that metric, I don't even think it's a stretch to suggest that Klonoa 2 could take place before Klonoa 1. After all, it is if you simply play them in that order. I'm not gonna stop you. And by the same logic,
Every time I replay Door to Phantomile, I can allow Klonoa to once more reunite with his friend. The moment is as real the first time as the 100th. If I just remain still here at this one spot and never move, nothing bad will ever happen. You will all be safe. We will be happy forever.
If we are to seek a semblance of continuity in this senseless whir of dreams, I think it's important to cling to what is emotionally resonant and thematically coherent. It's safe to say that, for one reason or another, most Klonoa media will not make the same deal about Hupo's presence as Door to Phantomile did, regardless if it is the progenitor or not.
In fact, the way these games will continuously throw in Hupo so willy-nilly only serves to make Lunatea's Veil stick out even more with how it not only refuses his return, but in the process also uses that absence to convey a grander point. Just like how Radia Senki accidentally became about Hupo in hindsight, simply through his non-presence, Lunatea's Veil likewise uses that hole to communicate the exact same idea. If this game, through its intertextual links with the original game, positions itself as the potential of Klonoa's future, it's a powerful statement to firmly exclude Hupo from it. He's only felt like the fleeting lingering of a ghost. His role as ring spirit is replaced. He's the namesake of Huponia. He amalgamates himself into the king. He's the center of Klonoa's undefined and unspoken sorrow. When at the end Klonoa speaks to Lolo about remembering the sadness of the moment, that this is how they will always be together, I can feel Klonoa staring past Lolo, speaking straight through her towards someone else who is no longer there. When Klonoa cries his solitary tear, how can he not also be remembering the sadness of a past moment? Silently admitting that this acceptance is the only way he can see Hupo not as a twisted, unreal representation of his grief, but as a real person once more. In their separation, this is the only way they can be together still. Perhaps you could take Hupo's absence throughout Lunatea as a nice subconscious specter of the past, and infer that this means he is a part of the past Klonoa has forgotten, that this is why his sorrow, while massive and unresolved, remains unspoken. Because Klonoa has fully suppressed its shape and identity, that when it tells Lolo to remember, it's because he somehow managed to forget Hupo. It is not unthinkable. Rephrasing the epigraph poem once more certainly suggests it. There's a forgotten dream. Was it a dream I can't remember? Or a dream I won't remember? Have I forgotten the dream? Or has the dream forgotten me? But surely there was a dream. Thought-provoking. However, as if to refute the very notion, we may also revisit Door to Phantomile. It's strange. Sometimes I can't remember my dreams, though I'm sure I saw them. Where do these dreams go? But I remember this one dream as clearly as if it were reflected in a mirror. Was Hupo not the one dream Klonoa never forgot? Was that not the point? Can you fully forget such an experience? Or do you only wish to forget it? Is it the memory that stings, or the lingering sadness. But surely there was a dream, and with time what was lost will become found. As the sorrow subsides, the memory glows vibrant once more. Maybe at the end we allow ourselves to remember once more and stay hopeful for the future. On the boyfriend separation spectrum, I'd say Klonoa and Hupo, star-crossed travelers of dreams, fall squarely between Moomintroll and Snufkin's assured certainty and the resolute finality of Giovanni and Campanella. Every year as winter draws close, Moomintroll must do as Moomintrolls do and hibernate for the winter, while Snufkin, the object of his admiration, instead travels into the wilderness to enjoy his solitude. Initially, this was received as a hurdle of immense emotional distress, as Moomintroll had to overcome the sheer disappointment of no longer being close to his beloved. Every autumn, he would lose Snufkin once again and relive his sad farewell all over. On the other hand, come spring, their reunion would be as assured as their parting. After all, a promise remains a promise. However, in time, the two would reach a point of such confident trust that they'd callously neglect their otherwise formal goodbye. But by then, it was too late. As Snufkin cancels his winter travels to return to Moomin Valley, he surprisingly finds the place vacated, awkwardly inhabited by other guests with their own thoughts and ideas of what defined the now absent family, all searching for something they've lost or always longed for. And with no one else to greet them, they must make do with the present odd company to substitute whatever they came for. Ultimately, as all the rest, Snufkin makes peace with his woes, his longing, and departs into the wilderness once more, as certain as always that someone will be there when he returns. And of course, someone will be there. How could there not be? Conversely, when Giovanni finally gets a break from his busy life to go on an enchanted trip across the Milky Way on the Galactic Railroad together with Campanella, the most perfect and special boy in his class, it is treated as a once-in-a-lifetime occasion. For one evening, Giovanni is free to simply enjoy the presence of his dearest friend, without the interference of the other kids vying for Campanella's attention, or the struggles in juggling double shifts, school life, caring for his sick mother, and running grocery errands. Together they observe the splendors of the universe, travel through the furthest expanses of time and space, feeling the true insignificance of their presence in the cosmos, but nevertheless understanding the importance to do the most with what you have for the betterment of all, to selflessly act in the moment of need without hesitation. Side by side, Giovanni and Campanella eagerly face these truths with unwavering resolve, the euphoric confidence one only finds when blessed by the presence of real and sincere love. But as all things, their happiness must end. As the Galactic Express makes for the furthest reaches of the universe, Campanella suddenly and mercilessly steps off into the darkness, leaving Giovanni lonely, distraught and confused. Before he wakes up, before he makes his way back to town, before he learns of Campanella's tragic passing in an accident while saving a fellow classmate, For one night alone, Giovanni unknowingly spent his entire lifetime's worth of time with Campanella, unwittingly guiding him to the afterlife, fated to never meet again. Left with nothing more than a fantastically unbelievable memory and the resolve to be as selfless and brave as his lost lover, Giovanni can do nothing else but stare lonely at the night sky and push onwards in his life. Somewhere between these two polar opposites of inevitable reunion and permanent departure, we find Klonoa and Hupo, a love so strong, yet so utterly defined by their separation. Klonoa, the unassuming avatar of innocence and well-meaning, who exists only in his moment of carefree bliss, with Hupo, the distant recipient, anguished by untold burdens, who ultimately must instigate their somber parting, an occasion marked with ceremonious depth and an unmistakable firmness that is only colored as more resolute with time. Yet hope persists. Between the tangible Moomin Valley and the metaphysical Galactic Railroad, Phantomile exists somewhere in between as a plausibility. Klonoa may have departed, but perhaps he could return one day. The door to Phantomile is neither open or shut. It exists only in our hopes and memories. The potential is always out there. Anytime Klonoa drifts off to sleep, he will always have the faint chance of reuniting with Hupo. He is, as George Harrison put it, only a dream away. Maybe next time they'll go to the museum or play beach volleyball.
Also, yes, I'm saying all three of these couples are gay as all heck. Come on now, this is top tier romantic prose. Prove us wrong. You can't. Indulge us. You've been listening to gay people for hours by now, and you're somehow miraculously still around. Thanks, by the way. We have a lot more videos. You should watch them.
When taken in unison, Klonoa Door to Phantomile and Klonoa 2 Lunatea's Veil become a tale about the presence and subsequent absence of Hupo, a relationship perfectly split in the middle by their parting. Together, these games tell of haves and have-nots, what is held so dear one moment and then lost the other, or what happens when you take someone so much for granted that you allow them to define you, and a daunting struggle of rebuilding yourself when they're suddenly gone. In this way, the focal point for the series is about the nature of parting, with an intricately elaborate before and after. In this system, reunion is not an option. The separation is and must remain the point. What's important is that we learn to handle this, to accept it as emotionally tumultuous and upsetting so that we can carry ourselves onwards. Is that a commentary on death and loss? Well, partly. That is certainly a present idea as conveyed through Grandpa. But at the same time, I think partings can be portrayed as broader still. Does Klonoa find a homo-romantic lover or merely best friend in Hupo? It doesn't really matter. Regardless, it is someone dear to him who, for one reason or another, must leave him behind. It is a perhaps concerningly universal experience that I think everyone can relate to, which is only bolstered in its reassurance when we once again remember that, of course, Klonoa is meant to be us. You've had friends. You've lost friends. Your lost friends probably outnumber the ones you have right now. At least that's true for me. Looking back at my life, I can say I've been absolutely terrible at keeping friends. I've had good coworkers come and go. After university, I could see my peer group rapidly drift apart in real time. How many of your old school pals are you still friends with? Have you any idea what happened to all those kids in kindergarten? Do you even remember their names? I refuse to believe I'm somehow alone and outstandingly pathetic for this. It just seems like a natural part of life. We move around at our own paces. We meet and part ways. Thinking back to my childhood, I can recall just about every possible flavor of losing friends. Someone moves away. School reshuffles the classes. A sudden fiery disagreement. The slow fading away. And the inescapable clean slate of graduation. When you think about it, it's tragic how much loss and partings we are made to endure as children. It was such a common occurrence that eventually, I think I got so jaded that I started seeing all my friendships as temporary flings that would all crumble sooner or later, because I'd known nothing else. It didn't even faze me anymore, it just seemed like a pessimistic certainty. By all means, Klonoa practically changed my outlook on this, because it seemed to encapsulate an all too familiar feeling, an old memory, an unresolved pain. And then the games allowed Klonoa, both as a literary character and my self-insert avatar, a vessel to heal. If remembering makes the dream real, it makes our feelings real. If we understand the sadness of a parting, we can defy its terminal ruthlessness and instead leave on a heartfelt promise, the good terms that assures our potential reunion, no matter how unlikely. Not that we've always been friends, that we always will be friends. If we act upon our very promise to always be together, we can allow it to be true in our memory. If I remember you fondly, and you remember me fondly, are we still not friends? Are we not in some ways together still? And then, maybe through this very hopeful disposition, we can ease our hearts and rejoice once more in our dreams, wherever we are, whenever we are.
Well, that was a whole load and a half. If you've followed along so far, we've practically gone to the ends of Phantomile and then back again, to fully turn this classic title upside down, inside out, and back to front. I honestly can't think of much else to say. But, looking at the runtime, I guess there is. So far, we've scrutinized the intricate design sensibilities to conclude that Klonoa, Door to Phantomile, is a top-class game in matters of both aesthetics and mechanics. We fully explore the thematic depths and takeaways inherent in its bold and layered narrative to learn new truths about both it and ourselves. Before we unpacked all intertextual traces of Phantomilian thought that could be excavated from its closest kin, to complete our already pretty full picture. At least, that's what I took from it. I don't know. Maybe you thought it was merely passable background noise or something.
This
By this point, we're just about Klonoa'd out for a good lifetime or two. Truthfully, we could have closed it out at this point. But we're not quite done yet, are we? Of course, we haven't even looked past what we have to longingly stare at the horizon yet. When do we begin foregoing sense for desire? Where is that inevitable, insatiable thirst for more? After all, there is a loose thread to be untangled here, isn't there?
What about Klonoa Free?
I hear you yelling. Well, what about it? When Klonoa stepped off into the watery fabric of dreams at the end of Klonoa 2, I wasn't exactly clamoring for more, on the edge of my seat, waiting for unresolved threads to be addressed. There was a firm finality to this conclusion that never necessitated continuation. Although, to be fair, I felt the same about Door to Phantomile, so I could be wrong. I have been proven wrong in the past. Certainly, the whole concept of grabbing foes in spectacularly scenic side-scrolling environments can be expanded and iterated on in all kinds of directions. The sky is the limit, and what we have is barely scratching the surface, even when counting the odd spin-offs. I agree, the series' greatest unfulfilled potential lies in exploring the wildest reaches of its mechanics, through even more quirky levels, scenarios, enemies, and gizmos to interact with. But on the other hand, that's only half the pot, and we are certainly missing some key ingredients. Just how Door to Phantomile was a solid, great game as the cherry on top of its phenomenal storytelling, a potential Klonoa 3 must work harder than even Klonoa 2 to sell us with its narrative hook. Back in 2001, we were easily convinced by any sort of return by our spunky friend. But a couple decades later, that same resurfacing would naturally be met with more suspicion and concern. Why dredge up this old scrimblow again here and now? Because you had something sincere to communicate? Or because it was finally deemed profitable again? It is safe to say that such a game would have a lot to prove, to the point where it might be safer to not even bother. Maybe just let Klonoa breathe again through some other retrospective collection. Let him cameo in another Smash court game. Produce some more plushies for God's sake. The fans are absolutely malnourished. Hey, last minute update here. We know that Fangamer are releasing Klonoa plushes now. Look, there he is. So please, keep leaving comments pretending that we didn't know that. Thanks. Will there be a Klonoa free? Maybe. We're not ruling out the possibility. I've lived long enough to see Knights, Mother, Yuminiki, Wonder Boy, and even freaking Rocket Knight be brought back from left field. If there is the slightest hint of will, there is a way. Should there be a Klonoa free, though? I'm not as convinced. I mean, if you think about it, Klonoa free already exists. It's called Klonoa 2, Lunatea's Veil. Because it, of course, came after Klonoa Moonlight Museum. Which would make Radia Senki the honorary Klonoa 0. Mind you, this does not mean that Klonoa Empire of Dreams is somehow Klonoa 4. Don't be stupid. That's Klonoa on the Wii.
At the end of the day, I believe this all boils down to good old Hideo Yoshizawa through his deeply entangled role as director, producer, and I suppose semi-auteur of Klonoa. With his guiding hand, these games were not just funky, amusing platformers, but ambitiously thoughtful explorations of dreams, art, emotions, and the very medium itself.
From his successful covert operation of shadow rebooting Radia Senki with a completely different team under a completely different studio, to the blatant presentational shift anytime Namco dropped a game without his direct involvement, it has become abundantly clear that what we, and perhaps you, truly love about this series can, at least partly, be attributed to this man. Throughout the research and extensive writing for this video, I inevitably come to grow a huge respect for the guy. He co-created Mr. Driller for Suzume's sake. You can't argue with that. Looking at Yoshizawa's body of work, we find a great persistence in making the most of his ideas, while also showing a great sincerity through his apparent deep belief in the ability for these games to both entertain and touch players on a personal level. And I think he accomplished that mission with flying colors. Good job! The many interviews and candid musings contributed by Yoshizawa have been greatly enlightening and vindicating for this project, and I don't think I would have been able to speak with such certainty without them. Now, I don't feel like going out of my way to contact him for some silly YouTube video. His Twitter DMs are closed, so I'll respect that. Also, I mean, Twitter. I suspect there might be a slight language barrier anyway, but regardless, if I had a chance to ask 3 questions to compose a rapid-fire interview, I would ask the following. Who is Takeyo, the mysterious other person listed alongside Yoshizawa under Scenario Unit in Radia Senki, who has not been credited in any other game before or since? Obviously not to propose that Klonoa's story outline was somehow indirectly stolen or anything. I just wanna know who it is. Since Moonlight Museum doesn't credit anyone for writing, despite the game's prominent text boxes that carry immense poignant thought, I'd obviously have to ask, was it you who wrote Moonlight Museum's scenario? And finally, on a slightly unrelated note since he didn't work on it, but I need some kind of hint. What was the deal with making Klonoa's one party game spin-off a beach volleyball game? Was it like some strange internal joke? I mean, it kinda makes sense if you think about the ring hit posturing, but surely that can't have been the entire basis for a full retail game, can it?
And I guess that's it. I don't think you have anything else that hasn't already been addressed elsewhere. What I've come across so far has answered all other questions I initially had, and then some. In fact, since so much of Klonoa evidently comes from Yoshizawa, it has been both entertaining and exciting to take his expressed influences to heart and explore those myself. Not only does it broaden and enrich my horizons, but it also unearths a deeply fascinating string of sources that all carry some faint essence of Klonoa. For example, in one of his many Twitter threads chronicling his game development history, Yoshizawa brings out a surprise cinematic parallel while musing on the writing of Hupo's grand revelation for Klonoa. Striving to convey such a sudden narrative twist in a concise and comprehensive way, Yoshizawa consulted his recollection of the ending to the 1983 adaptation of The Girl Who Left Her Time. In his mind, the entire segment where the central time travel plot is untangled had been compounded to a brief exchange, when in actuality it's more of a
lengthy sequence slowly building up towards its resolution. Dismayed, Yoshizawa simply had to find his own way of neatly conveying the idea. However, it's evident that a huge chunk of DNA from the inspiration still lives on in Klonoa. In The Girl Who Leapt Through Time, the great mystery behind why teenager Yoshiyama experiences these inexplicable time jumps is revealed in a final confrontation with her friend and crush, Fukamachi. Somewhat outrageously, Fukamachi bluntly explains that he's from the year 2660 and has a PhD in pharmacy, thanks to an advanced education system. He has briefly come to this time to collect extinct plants and must now depart once more. To achieve his inconspicuous alibi, Fukamachi has implanted false memories into the people around him, in the process unintentionally inserting himself within Yoshiyama's romantic, foundational childhood memories, fueling her growing infatuation with him. When Fukamachi leaves, he will erase every trace of his visit, and the two will regretfully forget about each other. As such, they must part ways as star-crossed lovers, fated to never again meet. Yet hope lingers, and we close on Yoshiyama years later, stumbling into an oddly familiar stranger. How romantic. The parallels are clear to see. Memory, deception, romance, departure. Just like Klonoa and Hyupo, Yoshiyama and Fukamachi's meeting is founded on illusions, which disperse for genuine affection. Our faulty and fleeting memories tell us lies which we may transform to truth with our actions. How befitting that such an inspiration would come from a misconstrued memory that was iterated upon and realized in a new work. While it is true that this specific film connection is tangible and explicitly stated by Yoshizawa as the inspiration for a key scene in the game, it's still not hard to draw intriguing parallels even without that firmness. You see, the thing is, whether its impact was intentional or not, it still would have been sensible to consider it as a real possibility either way. People say Klonoa is a bunny or like a cat, but like, it's only when you put on this that you realize that Klonoa is a puppy girl. It's so kinky. Elsewhere in his Twitter expositions, Yoshizawa discusses the composition of the Phantomilian language, where he offhandedly blurts out that when Klonoa says "Ekobanimu" to mean "you're welcome," it was a JoJo-esque employment of the name Echo and the Bunnymen, an 80s post-punk band which Yoshizawa was into at the time. And I have to say, as someone who has logged over 3,000 scrubbles for the band, nice! I always assumed Klonoa would be more into dream pop, but this works too. When we apply an arbitrary Klonoa lens to the Bunnymen's discography, does the loss of childhood idealism in Stars Are Stars not glow in a new sheen? Is In Bluer Skies' depiction of overcoming the burden of sorrow not positively Lunatean? Does our friend Klonoa, through his rhyming double journey, not discover ripeness twice over? Is Take Me Internally, Forever Yours, Nocturnal Me not a perfectly succinct 7-word summary of Door to Phantomile? Who knows? How can I even be sure Yoshizawa listened to any of these songs? I mean, he was 97. He could have been rotating Evergreen for all we know. Make it 4 questions. What is your favorite Echo and the Bunnymen album? Do you agree that, well, Porcupine contains some of the band's best tracks? The solid cohesion of Ocean Rain ultimately makes it a thematically richer and more enjoyable listen? Well, regardless if it had any sort of impact or not, you can't deny that The Killing Moon, their famous song about confronting mortality, is oddly befitting of tonight's subject. I'm not just talking about the convenient lunar theme. Just take the fact that singer Ian McCulloch woke up one morning with parts of the lyrics perfectly crystallized from a dream. Committing the words to paper is immortalizing your phantomile. In The Killing Moon, we are told about the inevitable end of all things, the beauty of our moment, and our undying desire to hold on against all odds. It is a universal message that evidently applies to everything, but it feels raw and familiar in this context. Be it dreams, relationships, or life itself, we cling on to our memories in defiance of the end. In starlit nights I saw you, so cruelly you kissed me. Your lips a magic world, your sky all hung with jewels. The killing moon will come too soon. Fate, up against your will, through the thick and thin, he will wait until you give yourself to him. Echo Bunnymen, this faintest link alone made me re-examine the band's output, finding these vague echoes that no doubt were merely a result of staring too long and hard for even a hint of epiphany. I don't know what I'm looking for, and I'm not going to find it. Perhaps this merely brings an unusual lens back to the music, but for that reason alone, it was a worthwhile escapade, as it allowed me to see something old and familiar in a new and unexpected light. I'm allowing these works to sing in harmony, engage in conversation with each other in a way that creates more meaning for myself. Perhaps most enriching for these purposes was a little nugget thrown out in a 2009 interview with American magazine Nintendo Power, where Yoshizawa is asked whose work outside of games he most admires.
I love Shuji Terayama. Not sure if you're familiar with him, but he's very famous in Japan. He's deceased now, but he did films, haikus, literature, stage plays, all kinds of stuff. I really admire his work and his philosophy.
As Yoshizawa explains, Shuji Terayama was a prolific and multifaceted artist working in many different fields. As such, his work varies broadly in subject matter and execution, to the degree where some of it is inaccessible for cultural or purely preservational reasons. Overarchingly, his art is both evocative and provocative, ranging from an embrace of countercultural ideologies to a playful disregard for audiences, in pieces that uniquely use the format of the chosen medium to enhance their messages. And the stories themselves are captivating, otherworldly expressions of complicated thoughts and emotional conundrums. In the forewords to the short story anthology The Crimson Thread of Abandon, translator Elizabeth L. Armstrong identifies a pattern wherein Terayama's tales are given abrupt, unresolved endings, where the protagonists often find themselves in misfortunate predicaments. She calls this a realist angle in a world of fantasy, and argues that it helps the emotional engagement of the reader. I agree, and it makes me think, does this tendency not find a natural successor in the sudden rift between dream and reality seen in Klonoa's adventures? Just take the fact that Terayama intersperses his snappy short stories with these little mood-setting epigraph poems. And you know what an epigraph poem is now, so you might see why that would be notable. We're not necessarily saying these works had immediate impact and influence on the Klonoa games. We're merely running on the slight possibility that they maybe could. However, as I hope we made clear, the comparison itself is still personally meaningful if it's able to spark further thoughts and ideas. At this point, we just want to share some cool stuff with you that we found during research. So, with that said, in the short story, Memory Shots, we are introduced to a distraught man who doesn't know who he is. Whether this is a case of not being able to remember anything or simply a lack of identity remains undefined. He simply does not know who he is, and no one can tell him. Seeking to remedy this predicament, he visits a near-abandoned memory clinic where life experiences can be directly injected into one's mind. In his desperation, he exclaims that he could settle for anything as long as it's genuine. And by happenstance, that's exactly what he gets, as his choice of a pleasant memory of romance gets switched out for the paranoid, guilt-ridden anxiety of a ventriloquist who destroyed another's doll in frustration. In a cruel twist of fate, the man who so longed for memories suddenly finds himself running away from the ones he's been given. At the conclusion, the man runs into a woman who treats him with the mundane familiarity of a spouse, as if she has been injected with the memory of him. The man chooses to accept this outcome and embraces the opportunity for them to create new memories together. Within this tale, Terayama explores our relationship with memories and how they come to define our lives and identities. The man desires the happy past of a fulfilled life, but involuntarily ends up with a dark history that haunts him. Perhaps this leads him to resign to the turns his life takes, instead of continuing to strive for his old desires. You could say his memories have shaped not just who he was, but who he is, by the choices and decisions he makes. In that way, the prospect of making more memories is a promise granted by our opportunities. By being who we are today, we shape the memories of tomorrow. The man and his coincidental wife find each other through a fictitious past, but the time they spend together and the memories they form become genuine. Having been lended a preordained past, the protagonist is equally gifted an identity, a code after which to act and shape his fate. Are we, like him, merely slaves to our memories, hopelessly bound to the careening consequences of yesterday's decisions? Can we then free ourselves by removing our memories, purge ourselves of the burden they haunt us with? The eraser is a recurring motif in Terayama's work. It is the namesake of a short story about Johnny the Sailor, who uses a magical eraser to rub out all the other lovers of the mysterious Madame Saturday, in a jealous fit to keep her for himself. Naturally, by irony of fate, Johnny's brash erasing sees him accidentally rubbing away his beloved Madame as well, leaving him all alone and distraught with his sins. When mournfully attempting to remove himself in front of the mirror, his eraser runs out halfway, leaving Johnny, both literally and figuratively, half a man. Likewise, the eraser is the name of a hauntingly tragic 1977 short film, a film collage of seaside scenes and the ghastly presence of a sailor, which are chemically dissolved and erased by a superimposed hand. The torn up photographs and grieving woman set the scenes of loss and mourning, and the desire to erase and remove the pain along with the memories grows larger and larger. Everything becomes a reminder, until ultimately the hand is frustratedly trying to rub out the entire ocean in vain. The film is likely autobiographical, touching upon a father who set out to sea only to die during World War II. Kosue Usawa, co-translator of the Tanka collection Kaleidoscope, describes Terayama's work as complex feelings of longing for his dead father and abandonment by his mother. I find this to be viscerally expressed in The Eraser, in how the tragedy of one person's absence affects everything around it. The sailor dissolves implicitly and is then erased explicitly. The mourning woman is stuck to her chair, disjointed from the children surrounding her, before she too must be erased. Sorrow grows when it is suppressed and ignored. While Johnny the sailor literally tried to erase himself, the anonymous hand achieves much the same result by removing the memories. Even if we cannot fully erase and forget our burdens, I feel the desire in itself is just as significant and potent. Through these works, the eraser becomes a philosophical tool of destruction, one we may use in our everyday lives, but equally a symbol of our relation to regret and trauma. The short story, Alice in Bookland, initially about a magical pair of scissors which can cut out pictures and words from books and manifest them in reality, abruptly changes trajectory towards the end, and sees Terayama once more exploring the idea of the eraser in a segment called Alice Fell in Love with an Eraser.
Yes, Alice fell in love with an eraser and wrote this poem. An eraser can erase anything. It can rub out the Chatterbox honeybee and Humpty Dumpty. It can even rub out the vigilant moon so as to bring darkness upon the night when Alice and her cat Smokey go to the garden next door to steal rushes. It can erase anything that Alice detests. It rubs out March, July and September, the 7th, 11th and the 23rd, and any other dates. The eraser transforms everything into memories with its magical powers. Write Alice and erase it, and Alice herself will vanish from this world. The eraser sometimes acts the murderer as well. But write Alice in that blank space again. Erase it. Write Alice again. Erase it again. Write Alice again. Erase it. Write it. Alice can be there in perpetuity, but the eraser wears away and eventually disappears. What is sorrowful for the eraser is that it only makes things vanish, so more and more is lost. Nothing is ever gained. The eraser rubbed out the last 6 beautiful lines of this poem. What were those lines? Alice could not remember, no matter how hard she tried. Would you think up some for her? It is possible for anyone to have memories of things that never really happened.
In the 1983 film Grass Labyrinth, a young man sets out on a journey to find the lyrics of an old song his mother sang to him as a child. Interspersed with surreal imagery, the line between memory, dream, fantasy and reality is continuously blurred until it's hard to fully tell them apart. The strive for rediscovering the lost lyrics of the handball song, as it were, becomes a matter of untangling the past and the man's complicated relationship to his mother. A task that seems fruitless and futile despite his many promising leads and sudden epiphanies. The beautifully striking title, Grass Labyrinth, thus becomes the stage for the mind's fleeting wanderings, the chaotic whirl of thoughts and feelings, a place where we are hopelessly lost, like minotaurs within ourselves. We all carry the broken memories and emotions of the past. We strive to piece them together. They are the forgotten lyrics of our own songs. As one would expect, the young man never finds what he's looking for. Of course not. And in the end, he departs once more to continue his unending search. The labyrinth finds itself becoming yet another recurring idea in Terayama's work for the 1975 short film Labyrinth Tale, an overexposed dreamlike depiction of two men carrying around a door that leads to different places and visions. Each person opening the door finds something subjectively unique, perhaps reflecting a piece of themselves, or their desires. As one of the men ventures into a serene garden of pillars, we turn the perspective to see him from the other side of the propped up doorframe, wandering into nowhere like a sleepwalking daydreamer. His world is his vision alone, the private fantasies of his mind. We see another man laboriously carrying a door on his back to who knows where. A girl finds a door lying by the ocean. She runs the other way once she peeps inside. Whatever the door may represent seems as subjective as the character's reactions. What is a door if not a small mystery of anticipation and opportunity? A link from here to somewhere else. You won't know until you open it and see what's on the other side. The door acts as a labyrinth by its sheer potential, a path of many paths leading down ever more further paths. The fantastical world of doors, be it a representation of our dreams, fantasies, escapism, or anything else, is however cut short by the sudden appearance of crosses on doors everywhere. The film ends on a woman finding herself woefully locked out from her door, and so she is stuck, only able to watch as the magical world passes her by. Two partners on a wonderful adventure of impossibilities, seeing fantastical visions, a separation, and a merciless banishment to reality.
What does this have to do with Klonoa?
We have curated this selection of stories for you, so that you can take something of your own away from them. We find that even if they're not definitive influences, they nevertheless make fascinating parallels. The way memories define who we are, the desire to erase the memories of sorrow, memories, relationship to dreams and fantasy. I hope you can see what we're talking about. In Door to Phantomile, every rescued Phantomilian is represented as a cutout on the pop-up storybook world map, playing one note of the Thankful Suite until they're able to complete the piece in unison. Thus, the closer Klonoa comes to the end of his journey, the more of the song he will hear. He is practically remembering his own Grass Labyrinth-esque handball song, as the Thankful Suite is incorporated into Lephise's Song of Rebirth during the parting with Hupo. It becomes the truth that has been hidden from him, the forgotten fragments of his past that he must puzzle together. When Hupo gave Klonoa his figurative memory shot, he defined who Klonoa would be, and in turn, that's who Klonoa became. like the couple circumstantially married through a fabricated past. Their path was ordained by nothing but memory. Yet it didn't stop their relationship from becoming genuine. It is possible for anyone to have memories of things that never really happened. And on the flip side, when Lunatea banished sorrow to the Sea of Tears, they erased an important part of their past, while the pain lingered, with the King of Sorrow rendered half a person, a shattered Johnny the Sailor. Once we start looking, we never run out of parallels. They tangle themselves ever further. They may seem silly and far-fetched, but they create meaning and understanding for us to enrich our experiences with the art we love. It becomes a catalyst for introducing us to a much greater world. One where the figuratively literal connections to our starting point loses their relevance. And that is the real Klonoa 3 right there.
Anyway, all of these tangents were just us digging into some of the sources that were explicitly stated in one way or another. And really, we could go on by inferring even more if we want to. You just have to observe the game a little. I mean, some of these influences are so surface level that you don't even need to confirm them. Like Pac-Man, or Dig Dug, or Yoshi's Island, or Ristar, or Super Mario Bros. 2, or Super Mario Bros. 1 for that matter, or Donkey Kong, or Pong. Likewise, we have narrative influences that broadly range from Alice in Wonderland and Dumbo to the previously mentioned Unico or Night on the Galactic Railroad. Ideas that have grown so much greater than their source that they're probably more tropes than genuine illusions by now. Just take all the ways Door to Phantomile beat for beat mirrors the 1986 film Laputa, Castle in the Sky. It's bashfully flattering. I mean, come now. Mystical girl falls from the sky, she has a magical pendant, evildoers follow suit through a mining village. A cave interlude. Dapper man steals the girl. Castle by the seaside. Heroes make unlikely friends in order to travel the skies. Path to the ancient kingdom is opened, leading to the climax, where the hero's companion is revealed to be inheritor to the throne. Pathetic henchman meets unfortunate demise. And ultimately our friends prevail because they're able to let go of the past the villain refuses to leave behind. These connections abound like they would in any creative work. They're part of an ever-expanding, ongoing cultural exchange. In that manner, they're unremarkable and practically mundane. Half of them wouldn't be interesting even if they were conscious. I don't even have a source for any of this stuff. I just inferred it. I don't want to be like the Klonoa fan wiki when it confidently hallucinates that in a game magazine interview, Hideo Yoshizawa confirmed that he got his idea of Klonoa from Mario Bros. Because that's not really saying anything at all, is it? When I look at these influences, I don't necessarily see the perfect hidden blueprint for Klonoa. Rather, I see scattered glimpses of ideas sharing broad concepts. I see the way little brooks make great rivers. And I see creators using their opportunities to express something wholly unique and personal that only they could make. What this is to say is that within these mature and thoughtful inspirations, we find a semblance of Klonoa's heart and soul. it is the ability to express meaningful messages about life through the games that in turn becomes their very identity. It wasn't ever Klonoa I was after. It was the sincere communication from creator to audience. And that is why I truly wouldn't be interested if Bandai Namco made a Klonoa 3 without Yoshizawa, or Arai and Kobayashi for that matter. You could already tell in games like Dream Champ Tournament and Klonoa Heroes or the Korokoro comics that Yoshizawa's absence steered the series in a decidedly different, less poetic direction. They don't enamor me in the same way as, say, Empire Dreams, where Yoshizawa and Arai's story creatively takes the shape of video game production allegory. Whisked away to the Empire of Gilius, Klonoa is apprehended, in bed for the crime of dreaming, and must set out on a quest to defeat monsters in order to be pardoned. Working with a bit of wordplay that is thankfully intact between Japanese and English, the concept of dreams are simultaneously used in both the sleeping and aspirational sense, as the monsters turn out to be possessed people whose dreams are important to their society, like the Great Chef or the Doctor. We are shown that the ability to live according to one's dreams is what makes the Empire prosper, and that the outlawing was what created the greater problems. In the end, after having vanquished the suspicious royal minister, the Emperor returns to his old self and opens up about his jealous gripes with dreaming. Because as a leader, his role was preordained. He has no choice but to assume this one role and forgo his other wishes. In self-sacrifice, the Emperor neglects his own dreams for his people to fulfill theirs. Perhaps in acceptance, this in turn becomes the Emperor's dream. Considering Empire of Dreams was written around the time Yoshizawa would have gone from his directorial roles to being a producer, it is not hard to read the game as autobiographical, projecting his struggles onto Emperor Gilius, as the leader who must learn to rely on and support others for the sake of their dreams. In a sense, this became Yoshizawa's coda to his relationship with Klonoa, the point where he, like Gilius, had to let go of the dream and hand it over to his successors. And I think, perhaps, the message resonates the strongest if that means allowing people to realize their own dreams without being bound to someone else's.
We don't deny the potential greatness of a hypothetical Klonoa 3. Of course, it could be created by visionaries with deeply profound ideas to express in ways that meaningfully employs Klonoa and his world as the vessel. Their influences could be sourced from all kinds of places to weave a new tapestry of personality, just as unique as its predecessor. However, whereas the original sources of inspiration were by logical necessity pulled from everywhere else to create something wholly new and unique, we're afraid an eventual Klonoa 3, arriving a quarter century later from new hands, would simply have Klonoa itself as its biggest source of inspiration. The pitch and mission objective would remain at the desire to make Klonoa 3. I think it's safe to assume that Klonoa was never initially created out of the desire to invent Klonoa. No, Klonoa was born under exceptionally specific circumstances that are practically impossible to meaningfully replicate. As with all things, I think it would be a better idea to just allow game developers, artists, to carve out their own personal expressions in the same way Klonoa works were allowed to back in the day. What is it that we desire? A return to something old and familiar? A replacement of the past? The hope that new exposure allows more people to discover that which we love? What can be gained without risking the beautiful harmony of what we already have? We find Klonoa Door to Phantomile to be so complete that it doesn't even need iteration. But they did anyway, creating its inverted mirror reflection. A symmetrically harmonious pair with a little baby child Wonderswan gem in the middle. In the call and response of Klonoa's 1 and 2, how would a third voice fit in? In my view, we'd better cherish such an outstanding accomplishment for what it is, without wishing it to be even bigger and even more. That will only help to diminish the value we place in the originals. They become unfulfilled promises, unrealized potential, when in truth, they were always everything they needed to be. Looking at Klonoa, and honestly a myriad of other dead or abandoned game series, it may be better to exchange desire for more with a contentment of completion, allowing them to be what they set out to do, and taking that to heart. Ultimately, I think we might have to make peace with the thought that all that needed to be said in these games has been said. When Klonoa walks off at the end of Lunatea's Veil, he accepts the end and continues his journey through the player. When Klonoa is thrown out of Phantomile and separated from Hupo, life still moves on like before, and we are promised that Klonoa's dreams will live on through our Phantomiles. He will live on forever in our hearts, as long as we remember him. Thank you for watching this Transparency Boo magnum opus all the way to the end. This concludes the longest video we'll ever make. A true labor of love. Going forward, our goal is to make more frequent uploads again, meaning shorter videos more often. If you want to support our future endeavors, you can do so on Patreon, of course. You can listen to the supplementary audio companion for this video over there right now. We want to give a sincere thank you to all of our patrons who stuck with us while making this essay. Your continued support has quite frankly made this possible. To show our gratitude, we have decided to read aloud everyone who has ever supported us throughout the years. Every single one. We want to thank Once Please 16, A Wingless Monkey, Abigail Nail, Acid Shark, Ada Avery, Ice, Alex Roth, Alexandra Joss, Ali Omar, Alison McHugh, All Purpose Nobody, Ali, Ally Ellie, Ally Menfol, Amelia Browning, Anna Day, and Chimeras, and finally, Undersea Club, Andreas Argulander, Andrew Jones, Andrews, Andy Faw, Anger Buddha, Anonymous, Arya Soria, Artemis, Arai, Ashanti Mills, Ash Gynex, Ashell Seasucker, Afayette, Aurora Knott, Aurora 42, Aurum Kellogg's, Auron Rain, Autumn Didact, Autumn, Autumn Muse, Avin Sarlas, Bacon Blob, Bad Wolfos, Bapt 27, Bash Prime, Baskling, Bea Bernay, Ben, Ben Clark, Bernard's Pink Jellybean, Bashar Muhammad, Bibi the Bitch, Billy Moran, Biopanda, Blind Survival, Blorko, Blues Piranha, Bluish Yeti 68, Blumenberg Ultra, Boo, it's Natalie, Botch Frivari, Box Knight, Brick 101, Brucifer, Brian O'Sullivan, Bubba Kensi, Bugmeat, Cam Lewis, Cameron Regal, Casey Explosion, Casey Holloway, Casio, Kathleen Thomas, Celeste, Serapol, Charles C., Charles Goldhaber, Chase, Chester Lacroix, Shillmill, Shill Pangolin, Chloe, Chloe Strange, Chris McKay, Chris Marshall, Christopher Roger Simmons, Clar Fawn, Cody Sis, Colin Ungerlader, Colorado Hugge, Colorful Cast, Comfy Feline, Connor, Connor O'Toole, Consult the Bones, Coral Nala, Craig, Craig Bonder, Crime Weaver, Crisis Muppet, CRT Sound System, Cryptid Joe, Cult of Diana, Daisy Diesel, Dame Trotley, Daniel Green, Daniel Fistlethwaite, Dante, Dave, Davy J. Bradley, Deep Fried Water, Deontay Bowles, Diego Nino, Dr. Puntgusher Esquire, Drogon, Dree, Dustin Reno, Dylan Robinson, Eden Senta, Edmond Sands, Edward Landis, LED Mox, Elliot Diebold, Elvis, Ember, Emily, Emma Michelle Quartz, Emmy M, Rasa, Ephemeral Mist, Eric Hamilton Schneider, Erin Olivia, Eugene Balder, Evan, Evan Cole, Isig, Falkarianan, Farfara, Fela, Philip Winter, Fix Your Heart or Die, Connecting Through Twin Peaks, Flair, Nicola, Flixen, Fluffy, Floof Quist, Floop Roots, Florian David, Flowey 57, Fran Rogers, Frankie Teardrop, Freezer, Friend of Dracula, Fjorn, Fungal, Funky Issy, Gabface, Gluga, Golden Clap, Goopy, Gracie, Greg Dean, Gregory Carlson, Gringo, Gustav Granlund, Harry Negus, Helena Rial, Henrik, Hope, Hot Potatoes, I Am Error, Ian Mew, Ibidi Hen, Il Caesar, I'm Gibbon, Ina Encina, Indigo Trans, Ingrid, Intungeon, Isaac Abrahamsson, It's Peeps, Jack Kelly, Jacob Friedman, Yadzia, Jayan Jung, James Mitchell, James Rule, Yams by Betty, Yay, J Mission, Jelly God, Jennifer, Jerry Wilson, Yickelson, J.I.R. Knott, Joel Eblin, Joel Nilsson, Johnny Q Fuckboy, Jordan, Jordan Fornquest, Jose Rangel, Joseph M, Joshua the Sixth, Jose Villarreal, Joy Content, Juan Banuelos, Jump on Everything, Yacy Beastie the Huggable Snap, Kadaf, Kalle Andersson, Kane Kisaragi, Karate Yoi, Karen Scholz,
Catherine, Kavlundram, Kenny Green, KG, Kirubsi, Klaus Morals, Nave, Cole Griffiths, Conrad Bettman, Covey, L. Tantevi, Lady Goggles, Lady Starlight, Lake, Lana, Lantu, Leia Horn, Leroy D, Lesbian Esti, Liam Q, Lily, Limberbutt McCubbins, Limzord, Linnea Hummel, Literate Goblin, Losty, Luke Dixon, Lumi AK, Luna, Lyra Dawn, Lyra Nem, Marika, Maddie Miller, Maddie Madkip, Maddie Thorson, Madeline Machado, May Victoria Roth turn in her badge and laptop, Magnus, Main Memory, Mako Cabot, Malachi, Mar B, Marcy May, Margaret K, Mark Mahan, Mark S, Matt MML Lucas, Matthew Arrowwood, Matt with an A, me, Meg Hahn,
Malang Rubin, Melody Hayes, Melunix, Meowmix64, Mary Mello, Mika, Michael Lee, Mikael Ottens, Miles Seawind, Minced Fish, Mr. Donuts, Mr. Tellius, Mitch Haley, Modest Dogs, Moon Spirit, Moonwatcher, Morgan, Morgan Mogg for short, Morgan Reynolds, Morning, Marsh Gordon Radian, Mosling, Moth Cinnabar, Mr. Ben T. Hupuff, Mr. Movie, Miss Quote, Mythic Resonance, Naib Bayesian, Nathan Anderson, Nathan Schaff, Neon Blitzer, Neon Puma, Nepo, Nerdsync, Neuropain, Nyako, Nishvat, Nick G, Ninto55, Nerbion, Nobody, Nolan Weisgerber, Olivian, Orpheus, Oscar Funes Galindo, Oscar Brännström, Pam D, Paper Lanty, Passion Tentacle, Patrick H, Perska, Peter Spielman, Pim Script, Portraits, Preston Manis, Probsky, Quasar Nebula, Quicksilver Mademoiselle, Rack, Racing Game Archive, Raider of the Stars, Rain Pulse, Rivokas Magma, Rat Girl Emmy, Real Goblin, Rex Drinks Red Bull, Riley Rose in a Box, Robin Forsgren, Robin! Robin Ottens, Rocky Disco, Rombouts, Rosalina Sama, Ross Dugan, Round Thing, Ruby DB, Running Woman 64, Sally Luna, Sam Mayers, Sandra Lenadova, Sarah Bloomer, Sarah Miller again, Saxon, Shonal McDoodle, Seth X Odyssey, Setzard, Sean Wolfbark, Silk Moth, Silly Rookie, Simone Vale, Sin Imperative, Sindrenas, Sinadralia, Skyhoppers, Sleepy, Sleepy Slug, Smarina, Smudgebap, Sneaking 131, Sophie Nordgren, Soyborn, Sophie Lautia, Squeaky Samurai, Starfighter, Starlin, Styx, Suitcase, Supercharged, CEO of 9V, Supporting Goat, Surashu, Sylphrin, Sivarigata, Synchronize, Talia Parkinson, TB Skyen, Tegan Bread, Terracrafty, Tesseract King, That Jess, That Queer Birdman, This is my username 1466, Team Bentvelsen, Team Thimble, Tiny Sam, Tobias Mattsson, Tocco _ Tommy Håkansson, The One Who Follows the Kazakhs, Trade Good, Trash Baby, Trucy, Tough Emily, Tyler Leto, Tyler Likes Cookies, Tyler Moyer, Urge in the Icebox, Wathania, Ouija, Victoria Archel Solis, Villanessica, Viola, Violet, Violetto, Volta, Vox, Vinona, Waylin 1, What Wasn't Missing, Whiskey Dono, Wompy Womperson, Winter, Wooftree, Tunes, Yummy Shaggy, Sack, Zachary Fox, Zemnoid, Zephonius, Zolty Boy, Elias Lola, and 4 people who deleted their Patreon accounts. Thank you. Alright, now that we're at the end, there's actually one little detail about this video that has irked me a bit. And that's the fact that I kinda neglected to mention that there are in fact 4 different English translations of Dorta Phantomile's epigraph poem. For simplicity's sake, I opted to use the one that's actually in the English version of the original PlayStation game. It got retranslated later on Wii and then again in Fantasy Reverie series. However, my favorite version is actually the one prominently featured on the Japanese cover. And I begin to wonder, the dreams I can't remember when I wake in the morning, where in the world did they go? Mainly, I like this one the most because it clearly aligns with the Japanese format of the epigraph poems, where they begin mid-sentence, and I begin to wonder. Additionally, it's neatly formatted in 4 lines of aesthetically pleasing similar length. They're also all 7 syllables. That's so satisfying. I bet you anything Yoshizawa painstakingly had this translated only for some American localizer to go, "Howdy, this reminds me of chlamydia, denied." Such is the struggle of Klonoa. Wahoo.